high to low.
Yeah, so how does it work on a sphere? What's keeping the gas? They say it's gravity, but I don't know.
It'd be interesting to see if they could reproduce that.
Mm.
Gravity holding two different gases
On the
apart.
ball. Yeah.
They'd have to be of the same density,
Yeah.
but I don't
It's
think
very
they've ever
interesting.
done that. I don't think they've
No,
ever done that.
I don't think so anymore.
And as far as where is Earth, I mean, it's underneath you. You already know where it is. It's located below your feet, right? That's where it is. Now, I understand that we're conditioned to imagine that we live on a thing, like that is in a location. But what if it's not in a location? What if it simply is the location, just like you experience? You don't experience as anything other than being the place where you are. I mean, you don't experience it being in another place, right? It is the place for all intents and purposes. And we can imagine that it's like set in some sort of like embedding space. But what if it is kind of like the embedding space?
Yeah. There are some saying that it could be there's a hole in the middle of the thing in Antarctic. And there are other people saying it's a water container with a dome. So I think it's a lot more to it than we.
Is a cube. Okay.
What do you think about those kinds of responses to your questions, Lloyd?
Well, with the last thing you said, with what I was saying with where's Earth, space is what I believe to be where Earth is. And if Earth is not in space, it's got to be somewhere, right?
Like I said, it's below your feet.
The Earth is below the space above. The Earth is the solid, the rock and the water that you stand on, and the air is above. That's the space. Pardon?
What is after Earth?
I don't know, Dick.
Don't even know if such a thing exists.
When you worry about this Earth not being in space, it's under it, right? The Earth is the floor, and when you look up at space where the sun, moon, and stars are, that's always above your head. It's not like it's around you where the sun, moon, and stars at some points can be underneath your feet, right? The Earth is flat and stationary like the floor that you stand upon, and everything that's above you is above you. It's not under you. We're the floor of the universe. Put it like that.
Yeah, because you're saying that it has to be somewhere in relation to something else, right?
Yeah.
And that's what Jedi's pretty much just outlined here. This relationship. Below the things above. I mean, even you could even apply your question to, like the whole whole. I want to call it heliocentrism, but it's not. It's acentrism or something. It's like because we've expanded out now with our, in our cosmological view, as far as academia is concerned. I'm not saying like from our viewpoint, but from the modern standpoint, it's like, this huge universe, right? This space that you're talking about that surrounds all the objects within it on all sides, right? Until a certain point, where's that point? Where's the end of it? And what's it in? What's the universe inside of? What's
You
this
mean
bubble universe inside of, right?
You mean barycentric?
Barycentric? I don't know. It's more like acentric. It's like, because we're not the center of anything. The sun isn't the center. It's only the center of the solar system. As far as the galaxy is concerned, it's nothing. It's just it's in some arbitrary point within a galaxy, right? And that galaxy is not the center of anything either, even though their tests, like, the whole axis of evil and everything, they don't accept that to be true, right? We're nothing. We're not significant in any way, right? As far as mainstream goes, we're not significant. We're not in a significant position, right? In the universe. But they'll say that their observations tell them it is, right? They'll admit that much, like that you could interpret the results of them looking out, staring out into that black sky, right, and looking at little shiny things up there. And they'll interpret it as, it seems like all these results tend to lean towards us being at the center, but of course we can't be, because we have this
I don't believe we're at the center.
Right. You don't?
No.
No, that's what I'm saying.
You
like
mean
the
Earth?
mainstream doesn't consider Earth to be at the center, right? Not even the sun is at the center of the universe. Our galaxy is not at the center of the universe, right? We're not in a special position as far as they're concerned, right? But their tests tell them that we are, and they look out and and they analyze the background radiation and all that. They go, it's almost as if we are at the center of something. But we can't be. No, of course we can't be. We're going to dismiss that notion on philosophical grounds. That's what they say.
It measures in tests as though we're at the center, though. It measures in tests as though it's flat and stationary. Really, all that's left is fairy tales. Every measurement and test shows that it's flat and stationary, the center of the cosmic microwave background.
I mean, Hubble himself pretty much said as much, right? He said, though our results indicate, could indicate, we could interpret it as being, that we're at the center of something, because it seems like that's what the results say, when we're not going to accept it, right? They even gave it a term, right, within astronomy called the axis of evil, right? What an interesting term to give that notion that we're unique, and that we hold a unique position within our reality. An axis of evil, because it's unfathomable that we aren't just a result of chance and nature just doing what it does. Like there's no cosmic design, there's no intelligence behind it, right? We can't accept that to be true. We're not gonna start with that axiom, right? Why? Especially if the results of your tests tell you that that's true, why would you dismiss it?
I mean, if you believe space and what they say about space, Earth doesn't have an edge, so it can't have a center. That's my understanding.
It's kind of arbitrary. I mean, like we can look at things like we could say, we could look for relationships with the ground and the sky, right? As we do with celestial navigation, and say that at this particular time of the year, right, this particular star was exactly above this part of the Earth, right? And we can give that a coordinate and start building coordinates and make maps and stuff like that, right? And then we could choose one of those stars to be the center, particularly because it seems like all the other stars seem to go around it, right? And it doesn't really move much. So we could say that, well, that point on the Earth, what seems to be like, because the sky seems to have a center point, so maybe this is where the center point of the ground is, right? Like of all the land and all the ocean, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean it is.
What do you believe what is above us is?
Light.
What do you believe what is above us?
What do you mean? We see the sun, moon, and stars. They're there above us. What do you mean?
So you guys believe that there are stars?
Well, we see them, don't we? And we've got names for them. They've got constellations and stuff. We see them.
Do you believe that they are curved?
What do you mean that they are correct? What about that composition and that distance? No.
You said, sorry, someone was doing something. You said
Sorry,
no?
about that about that composition and that distance. No, I don't think the story that we're told about what they are and how far away is true. I don't know what they are, but we see the stars. We're told the stars are like the sun, just differences in like phase or time of that bright star. But I don't think those stories are true. Don't know really what our reality is, mate. It's quite possible it isn't what we've been led to believe.
Right.
If anybody knows, I don't know.
Is there a possible gain from
Yeah,
you know, the lies?
One of them is they get to control your paradigm, right? For example, they get to tell you how everything was created, right? Even your place in the universe is kind of insignificant, right? The universe is ever expanding. They get to tell you the creation process of the universe and the evolutionary process to how eventually me and you ended up having this conversation. They get to give you your whole place. And to be honest with you, it's just like adding another colour to the palette. Now you've got something else to choose from, and in your mind, in reality, you can play with these stories that they've given you. You kind of get lost from that point if the stories that they've given you are not true. You didn't come from this. You don't live here. You're basically lost, and you're subservient to the way that they portray the world, right?
Would you trust getting inside of a spaceship and going into orbit and then coming back down? Would you trust their equipment?
I mean, I'd trust like aircrafts and rockets and stuff and to go up in the sky and come back down again. But when you say rocket, that's really specific, right? As in what? Into space, far enough away from the Earth so I could see its true form?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, I can just go from the pictures that they've given us, right? The pictures show the surface of the Earth is curved. That's the claim. So I should measure it on the surface. Right? Yeah, hypothetically, I could, in the story that the Earth's a sphere, go into a rocket in an orbit. And hypothetically, if that was the case, I would conclude that that was the case. But we've already verified these images from space because they show an Earth's curved surface, something we should measure, but we don't.
How would you explain the day and night cycle on Earth?
Funnily enough, daytime is when the sun's up, and nighttime is when it isn't. So the sun moves. It has a limitation of how much of the Earth is illuminated by it, right? This is demonstrated by day and night cycles. So day and night is caused by the motion of the sun when we see it and when we don't. It's like if me and you in a really long above my head, right? As you point to it, let's say I'm towards towards your left, right? We'll say that's towards the east. As you point at it, you're going to be pointing horizontally, right? Like one angle above the horizon, maybe. I'm going to be pointing straight up. Let's say that light source moves, right? As it moves towards you, you're going to be pointing an angle further and further up towards your head, and I'm going to be putting an angle down towards the horizon. This is how time zones are created, right? Solar noons when it's above your head or not. Is it's coming towards you or going away? That's how we tell time. Seasons kind of work in the same way, but over a longer period. You'll notice the sun rises and sets at a different location on the horizon every day, pretty much, unless you get to December and whatnot. But ultimately, it's the motion of the sun throughout the year that creates seasons. In summertime, it's closer to locations. Wintertime, it's further away from those locations. We have summer to kind of at the same time. When it's summer for me, it's winter for those in Australia. When it's summer for them, it's winter for us. That's for us in the winter. So again, that's just really caused by the motion of the sun. That's the sun moving, dude. It's not the earth.
Yeah. No, I believe the Earth is rotating on an axis. So I don't believe the Earth is moving around the sun.
Well, that's how we would get a year, wouldn't it? It's rotating on its axis for day and night cycle and orbiting 300 odd days to create a year. So we are moving with multiple different vectors. The rotation of the Earth being the slowest one.
We think we're so clever that we can infer from what we do experience that reality is really something that we don't experience and we don't have a perspective of. That's how clever we think we are, but we're not that. That's not clever, right? It's clever in the sense that, like, sure, from a hypothetical mindset, like what if the Earth was this thing, and what if things in the sky were that, etc., and then work out all the math for it. Like, that's clever, but it's not clever to turn around and say that's what it actually is without knowing if it's true or not, without being able to test your hypothesis. It's fun to imagine, though, right? Makes for great Hollywood movies, like Pitch Black.
I think that there is a lot of lies to control people. But if the Earth is flat, there's a lot of people using either bad equipment or lying on a mass scale. Like,
how so? And what bad equipment?
Mass scale?
Well, NASA, for instance, the equipment they use, or anybody that uses equipment that's able to measure, for instance, our distance between other stars and how it changes the
Those are
density.
calculations.
Yeah, but
Those aren't
there'd be a
measurements.
lot of. I think that would be very hard to lie about that on a mass scale.
Well, they don't know these things. They haven't sent things to other stars and things like that. That's just astrophysics. It's basically theoretical physics. It's just fancy, man. It's just like imagination. They imagine that they live in this universe that they've conjured, and they believe it. And as far as NASA goes, like what are they doing that would necessarily mean that there's intentional deceit?
I think there'd be a lot of wasted money with SpaceX, especially with the rockets. It's a lot of money. Yeah.
Wasted? What do you mean wasted? Why is it wasted?
Well, with the ones that blew up.
Okay. That's like a stage show. That's like pyrotechnics on a movie set. It's not wasted if you walk away having some kind of feeling about it. It's like the Challenger explosion, right? Like lots of people.
Like, if you're that interested in flat Earth, right?
Why's this idiot decided to interrupt me all of a sudden?
That's it. Use your knowledge and your
I'm trying to, but you seem to be interrupting me. You don't know what an experiment is. Who unmuted you, do? I'm going to have to sort that out.
You might have put him on a timeout mute or something.
Yeah, it comes off after a while, doesn't it? That's true.
I'm not sure.
I even forgot what we were saying. Do apologise, mate.
Are you good? I apologize. I'm still hungover. I had a interesting night, so still very hungover.
We were talking about wasted money.
Oh, thank you, mate. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not wasted money. I was talking about Challenger. Thank you, Wild Bill. It was just it's like any type of false flag, right? You might think it's wasted money because a rocket blew up and it didn't. The missing objective from your point of view, but you're still involved. You're like going along the story thread, right? And it's like this rocket and then that rocket. You're already brought up in the lore of it. So from this point of view, it's not wasted money. It's just a continuation of the franchise, like a movie franchise, right? This is just another story in it. So whether the rocket blows up or, the thing doesn't get off the launch pad, that's just another exciting tale in the story. They've got to keep you hooked somehow, and that's where the money goes.
Wow, very well said.
Possibly there's an excess that goes not just to the theater of it all and the lore and the fairy tale, but maybe the excess goes to fund other programs that they want to have funded.
Yeah, R&D, research and development, because this hammer didn't really cost $30,000. But yeah, if they're telling you doing one thing and money's over here, they got to fund the dark operation somehow. So that's another way that they're going to take the money. It's not going to be wasted. And even if it was, it's not that fucking money.
Who's our friend that we're talking to? That's hung over?
Oh, that's Void.
Void?
Yeah.
Oh, Roger. Yeah, if that sounds preposterous, that why would NASA do that? How could they possibly do that? They wouldn't do that. Well, just look at the discoveries that Catherine Austin Fitts made as an auditor for Health and Urban Development, where she discovered, not in NASA, but just all across the board of government funding, an excess or waste that is unaccounted for that could fund an entire other government. Now, that's too big a excess to be accidental. It's going somewhere. So why is it so crazy to think NASA would do it? Every other agency got caught doing it.
My question wouldn't be, why would they be lying to us? It would be, why would they be telling us the truth?
Yeah, right.
The only thing I can think of, of why they would lie is control. And there's always, to have more control or to have, to seem like you're the all knowing or you know what you're doing, that is another form of control. So it's not that I can't see why they would do it. But I don't think, well, at least Americans, I don't think Americans trust our government any more than they did 5 years ago. I think we trust our government a lot less. A lot less. So if their reason for doing it is to use us, they're gonna lose that soon. So everybody is starting to remove the blanket, so to speak, and see what's really going on.
There may be
Really,
other.
you think that? I think it's going the other way, Void. I think people are getting dumber and more gullible.
Well, I think there's the extreme sides are both true. I think there's way more people, getting dumber, scrolling through TikTok over and over and over, just watching whatever is put in front of them. And then there's the other ones that have all this information that they can see online, and they can use this. They can take advantage of this as much as possible and decipher what's true and what's not, and do their own calculations.
If they're able to discern and parse through that information and question it, and they have the intellectual fortitude and honesty to do so. But, the beautiful thing about flat Earth is that you don't have to discern the motives of shady characters or anything. You can just go out and measure the Earth yourself. It's not hidden from anyone, right? We don't have to rely on some stories that we're told. I mean, conspiracies, we can't prove most conspiracies, right? Because it would just be taking the word of one person or interpreting some information ourselves or whatever. But we can go out and we can actually measure the surface of the Earth. So it's not a conspiracy. Anyone can do it.
Right. Who told us anyway that we're not smart enough to figure it out for ourselves? To trust them? What the fuck?
I don't believe you should trust your government, though, at all. I don't think you should trust your doctors. I think you should question everything, assume the worst, hope for the best, and do your own research. No matter what it is.
Even the shape of the Earth. Attaboy.
What a better target to, exploit and dupe than one that finds such things unfathomable that a mass population such as we think we are today could not be fooled like that. Okay, keep living your life like that then. I mean, I'm not talking to you.
Yeah, I think you could fool people, but I think the truth finds itself out of whatever box it's in eventually, so to speak.
Void, is this a topic you've looked into at all before today?
I've dabbled into it.
Okay. So, what have you found out? Why do you understand why we say that we know the Earth is flat?
Well, I've listened to what you guys have to say. I
Right. So what
didn't
do
do
we say?
research into why the Earth is flat. I did research into why like the Earth wasn't flat, more so. But
So why do
again,
we say
I'm taking this.
that we know that the Earth isn't a sphere?
Well, you talked about a few
Or
things.
conversely, if you've been researching evidence that it is a sphere, what's your best evidence that you've seen?
I'd say I'm not a person that knows much. I was really just wanting to incite people, if they agree or disagree, to conversate. I'm really just here to listen mostly.
Don't most people that believe the Earth is a globe think this? They don't know it. This is why we often ask the question, "How do you know the Earth is a globe?" Well, they don't necessarily know, and they have an idea of a globe. People make up all kinds of not make up. It's like, well, I do have some skepticism about this and that that has to do with the the universe and all that kind of stuff. But it's always a ball because that's what we were told. Earth is a ball, obviously, and so until people like us came around and someone like uh, Eric Dubay and people like that said, "Hey, you know what? Here's something to look at." They told you Earth was a globe, but they never actually measured the Earth as a globe. Like across the ground. Once you figure that out, and then you watch the heavens, then you'll understand perspective. Well, that's why it looks like that. Because they'll say, "Well, oh, how come we have sunsets?" As if that 3 mile away horizon at the shore of the ocean is the curve of the Earth, and the sun's going behind it. So this is most people just they don't know the Earth is a globe. Is basically what we're saying, and they think all of the smart people that know the Earth is a globe know the Earth is a globe, so they know the Earth is a globe too. And if all those smart people would actually take a look at what we're saying about the flat water and these laser tests and long distance observations, not make excuses for why we can see something across 20 miles, 30 miles, freaking the longest. We got globers out there trying to get the longest picture they can take, 400 kilometers. They can see mountains when it should be way below the supposed curvature of the Earth. All we hear is excuses, and there's no real. we hear excuses from YouTubers and all these people that they call us grifters, as if the flat earthers are making any money doing this, or at least us anyway. There are some flat earthers that grift a little bit, but seriously, there's not any big money in flat earth. So that's just bullshit. The anti flat earthers are making more money than any flat earthers. Promise you that. So, but yeah, they all think that. Well, I'm pretty smart, but yeah, it looks flat, right? You guys make a compelling argument about the lasers and stuff, but when I Google it, it says something about refraction or gravity, or you know, or when you sometimes when you ask Chat GPT or something, they'll give you contradictory answers. Well, yeah, you shouldn't be able to see it, but then you just throw magic refraction. And I'll tell you what, any of these supposed intellectuals, who a lot of I won't say a lot of them, I think most of the scholarly people, PhDs or people that think they're, I mean, we've talked to dozens of surveyors, and there's dozens of surveyors on our side as well. It's not like we don't understand how it works. And we've gotten to the point where, as far as the surveying thing, they agree that they have to conform their level measurements to a model to make the Earth a globe. A gravitational model or a star map, different types of, depending on where you're surveying. I mean, you can only survey locally, not very far. So for the most part, you're just gonna, everywhere you survey you're gonna survey flat. And if you want to compare it to the WGS 84 or different models and maps, most of the time you're not even necessarily going to do that. If you're doing it something locally, you're going to pull up more local maps, something closer. And so, yeah, all this bullshit about geodetic surveyors going out and doing this stuff, it's not happening. The model is conceptual, and I would say in my mind, I think it's probably about 35 to 40% verified, as far as like the map of where the stars are supposed to be, above the Earth. And that's where the sphere model comes from, the star map, northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere. I don't think they've confirmed any of that shit. Then you get into pragmatism, right? It's like, well, I can use that map, but you're not using the globe map to go from LA to New York. You can look at it on a globe map, but when it comes down to it, if you're going to travel from LA to New York, it's going to be on a local map. You're going to be looking at a local map, constantly throughout the whole way. So the map is not the territory.
Right. That's the only coordinate system we have, though. Helio is,
like I said, it's functional. It's functional, and but to consider, what the hell, Alpha Mega, your mic is just buzzing really hard. But yeah, well, it's not the well. It's the only one we have. It is now. I don't know if there was something with your whatever. Sounds better now.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, as like I said, it's pragmatic, and I think Yoder's talked about this. As far as like distances traveled, like maybe 100 square miles or whatever, there wouldn't, in a local area map, as far as descending one corner to another corner on a ball, as far as you traveling from one place to another over 100 miles, you're not going. It's not going to make a difference on a map, especially a local map. So yeah, the distances are pretty accurate, especially in the northern hemisphere. I mean, you're going to go out to. Nobody's really explored the southern Pacific, and because you can't necessarily take these ground positions on the sea, but the ground positions are actually not measured from directly under the star anyway. It's just it's a conceptual map of the celestial sphere, pretty accurate in most circumstances, but it's a globe map. It's not the Earth. It's a
Right.
depiction of. Yeah, go
There's
ahead.
no way to tell your distance or speed, in the southern hemisphere, so it's almost impossible to map.
You're right. I mean, with the global surveys or geodetic surveys, on land you can put a marker and say, here's this marker, and then you survey from that point. This is the point on the map on the land that corresponds with a certain star, and it's going to be pretty damn close. As far as when they compare it to other stars, and they've been doing this for hundreds of years, so of course they're going to figure out how to make the map work really good. But it doesn't mean that the ground is curving because the sky arcs a certain way due to perspective. But yeah, most people, we've been talking about this for years, but most people they're comfortable to go ahead and defer to the smarter people that do give a shit about it, which is either us or the anti-flat earthers, and we can tell they're not smart. They're deceptive and a bunch of weenies. We got some rah cheerleading teams in YouTube and think that they're winning or something. We're not trying to win this because most of the world would have to have someone else tell them the earth is flat, somebody that they trust, supposedly, a government or some high intellectual or somebody smart that they know, because they wouldn't be interested in going out and doing a laser test or long distance observation. It's like, oh well, yeah, that's not really my cup of tea. Yeah, flat earth, it sounds kind of stupid, but how about them hogs, or whatever team that they're infatuated with. Which, shoot, I like sports too. I can do flat earth and sports. Jedi knows what I'm talking about.
What do you mean hogs? Are you a Razorback fan?
Yeah, I'm in Arkansas.
Oh, there you go.
Matter of fact, I'm in Fayetteville, home of the Hogs. But I'm from Little Rock. I wish I was still down there, but anyway, circumstances have me here in Fayetteville. But yeah, I lived in the Little Rock area. Pretty much grew up there.
Have you been to the stadium?
Here in Fayetteville?
Yeah, the Razorback Stadium.
Yeah, I've been there. Yeah, I saw a game there.
Is it
Pretty
pretty
awesome.
loud? Yeah.
Dude, it's pretty badass. I ain't gonna lie.
I bet it is.
Well, at one time they were the first to have like the biggest screen at the end of the field. They were a couple of years where they had the biggest screen, for, for fans to watch. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's like if you got nosebleed seats, you got some hiking to do, man. I'm telling you that.
Yeah, it's on my bucket list. That and Nebraska. Nebraska is one of my. I want to go there too and watch a game.
Hey, Helio, have you been to College Station?
Let's see. Well, that's around here, isn't it? Somewhere.
That's
Probably.
the Aggies
Oh,
in
okay.
Texas.
There's a College Station in Arkansas too.
Is there?
I was
Yeah.
like, it's a small town. I was like,
Oh no. There's only one. No, but yeah. You should, if you could, you should get to a game there. It's insane.
Okay.
It's insane. The stadium holds over 100,000, and it is so incredibly loud. And the students stand for the whole game.
And that's the
Yeah,
Aggies.
back when Johnny Manziel, before he tore the old one
Oh
down,
yeah.
he was my all-time favorite college player ever.
What a shame, huh? He was
I know,
he was
waste of
amazing.
talent.
Yeah.
I know, just a waste.
It's like I miss the I mean, I love college football, SEC style, but I also I used to love the NFL so much, but it's kind of I think there's obviously, in professional sports, when it gets to that level and you're talking about billions of dollars, there's going to be corruption and stuff. So it's kind of like, I still love watching it because it's the best of the best, in the world. Even if they're throwing games or whatever, it's still awesome to watch. You remember that one year? I can't remember the year exactly, but during Super Bowl Sunday, they had two of the astronauts in the ISS wearing the jerseys of the teams that were playing in the Super Bowl.
I remember that.
You remember that?
Nobody questioned that.
Yeah, dude, it's just like, what the fuck? It's just like, how do they? I mean, you know how long it take, how much planning it takes for them to send cargo to the ISS. I mean, it's weeks and months. If they're going to send a rocket up there to give them cargo, it's like, did they send all of the jerseys up there? It's like shit. Yeah, nobody noticed. It's like, dude, you can go pull it up on YouTube right now.
It's because they know nobody even questions it, so they don't care. I feel like they're just like, let's see with how much more we can get away with.
Like, I'm sitting out. I was sitting out smoking earlier. And I'm like, all right, the Earth. Everywhere you go, it's flat. Everything's up and down. Horizontal, vertical. I kind of remember, before I even thought about this, but it still was I remember it being when I was little, it was a conundrum for me when I saw globes and I'm like, well, the water's on the outside of the ball. I think it took a little bit of, push for me to really kind of get the ball. And then I was like, oh yeah, it's a ball. And I was totally about, space stuff and science fiction for a
I
long
think
time.
most of us were like sci-fi fans, honestly, and that's why a lot of us started like asking more questions, because we just looked at it a little deeper than some others.
Well, I was the science fiction fan, and then when I got into like in my teenage years, I was started thinking about aliens and stuff, but I was also a Christian, and so it's like, oh God, their idea of the evolution theory, versus creation. Not that at the time, no, what without
It takes more faith to believe in evolution.
Yeah, I mean, God could have done it any way he wanted to. Same thing with the flat Earth. I mean, if the Earth was a globe, it would just be a fucking globe. We wouldn't have an argument here.
Right.
Because, I mean, it would obviously be a globe of 3959 because we have hundreds and hundreds of tests. We could sit here for hours and hours on end showing laser tests, long distance observations, present them all day long. And people just won't get it. It's just that simple. If the Earth was a globe, the curve would be there, but it's not. And
They don't want it to be anything other than that because it's too much. They have to do too much thinking. They don't want to have to use their brain. They
no, I
want to go
get that.
back to
That's what I
watching
was
their
saying.
sitcoms.
That's what I was saying. It's well, I mean, but hey, dude, there are freaking brilliant people out there that think the Earth is a globe, but this type of conversation isn't in their field. I mean, we're not like doctors. I mean, there's millions of doctors that are super smart. They know a whole shitload about the human body, but they don't know. We ask them the same simple questions we ask Johnny down the street, they're not going to know any more than they do. You know what I mean? Just because you're smart, you're a doctor, medical doctor or whatever, doesn't mean you know anything about how the Earth is a globe or anything like that.
Right.
And
Well,
so
it's
most
also because
people will be like, well, my doctor, I asked him, well, why'd you ask him? If the Earth was a globe. Somebody told me the Earth was flat, Doc. He said, well, he's a medical doctor. What does the fuck does that? What the fuck would he know if the Earth is a globe?
He's smarter than you, though.
Yeah, he's smarter than me. Well, I actually he probably is, but I actually went out and looked at the water and it's flat. So I don't know where you get this globe shit from.
Right. Well, I get it.
Yeah.
But it's also what's being taught to people, though. Like, for example, like medical doctors, and the way they teach medical practice now versus they taught 50 years ago.
Well, yeah, we're not going to necessarily get into allopathy versus all that. Yeah, there's a whole science involved there that there's controversy about that, and not just amongst us, everybody,
Right.
Everybody has opinions about it. They won't let you talk about it on YouTube unless you're Tucker Carlson or certain people like that.
I plead the fifth.
It's just like we just mentioned one thing about the P word or the C word. They try to take our video down, but freaking Tucker Carlson can talk about it for hours, and they're just like, oh, yeah, well, it's like, well, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, I was just giving an example. Like, they've changed. It doesn't just have to be like medicine, but they've changed what they teach people now to such a narrow perspective.
Right. It's idiocracy basically. Look at these like those hymns commercials. It's like we're gonna make you better, man. We got your hair, we got your stamina, or for lack of a better, what's
your
the
testosterone?
Yeah,
energy.
we're gonna do this. We got your. They only got like 4 products, but dude, you're gonna have to spend like $5,000 before you realize that most of it doesn't even work. And it's it's you're not unhealthy because you're not taking this pill or that pill. It's not like it's like, well, I mean, I can keep practicing bad habits and I can just take a pill and it's going to be, well, it might seem like it will for a little bit, but yeah. And that's general knowledge, for most people. I don't know, man. People are totally obsessed with allopathy. I don't get it, but whatever.
I had
it's like they want to be diagnosed with something for some reason.
Yeah.
Like I don't go to the doctor because I don't want to be diagnosed with something. But you can refuse. I mean, there are things that I should go to the doctor for, but not to get diagnosed.
Hey, I'll tell you a crazy statistic that I learned a couple of years ago. 7 out of 10 Americans are on at least one prescription pill. Out of that group of people, 60% of them are on antidepressants.
Yeah, that's a big problem. That's a really big problem.
The FDA tells you to take 400 IU of vitamin D a day. Yet books from like 50 years ago tell you need about 50,000. Yeah. Low vitamin D is the main cause of depression. I'll just leave all those facts out there.
But yeah. they can contribute at that. And well, see, we can't do it. We can't do it.
No. And a
Damn it.
totally unrelated topic, 70% of your brain is made out of cholesterol. And on a totally unrelated topic, most Alzheimer's patients have been on a statin or a low cholesterol diet.
And there was never any Alzheimer's before they introduced statin drugs.
Dude, the best study group ever is the Amish. Zero.
I'm not
off-road
live
life.
right now. You guys are risking flat Lloyd's Seattle going.
These are totally unrelated topics. These are just simply facts.
Those are facts.
Oh,
They're
that
not
doesn't
in
matter.
dispute.
That doesn't matter.
The best speed for miles per gallon is 50 miles per hour.
That's probably true. Because I'll tell you what, man, when I get on the freeway and people are just like, and I try to go 65 or 60, I'm comfortable with that. It's like, I might, if you just got time and you can just wait, if it only is going to be like 15 minutes or something, you don't have to try to pass a bunch of people and zoom in and out of traffic. Just stay about 65, 60, 65. You get a lot better gas mileage and you don't have to, you just got a lot less worry about passing people. And
Dude, what kills me is I regularly make a 31-mile trip back and forth, and it's like 25 miles of that is interstate, and the other part is a 4-lane state highway with 0 red lights, and then you finally come to a red light in town. And I will watch people that are like buzzing through traffic. They're doing like 10, 15 miles per hour faster than me. I'm in the right lane on the cruise
control. Then you're at the same light when you get there, right?
Yeah. 35 minutes later, I'm sitting right beside him at the red light. And I was like,
you're
was that
driving
really
like
worth
an idiot. Yeah, you're driving like an idiot. Like you got to get past me for some reason when I know that this light's probably going to turn red up here.
They don't realize that racing to a red light just makes you the first loser.
Yeah.
I said that to the guy. He was in a convertible. I'm like, look at us. We're in the same place now, and he killed me. I'm like, oh my god, like get a life.
Think about it this way: like if you're doing 10 miles per hour faster than the other guys, right? And you're on like a 400-mile trip. Okay, like the difference in timing of you getting to the other end is only like 20 minutes or 30 minutes.
That's what I was saying. I was talking about a long trip. It's going to be like 15 to 30 minutes, and that's not even including the bathroom breaks and shit. I'm just saying, if you just drive like a normal person, 65 or under the speed limit, between the speed limit and whatever, you can go over a little bit to pass somebody if they're going slower than you want to go. But yeah, you don't have to try to speed and zoom through everybody.
No, I'm a delivery driver.
No, well, you're talking about in the city and you want to get there and make money, but I'm talking about something else, just driving down the highway.
Like highway long
trips. Yeah, like 30 miles plus, like 30 miles minimum plus.
Yeah, just get in the right lane or the middle lane. If it's 3-lane or 4-lane highway, just stay somewhere there and you just.
Oh, dude, I can't understand how Americans.
Like let people over if they want to get over. You slow down. Let them do their fucking thing.
You stay in the right lane all the time and only pass in the left lane and get out of the way.
Yeah, get out. If somebody wants to drive faster, they can drive faster. It's just like you'll have a lot less stress.
I'm saying that's the Chinese.
Well, like that's why Germany has the safest highway in the world with 0 speed limits. I mean, make that make sense because they all stay in the right lane.
I think just Germans know how to drive, and there's more like Germans out there than like minorities.
In Arkansas, there's signs all along the highways here that say right lane or left lane pass only.
Yeah, we have a law.
If you stay in the left lane too long here, if you stay in the left lane too long here, even if you're just driving by yourself and there's nobody to pass, they'll pull you over. If you're in the left lane,
they're supposed to here.
They probably do. Well, they do here. I'm in Arkansas, bro, man.
Yeah, I know. I've seen
here don't fuck around, bro. Yeah, they don't fuck around.
They're crazy.
You stay in the right lane unless you're passing here, bro. If you speed,
if they turn their lights on, you better pull over within 100 feet.
Yeah, there's a trooper in trouble right now for beating the shit out of some little teenager, man. They pulled over. Yeah. Well, yeah, but This one's a big one. It just happened like a few weeks ago. But
It's
anyway,
because every cop is like the dude from school that never had any authority or power over anybody, and now he's like, I got a badge. I'm gonna get you boys.
I'll
Look
tell
at
you what.
me.
Here's one thing. There's this. I saw a video the other day. There was this guy. He's like he was working for the sheriff. He was like deputy sheriff, but he was like, my job is to patrol the highways here, make sure there's no contraband or whatever. He pulled these people over there, for suspicious driving or whatever. Which the whole thing's on camera, so yeah, he had a good reason to pull them over, and they started acting weird and stuff. He's like, well, but he also had a canine. He's a canine, like he's like Sheriff Canine, just patrolling the highways, just trying to. But he caught these people trying to move. Can't remember how many. It was a bunch of fentanyl pills, like shitloads of. And they had their 3-year-old in the car. It was a married couple.
Oh my god!
I was like, God dang! I just, it's just like kind of like because fentanyl's been killing a lot of people.
Those are parents of the year, bro.
Bad. Yeah, no shit. And it's just like, well, it's like, yeah, can see a cop. He's like, I've been doing this for 15 years. I know when somebody's suspicious and stuff. It's like, well, yeah, what about my rights? Well, that's what they're all, even if you got a problem, with a warrant or a suspended license or something, just do what they're saying. Don't argue with them at first. That's what. Then
Just record everything and argue in court.
And then don't run drugs. That's a good way to.
Yeah, I mean that's
fucking get yourself put in prison and get your kid taken away.
now hear me out. I'm not an advocate for drugs of any sort, but I believe if we have the ability to eat McDonald's 3 times a day, and if you ever watched the documentary Super Size Me, he made it to like day 27 and was hospitalized.
Yeah.
I know people that have been doing heroin for like 8 years and they've not been to the hospital yet. So does that mean McDonald's is more dangerous than heroin?
No. Yeah.
And should a man have the liberty to put what he wants in his own body as long as he's not creating a victim or affecting like children or anything?
True. Yeah. I mean, I'm as far as like governments go, I'm purely an anarchist, but we are where we are. There's because nobody can. Everybody
let's
has to
admit it,
be
alcohol.
in order for anarchy to work. Everybody has to understand it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's not going to work.
But like alcohol,
they want government to
is
do
the worst
something.
drug, and you could buy it at every corner store. And let's look at the number of deaths from alcohol. Yeah, it's like you can go to a work party and drink alcohol with your work buddies, but like, don't you dare mention marijuana, or you're just a loser drug addict. And it's like, okay, sure.
It's kind of crazy.
Like I'm saying, I'm not advocating for any of it. I'm just saying,
well, it's just like
truly a free country.
I don't currently, but I've worked in, on aircraft and stuff. And if you want to work in that industry, you can't do marijuana at all. Well, you can't get caught doing it.
Right. Yeah, just be responsible. I mean, if you get off work at 5 o'clock and you don't have to come home and take care of children, you're just a single guy, and you want to sit in your living room, not be on the road, you should be able to do whatever the heck you want sitting on your couch. Anything.
Well, yeah.
And
well, I'll tell you what, though, I'll be completely raw honest. I just started my stream. Been a pothead. Well, not constantly, but been a pothead, since I was in high school. So, I know when I drink, I necessarily am not in my whole thing. I'm just a little slower if I smoke or eat a gummy or something,
Dude,
But
the only problem I had from smoking was I got fat. That was it. I drove to Taco Bell in the morning.
I got fat from drinking, so yeah. But
like I don't smoke anymore. Ever since my youngest daughter was born, I will occasionally eat a small gummy.
Yeah, I eat
she's not here.
gummies, man. I rarely smoke. I'll take a couple hits.
I take like 10 or 15 milligrams, and that's it. Like just enough to
Yeah,
kind of like
I
relax.
do about 20 a day. I take one sometimes like mid morning, and then take another one on the way home from work. I can't handle much more than 20 milligrams.
It's truly therapeutic.
Yeah. It's like, can you believe? It's like those people that just like take, like, yeah, I can take 100 milligram gummy. What the fuck?
No,
Holy shit!
dude, the
How
first
do you
time
even
the first time I
function, dude?
did gummies, I didn't know, like I didn't understand milligrams, because I just knew like a joint, a blunt, a
Yeah,
bowl.
I
So
know what you're talking about.
this guy sells me this nerd rope, and it's like 600 milligrams, and he's like, yeah, it's like a blunt, and I'm like, oh, okay. So I just eat the whole thing. I sat in my recliner Friday evening, and I did not wake up or move till like Sunday, like 1 a.m. or 1 p.m. And I
What you
was just
do is
comatose.
you just take 10, and then like an hour later, if you want to kick it up a little bit, take another 10, then you're good. Don't touch anything else for a while. But
Yeah, and
people that just
it
they'll
takes a
take like
long
fucking
time,
50 to 100. Yeah, it takes like a couple hours for it to really kick in good.
and then a long plateau too, instead of like
Yeah,
a only an hour or two peak and then slowly back down. It's like 6 hour peak, and then
so I pretty much just do gummies, and I'll smoke if I want like a fast. But that wears off pretty quick too. So,
yeah, so it's like a quicker hit to your bloodline, but then it exits just as fast.
but yeah, I get if I actually if I take too much of the gummies, I'll get a headache anyway, and I'll feel like shit. So it's like just 10 at a time. Keep it. Maybe I'll take 3 in a day, but I don't ever take any more than that. 10 milligrams.
Tennessee just went backwards on our laws. July 1st, they banned THCA, and
Have you guys ever owned anything made out of hemp?
yeah,
Yeah.
I had a shirt, not like a t-shirt, but like a button-up that was made out of hemp. That thing lasted like 15 years.
Dude,
oh,
hemp is the
dude,
shit. They make hempcrete. They make concrete out of that shit.
yeah, those blocks. Well,
Dude,
hemp was outlawed, I think, because
hemp
one
could
thing I
save
heard
the
was like
world.
because of the paper industry. Like a pound of hemp makes like 9 times as much paper as a pound of wood.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
at the time, go ahead.
well, I just said, don't they make houses out of it or something?
Yeah, they make these like they look like big Lego blocks. They have like 2 things sticking out of the top, and then they have 2 holes in the bottom that line up.
You know what's
And it's
crazy? They legalized the shit that makes everybody high before they actually legalized hemp. The shit that
oh
can
no,
the shit that can save the world. We could have so much hemp grown in America and harvesting and building shit out of it, but they
Yeah,
legalize this shit that actually fucking gets you high and makes everybody
they've
dumb.
banned the use of a lot of materials that are cheap and long
Yeah.
lasting in the building of
Like,
houses.
think about that shit. They really want to help you out. The drug war is great,
listen,
but look, we're protecting you.
I can sum up every problem. I mean, literally every problem in the world with one word: greed. It's literally the root cause of every negative thing on this planet or
Corruption,
plane
actually.
or realm or whatever you want to call this that we're living in. It is the main problem.
Well, it's one of the seven deadly sins, isn't
Yeah. And what's sick is like people at the top are so demented that they don't care if like a innocent 6-month-old baby or 1,000 of them die in the
Hold
most
on, bro.
horrendous way
Hold on.
possible for profit.
We're not necessarily going to go there. Look, dude. There's
Name a problem
there's
in the
hundreds
world.
of millions of us, billions of us, right? So, like, we're in a certain way, we're all kind of contributing to it. But so we're not going to speculate. Oh, well, the people at the top don't care if a baby dies in the womb, dude. There's
Not in the womb. No,
50.
not in the womb.
Or outside of the womb. there's 50 million babies being killed in the womb inside America every year. So, you know,
I believe it's murder.
well, we're not going to call everybody murderers. We're just talking about a systemic problem. You know, it's like it's just you know, you're kind of alluding to it. It's just this problem people have. They don't really. They only that's part of the greed problem and the pride. No, it's they don't necessarily. We're not all moving toward life and bettering each other, and especially with social media, it's like you don't get as much attention unless you're kind of pushing hate, which that's kind of been the role of the news the whole time. It's kind of ramped up in the past couple of years. It's like I thought we were over racism. Once we start getting over racism, they got to ramp it back up again. It's stupid.
Yeah. I think that social media has like numbed people's feelings towards one another because it's so easy to just people are just like, especially people that were born with the internet already existing and social media already existing, and now here they are, 15 to 20-year-olds.
Yeah,
They
it's
don't
kind of hard to
care.
relate. It's kind of hard to relate.
I know, but they don't. It's normal to like troll people, and they don't really realize the effects they might have on somebody in real life from them trolling on social media, and
I know.
it's
That's what I'm
sad.
saying. I can't relate. I can't understand it at all. I don't know where. It's like you know, I do
Yeah, I was
have
already.
some sort of a character online, my online presence, but I'm going to speak my mind. It's not like I'm trying to troll or deceive anybody. When it comes to a lot of this stuff, I like having the conversation. I don't take shit off of people, but this is great.
Yeah, but you were probably alive before the internet existed, right?
Fuck yeah, bro, man. I remember in when did I get my first computer? It's about 97. 97. I was on computers. I had a well, actually, I got a Commodore 64. My mom got me for Christmas one year, so that when that came out. But I'm not like a hardware guy or a software guy. More of a on the hardware kind of like
It was
level of like
96 the first time I
geekish.
dialed up.
Yeah, that's me too. Yeah, so it's like that's when Windows 98 came out, right? Or no, it was
95
95.
when I first
So
got a
yeah, right,
shell.
right when I think I got it was like well, I know it because I had my son. He was 1 years old. My son was 1 year old, and his grandpa bought us a computer for some reason, and so we had this computer that could do dial up and stuff, and that was the first time I had a computer, like a real computer at the house like that.
Dude, I dialed up, and one of the first sites I ended up on was erowid.org. If you're not familiar, you need to take a look.
Should I?
EROWID.
Anyway, that's but yeah, this the whole growing up under the social media umbrella, like you said, our background is not necessarily that, so it's kind of hard to.
Yeah, well, we remember what it was like to actually go socialize with people in real life, you know? And when you say something to them, you see their reaction.
It's weird. You can tell when somebody's older or something on here. They're actually having a conversation with other people. Like, huh? Hey, what? Hey, It's like, I forgot everything I ever knew. Flat earther. You mean
I
flat?
like the
What do
ones
you
that just
mean?
come
What?
into
I
chat
don't even
and,
know what
and
straight is anymore. What do you mean by straight? What do you mean by flat? What do you mean by curve? What do you mean by bubbles? What do you mean by air pressure? What do you mean? I don't know. Oxygen's holding oxygen down. I mean, shit. I don't know. Fucking crazy, bro.
the best ones are the ones that drop in and they just instantly go to like flat earthers are a bunch of, and they, pick whatever derogatory word you want to put there,
Right.
and then they just exit.
Well, or
It's like,
sometimes they'll stick around and then they'll get some more jabs in. It's like, well, we're just trying to. All right, so they'll give us their flat Earth and then tell us how it's wrong. It's like, well, do you want to hear our flat Earth? Or we're talking about the flat Earth, not your flat Earth. We're talking about the flat Earth we're talking about. Stop talking about something we're not talking about. So when we talk about, the laser test or long distance observation, we're looking for the curve across the Earth, which nobody that ever came up with the globe concept ever did. And so this is what we're doing, and it's out of their. It's like, dude, are you serious? They never did it. And I was like, no. And then they're like, oh, I'm going to Google it. And guess what they get? Eratosthenes. He didn't do it. And then Al-Biruni, he didn't do it either.
Right, yeah.
Crazy, bro. He just looked at the angle between the two mountaintops, or the horizon of mountaintop in the distance, and assumed the Earth was curved just like Eratosthenes did. So, if you're just looking at perspective and you compare angles, looking laterally, dude, you're just looking at angles. You're gonna have to think about a globe and then add your math to the globe after your straight observation. And so that's where I was talking about earlier, the geodetic surveying come in, because they're trying to make the ball map fit these local observations, compare them to their celestial observations. It started with the crossing the sea, using the celestial sphere to travel hundreds of miles. I mean, you can't necessarily map hundreds of miles just by going across the Earth, looking at a few stars, and be like, oh, I got the whole map right here. I know when I get over here, it's 100 miles away, because you don't know how fast you're going or slow you're going on the sea. So eventually, and of course, you're going to get the GPS. Well, we got GPS now. Well, that means you have millions of transmission signals connected to your GPS receiver everywhere you go. It has
Right.
nothing to do with satellites at all.
It's amazing. Like, I live in a part of the country where there's lots of dead zones for miles and miles, and it's amazing how my GPS quits working as soon as I lose cell
Dude,
phone
it might
signal.
put you within like 30 miles of where you are. If you get off from really far
Yeah, it's
away.
like you were last seen between these cell phone towers, so you're in
Yeah,
this big circle right here.
yeah. So you got a freaking 50, 60-mile circle. Yeah, you're over in this area, and you can't zoom in on yourself when you're outside of the range of the towers. Fucking stupid. But it's just like they think, oh, we got GPS because I drive around the city. No, well, that GPS comes from all the towers and every Wi-Fi signal and every Bluetooth signal that your phone can pick up. Dumbass.
Yep. Yeah, if you actually look it up, it's GPS-A, which is GPS Global Positioning System Assisted, which means it's assisted by your mobile network.
Right. It's called also differential GPS.
Correct.
Yeah. So when you go out in remote areas where there's not very many towers, and you maybe can pick a signal up from something that's above the horizon on either side, your phone might be able to pick that up. It's only going to be like one signal. So that's why you can only get that circle. You're not going to get as much accuracy because there might be something high in the sky, since you're not close to a tower, that your phone could connect to, and the separate, what they call the GPS chip or whatever. Because I'll tell you what, here's what I do. I use the Waze app on another phone that's not I don't have connected to to a network, but I'll hotspot off my other phone and use the Waze app, and I can download a well, I don't even have to download the map. Well, I got the map, but I don't have to connect that phone to Wi-Fi, and that thing will fucking follow me everywhere. Like, I'm within tower range. I haven't tested it, like going off,
Yeah,
anyway.
so
But
did you ever see the experiment?
even though it's not connected to Wi-Fi or a network, it still tracks me everywhere. It doesn't have
Right.
the most updated maps or anything, but it does track me where I'm going, even though it's not connected to the internet.
Yeah, they did a big experiment with a phone that had no service and then a phone that had service, and they drove around the city, they're like in New York or whatever, and then they were able to pull up like raw data from the phone and see like how many times it was hit, like where it's looking for like the sounds from the microphone or anything that was put into like any of your apps or text. The one that didn't have any service was actually sending more data to the mobile towers than the one that had service. Like even if you do not pay for service, it's still being tracked.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like this phone, if I connect it to Wi-Fi, it brings up, it'll tell me when the cop's there or a wreck's coming up and all that kind of shit. But when I turn it off, even if I go out some of the outside of range where I've been before and downloaded that map or whatever, it'll still follow where I'm at. It's pretty close to where I'm at along the highways and stuff. So, and it's not connected to the internet at all.
Well, that's why they make phones where you can't take the batteries out anymore.
No.
Because that would be a way to truly disconnect you from the network. Because even, like I said, even without service,
Or just drop it in a Faraday bag if you have one.
yeah, I mean, you could do that. You know, as soon as you pull it out to use it for anything, boop, everything that it's been trying to
You're
send
back
gets
on.
sent.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how many hundreds of miles you are away from a fucking tower. That's what I'm saying. There are satellites, quote unquote, up there, that can find a signal because you're not the phone, the ground position, their receivers and they send a signal. They're both like they tell the satellite where
Gives you like a
you
rough
are on the
location,
ground. It's
and
not
then
like people think that you know where you are because the satellite's telling you where you are, but you're actually telling the satellite where you are. The signal goes that way.
yeah, it's just narrowed down and down and down. Like, so satellite's going to say, okay, they're within like this 200-mile
Right, and then
radius,
with
and
the
then
assisted or different GPS, it just with all the towers and Bluetooth it's just like, dude, you can be driving down the freeway with several dozen cars. If you pull up your Bluetooth, see how many fucking things are connected on there to Bluetooth, and all of those cars are connected to Wi-Fi. That's how they can get you down to 3 freaking meters from where you are, or
yeah, that's so healthy for us. All that freaking microwave just
Oh
everywhere.
yeah,
We're just slowly cooking.
roasted. It's fun stuff.
Hey, I'll be right back. I don't mean to cut you off. I'll be right back.
No, I got to take a break for a minute.
All right,
Just
man.
want to come in and say, I just wanted to let everybody know, hey man, I'll even quote David Weiss. You're not stupid. It's stupid. 100%. I don't like everything David Weiss talks about, but I love that phrase. You're not stupid. It's stupid.
All right, man. If I don't see you again, have a good one.
All right. God bless, brother.
As well. Bye-bye.
I just posted up a picture of the sun behind the clouds during my drive home if anybody wants to check that out.
Where we at? Who's the next big contender?
Yeah, what's up, brother?
There we go.
Hello, in camp.
Is there anybody here that thinks that they can demonstrate beyond all doubt that they live on a big spinning ball in a never expanding vacuum?
I got a question. So you don't believe the astrophysicist and astrologist, right?
If they tell us it's a ball, then no.
You mean astronomers?
Astronomist, yeah.
Yeah, if they tell us it's a ball, then no.
The same with going to space, right? And going to the moon.
I mean, unless you can prove you can contain gas with gravity, then no.
Okay. Do you believe doctors?
Wait.
No, 'cause then-
This goes back into what I was just
When
talking
they're right?
about. It's like who are we supposed to believe, right? The smart people, right? All right. So you asked us if we believe the astrophysicist. What are they actually doing?
What do you mean? They're doing science.
Well, not really. I think what they do is considered a pseudoscience because they can't put their hands on it. They can't do physical tests and use the scientific method. It's just a whole lot of mathematical postulations about gravity and stuff. And they put out different news every day, different sources, all these different astrophysicists coming up, trying to come up with new ideas and new concepts about how the universe works and everything. So kind of gives you a clue they don't really have it figured out. So, but what we're talking about is the physical ground, the earth, whether it's flat or not. Now, whether people go off into different tangents of mathematics and you said astrologers, which astrology is more of a kind of like a spiritual
Astronomy.
thing. And astronomy would be the study of the heavens. It's a beautiful field, right? Because when you find out the Earth is flat, you don't have to discount the solar system model. You just include it in part of your understanding of how these things work. But it's not. That's a conceptual model, but it's still just the planets moving in the same way they're observed when you're on the ground. It's a conceptual model that was created from observations on Earth. So in order to find out whether that model is correct or not, we're going to have to measure across the Earth and find out if it's actually curving like like they show us in the ball pictures from NASA and stuff like that. And that's what we do is we're gonna go to bodies of water and see if that water's curving down and away from us like it should be. Does that make sense? Sure. Yeah. Well, they tell you if you look it up, you can Google it right now. If I'm standing on the shore of an ocean, uh, according to the globe model, how far away is the horizon? How far would the curvature of the Earth start to drop away? and it's going to tell you about 3 miles. For a 6 foot, 8 foot. That's where you're going to see the horizon is going to begin to drop away, and that's supposed to be the curvature of the Earth.
Are you
Then
talking
when you
about the horizontal curve or the vertical curve?
well, if you're standing on the Earth, it's going to be horizontal. Because the people on the globe that think the Earth is a globe, they're going to say, well, it's going to look flat because it's so big, right?
Right.
Okay, so yeah, we all see the flat horizon all the way around us.
Right.
Now, if we can take some type of technology like a laser or a very, very powerful camera to zoom in and resolve something that's near the horizon that we can't see with our naked eye, and then we pull that object that you can't see with the naked eye back into view, and then you see the horizon behind that object, that means that the horizon you see with your naked eye isn't the curvature of the Earth, because then it would be in the way of the object that you're zooming in on.
I don't agree
Yeah, all we
that's
need
like
is
the
the book of
easiest way.
Genesis.
I'll tell you, it's
Prove
very.
the Earth is flat.
I'll tell you, mathematically, it's very slight. That's why we do this test over long distances, like 10 miles.
10
If
miles is not a long distance for the
really,
Earth.
well, all right. Well, let me ask you, because you might think it's not very much, but we're just measuring a portion of the arc that's supposed to be there of this globe Earth, right? I'll tell you, if you're standing on top of the circle of the globe and directly straight ahead, say, you know what a tangent is? Tangent to a circle? Do you know what that is? It's a straight line from the top of a circle out away from it. You'll notice the straight line and the curved line begin to deviate from one another. So the straight line would be you looking straight ahead, and then the curved line below you would be the Earth curving away, right? So they gave us a number. It's 3,959 miles. That's the radius of Earth. From that, you can calculate circumference, and then you can determine a drop value from that the origin of your observation, right? So the drop value at 10 miles is going to be 66 feet. So if you're standing on the edge of a lake that's fairly calm, the weather's nice, there's not a lot of humidity, you've even tested the lake, you can take your camera like a P900 or something, zoom straight in, you can see the other side of the lake. And then at nighttime, you pull out this badass laser, shoot it across the lake 10 miles, and the people on the other side see the laser. It's right there. You can pull up a piece of paper, you can see the laser. It's not 66 feet above their head. They're seeing it directly. So this
Okay,
is
so
what flat earthers.
Instead of going to the math and lasers and all that kind of shit that we honestly
Oh,
both
the actual proof
don't
that
have,
the Earth is flat. Let's talk about something else. What? The moon? We're going to talk about the moon.
Can you admit that we both don't like know this stuff?
Oh, I know that the water's flat. I just told you how you can figure it out. It's very easy.
No. Do you understand in this math and lasers and stuff?
Yes.
Yes, he just
I
explained
just explained it to you, dumbass. I just told you the math.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Okay,
Yeah, if you do the calculation, there's right there. Look, old dude posted it. It tells you the drop value from the tangent.
Why you gotta be so
that's it
aggressive?
right there. Because you act like I didn't just tell you the math. You asked me if I knew the math. I just told you.
Right, but you're still a flat earther.
And to add insult to injury, there's a drop over distance chart.
So that
Hey,
means
Bubbles,
you have
to add insult to injury, there's a drop over distance chart in the side chat that old dude posted for your convenience. The math is
your mic
there.
is killing me, Matrix. Your mic, holy shit.
Yeah, it's pretty loud, Matrix. I ain't gonna lie.
It's on my phone. I'm not doing anything out of the ordinary.
I know, bro.
Okay, so again, instead of going to the math that.
Yeah, again, instead of
Holy
you
shit,
not
Matrix!
listening.
No.
Stop!
I'm
Oh my
curious.
god.
I'm actually curious to what he's gonna say. I'm really curious
This
because
nigga's voice
I
is
just
creasing me,
Holy
bro.
shit, Matrix, you're
I
killing my
just pointed
ears.
out why we're flat earthers. Now he wants to, instead of do that, do what? What are we gonna do now to show the earth as a
Okay,
globe?
so instead of going to the lasers and shit, let's go to the most simplest way to determine if it is a globe or flat, okay? Which is to go way above
Holy
to
shit. You're gonna go
way
far away
above, like
from
high
Earth's
high up.
Yeah, that's much
So,
simpler.
We're talking about measuring the ground. You're talking about I'm gonna go how far
basically,
away?
you don't believe we
How
invented
far away?
rockets and went
No,
like
I'm
above?
asking you, how far away do you
Okay.
think, since you were talking about the math, how far away do you think you'd have to be to see the whole globe?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not
You
saying
don't.
saying see the whole. I'm not saying see the
Good
whole
find, yeah.
globe. I'm saying go enough up that you can see if it's flat or
Well,
it's
up is
a
relative
curvature.
to a level plane. I don't know what you mean by up. If you're talking about out away
Right.
from the ball, right? You're talking about out away from the ball. How far do you have to go out away from the ball to start to see the curvature?
Well, I'm looking at the chart there. About 100 miles, it should be dropping about 7,000 feet. So, I mean, if you can't see that, then you're probably blind.
Oh, we have
I
pictures of
can
them
check for you.
of mountains that are like 270 miles away. But anyway,
So
we're just trying to
anyways,
get this dude to understand the math, and he thinks you have to go away from the Earth to measure the Earth. But he's not. You can't
yeah,
measure the
to
Earth
That's
see
not
from the
yeah,
sky.
that's the
bubbles.
simplest
Bubbles.
way.
That's not the simplest way. It's not.
That's the simplest way to see
It's
if it
not the
is.
simplest.
It has.
It's not the
It is the
simplest.
simplest way.
Stop saying
to
it's the
see if
simplest.
there's-
It's not. It's the most
It's
difficult
the
way.
simplest way.
Wait,
It's the simplest way to
It's
see if
not.
there is a curve or if it's flat. Okay, so now.
Oh my
The
God!
only
How
reason
are
he's
you going
saying
to
it's
do
the
it?
simplest way is so he can dig himself out of the hole that he's buried himself in.
So
So how are you going to do it,
do you
Bubbles?
not?
How are
do
you going to do that? Since it's
do
so
you not?
simple. How Bubbles? How is it simple?
Do you not believe that we flew rockets?
Believe, where we go?
No. We're talking about you being able to do it, me being able to do it, Helio being able to do it, Matrix being able to do it, anybody else being able to do it.
It's like asking me if I can be a doctor. No, I cannot be a
So
doctor.
can you? Do you have access to water, to a lake?
Sure.
Right, that's the most simplest way then.
No,
it's going to be much more simpler.
Wait.
It's going to be less difficult than you getting in a rocket and going to fucking hundreds of miles away.
Hold on. Our guys did us
Holy
about
shit.
Earth because I didn't know
Hey,
that
the
you guys were
water's
listening
Okay,
to it.
so what is the reason?
The water's
what's the
flat,
reason you
believe it
don't-
or not.
What's the
What's the
reason you
reason?
don't believe these rockets?
Dude, we can watch a
Why do you
rocket
think we
leave the
don't believe
ground.
in rockets?
What the
Bubbles. The Chinese have been launching rockets for about 3,000 years. It's not that we don't believe in rockets,
Yeah, like
it's we don't believe
bottle
the
rockets.
bullshit
Chill,
stories
chill.
of where they're going to.
Yeah, outer space is not real, bro.
Did you just say
Bottle
3,000
rockets.
years?
2,500 of them.
Outer space is not real.
Just
say
a
they
question
flew
because
rockets
I've
for
never.
3,000 years?
Hold on. I've never really thought this deep
What are all
about
the? How
flat
does
Earth. I thought it was
GPS?
dumb.
If
I have a
outer space
question.
isn't real, how does GPS work? Is it just balloons?
I
think
was about to ask that.
high altitude
Yo, I have a
balloons.
question. What's the word? Satellite telegraphy and all that. How does that work with flat Earth? Like, what's your model for that?
Well, hold
Like,
on. Now, what do you understand about GPS and how are you utilizing
not
it?
just GPS, but the idea of satellite, like satellite
Oh, wait, I
telegraphy
thought
in
we were
general.
talking about GPS. What?
I never mentioned
Oh,
GPS,
just
you
like
dickhead.
all
Let me speak,
satellites,
mate.
use satellites in general. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, let me finish my sentence.
I'll tell you what, just
Satellite. Let me
saying
just finish my
satellites
sentence.
doesn't mean anything.
Let me finish my sentence. You're just talking and talking. I just asking a simple question. In the flat Earth like model, how do you like process the concept
There
of
is no
satellite
flat Earth
telegraphy?
model.
Fucking hell!
Hey,
How
I'll
do you
tell you what,
process
these
like?
guys have been like, I think about 20 minutes
Niggas
ago, I
just
went over the
speak,
satellite
bro.
thing.
Niggas is just speaking like
That's okay. I
satellite
don't mind doing it.
telegraphy.
Yeah,
How do
okay,
you like?
Minty, in answer to your question, there is nothing with your
Matrix,
satellites
stop,
that
Matrix.
necessitates a ball tard.
What the fuck are you on about, bro?
Just saying satellites doesn't mean
You on
anything. What
about,
are you
Rob?
talking
Yeah,
about? What are you on
unfortunately,
about? It's like, hey man, what about
I
satellites,
haven't finished my
bro?
fucking question. So all I've said is satellites.
Okay, well,
You
I
wanna
asked
just
you a
Yeah.
question about the
yeah, and
satellites. What do you know
I'm
about
getting
them? I
all I've
asked
said
you
is
what
the
you know about them.
oh my gosh. All I've said is the word satellite. You cut me off, and now you're saying that all I've said is satellite. I'm gone, bro.
And I let you finish what you were going to say, and you didn't say anything.
Gone. I was the one asking about GPS though. Like, do you think
Okay,
those are
well,
just like high altitude balloons, like doing that? Or?
no, hold on. I went over this like I said about 20, 30 minutes ago.
I
But
didn't
yeah,
hear it. Sorry.
all right, cool. So GPS, like if you're close to a city or whatever, anywhere there's Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, you're connected to other cars that are connected to Wi-Fi, even like local networks. If you're traveling within like tower range or everything, you're not getting any messages from the GPS satellite necessarily. That's the over. But if you go out into the wilderness, it's going to be a lot less accurate. So you're only going to be able to connect to maybe one or two of what they call GPS satellites, but they're
I
only
don't know though,
above.
dude. I have an old Garmin that it doesn't even have Bluetooth or Wi-Fi, and like you can go in the middle of nowhere and it'll still see like 7, 8, 9 satellites. You know, according to what it shows you.
That's great, but in none of that, it necessitates a sphere for these mechanical devices to be above.
Yeah, that one. And an old Garmin is using a different thing than what people think GPS is on their phone.
I know. I'm just. This is like, you know,
Yeah.
it's like a
Yeah.
bare
Well,
bones.
okay. So the old Garmin is picking up the same satellites that have been up there for how long? And they're
I guess
supposed
I
to
don't
have a
know, dude.
decaying orbit. You know, they're supposed to have a decaying orbit. I mean, they're not. They have to
Yeah,
put
but
new
they
ones up
put
there.
more up and shit. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, yeah, but it's okay. That's okay because yeah, they as far as like getting information to the Garmin or whatever, say like you said, like an older satellite quote unquote receiver. There's they over the years they've connected a lot of these systems together. So some of it's still connected to different towers at different points, you know, like the old LORAN system and all that kind of stuff. All of it's kind of connected. So if you have kind of one signal, depending on where you are, you're going to have all of the signals, or at least enough to get you pretty close to where you are on the map. You know what I mean? Doesn't mean the
yeah.
map's curved or there's a satellite up there necessarily,
No, I mean I've
because you,
fucked around with it enough. Like, dude, it's pretty accurate. Like, I'm not saying it's like dead on, but I mean it's like it's definitely. I use it to ride dirt bikes, and it's like within like 5 feet. Like you can go back and like look at the path and like overlay it on Google Earth, and it's like basically on the trail.
I got you. Well, and also, but a lot of those old uh, things have. I would say yes, they can get you like pretty damn close to where you are, but the map itself is downloaded, you know, previously, you know, in one of those things,
Yeah. Well,
or
but I'm not doing the
in
same
real
thing at
time.
the same time. I've recorded the track and then like taken it and like uploaded it into other mapping systems just to like look at it, and it's
Got you. Still doesn't have to be satellites or whatever, but like orbiting satellites kind of thing. Yeah, that these systems have been in place for a
oh yeah,
long time.
yeah, like I don't know, probably 40 years now or something.
Yeah, but yeah,
You
it's
know,
great. Awesome technology. Awesome technology.
supposedly the civilian GPS is on purpose a little off. Like if you were to use like military GPS, it's like dead ass like 1 inch fucking, you know, like they could drop an artillery round on your head with it. And the civilian ones, like I don't know, it used to be more off, but it's still like a meter or two, like 5 to 10, 20 feet off. You know, it's not like exact on purpose.
Everything's on
So,
purpose, man.
skeptic, uh,
Yeah.
so to understand, you're basically saying that you believe only things that you can check yourself.
No, I just don't think there's any reason to think that when we measure the water flat, that it's actually curving somehow, and that we have air pressure here on Earth, and we have outer space, around this ball, and then the air just stays here just fine.
Oh, dude, you reminded me about the water. So I've personally gone to the beach, found like a big like tanker, big cargo ship, big ship, like the thing's probably 100 feet tall, right? And I've watched it like visually go off the horizon,
You
and then
know
I've
what,
got
bro? I actually, he
just
asked
hear
me
me
a
out though.
question, and I answered it, and you fucking, what did you do that for? I was talking to this guy.
Well, I'm just saying I've watched a ship go over the horizon and
Well,
then take.
that's not the question that he asked me. I answered his question,
Oh,
and you didn't let
I'm
him
sorry. I'm
respond.
sorry. Well, whatever, dude. Fucking scream and yell like you do to everybody. Like, fuck off, dude. Fuck off.
Okay, fuck me off.
Fuck with.
What the fuck was that? I was just like, dude asked me a question, I answered it, and then he just jumped in for some fucking reason. What the fuck was that?
I bet you with his ship disappearing over the horizon, there was nothing to demarcate the distance that it started disappearing from, nor would he give us any indication of his
Yeah, and he's
elevation
like,
or
well,
his
my old
noticingness.
Garmin has all the stuff in there, I promise. It's like, I bet it does. Anyway, what was the question again? That pissed me off.
Do you believe only the stuff that you can check? You said your answer was that because of your
Why are they
measurements.
bubbles? Why are you hung up on beliefs? You can believe in anything you like. Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, the shape of the ground. There's a difference
Matrix.
between believing something and knowing something. If you want to be a believer, nobody in here is going to fight you for it. If you want to know something, you have to check it for yourself.
Matrix, I'm trying to understand how
Hold on,
skeptic operates.
all right, here's how I operate. I shit that I know, I can know, and shit that I don't know, I can't know. I mean, there are a lot of things I can study. I mean, as
Okay, so
far
let's
as
say
this goes,
you
I mean,
studied
wait, are you trying to hold on? I want to get inside your brain because you're asking me these questions, and I'm trying to figure out where you're coming from. So it sounds to me like you're one of the people I was describing earlier, that like you don't feel like you're smart enough to actually know, and you don't think I am either, because I don't agree with the smart people that you think know, because you're
No,
obviously not going
I'll
to
tell
give us,
you
hold
what.
on, you're not going to give us
What
anything
you
in
said
the
something.
affirmative to know, to tell us that you know the earth is a globe, because you're just going to ask us why we question the experts, and you're just going to keep fucking doing that over and over and over again.
No, that's not what I'm gonna do.
Well, let's see.
So I think you're doing these all sort of tests, right? And you come up with measurements or whatever results that prove that the Earth is flat. Okay, and then rockets fly up to the sky and prove you wrong. So that tells me you guys have missed something,
Actually, it's the other way around.
Hold on, yeah, I want to.
some sort of knowledge that you didn't think about, that they already thought about,
Okay,
and
well,
that's
hold
why
on.
you're so sure of yourselves. That's
I
it.
don't think that well, that's what I'm saying. You haven't taken a look at the information we're talking about, and you're deferring to people that you think are smarter than we are, and we haven't looked into what they say. We used to believe the shit. I mean, what are you talking about? Why don't you just actually take a look at what we're saying and then come to your own conclusion? Don't just sit here and bitch at us because you're incredulous about us not believing them. And that's what I'm saying. You're just deferring to them and you don't know shit about it.
Oh shit, I died.
Does that make sense? I'm not trying to put you down. I'm just saying this is, most people think that we haven't looked into it, and that's why we think it's flat. We don't know something. We don't know what they're talking about the globe Earth proofs. Dude, we've seen it all. I'm telling you, we're doing this for 10 years, bro. 10 fucking years. We haven't seen everything. Come on, man.
Have you also what else have you proved except flat Earth?
We can't even get through 3 minutes and explain to you how the water's flat. I mean, how the fuck? What are we? How are we going to progress from there when
No.
most of the world thinks that it's a globe for no reason, other than people told them it was a globe and there's no real evidence for it.
Except for like flat Earth stuff. Have you proved anything else?
What do you mean?
Like, have you checked if
I'm
there are?
a cabinet builder, but you know, I've worked in construction. I understand construction.
Like, have you checked if there are actually germs?
Germs?
Yeah.
What do you mean by germs exactly? Talking about bacteria? Certain bacteria?
Like microscopic germs, you know?
Sure. Yeah,
Have
you
you
just
checked?
you know how? Yeah, you just put it under a microscope and you see them.
Did you do that?
Yeah, I've seen germs in a microscope. Yeah, I've seen cells, germs. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so what is that? That's not science. You're
What?
just zooming in on something and seeing it closer. You're not seeing. That's like people say, well, why can't you use a telescope to look and see all the way across the Earth if it's flat? Well, they think that a telescope and a microscope are the same thing. They essentially are, but a microscope's a lot more powerful and it's closer, and you have something in your hand. Now, whatever you think you're going to see through a telescope looking horizontally, you're going to have a super large aperture, which like one of the largest telescopes in the world is called Lucifer. It's at the Vatican. And I don't think that would they even be able to point it horizontally. I don't know, but if you did that, you're only going to see a few hundred miles at the very most in any wavelength of light. So you're not going to be able to see anything across Earth with a big ass telescope. So get rid of that shit in your mind.
You go to the doctors?
Doctors? Why are we talking about doctors? Medical doctors?
I'm trying to understand what you believe and why you don't believe.
Oh, medical doctor. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been to medical doctors. Sure. Do I get them to? Do I go on a regular basis? Is
Why
that what
did you
you're
go
asking?
to them?
I broke my leg one time and I needed them to fix it.
Yeah, but like, you didn't check yourself what they're claiming, did you?
Claiming about what? My broken leg? No, I actually had an orthopedic
About
surgeon do my leg,
medical
and he did a pretty good job.
about medical stuff in general.
Medical stuff? What do you mean?
Yeah, for example, you're saying these scientists are not trustworthy, right? These astrophysicists, these astronomy boys.
Why are you comparing astronomy to the medical system? That's kind of weird. You think they're like in the same category or something? Like they're
Yeah.
Well, they're both science, right?
Exactly.
All right. Do you know what science is? Or are you just
Yeah.
throwing the word out there? Like, I think what you're doing is using the magic word science that you don't know exists. It exists in your psyche as the magic word, and all flat earthers are denying the big overarching science that you don't understand. But obviously, the flat earthers don't understand it because the people that you trust believe in it. Or you believe in
Okay,
it because they believe in it.
enlighten me.
But they're not talking about the same thing we're talking about. When we talk about the flat earth, we're talking about the earth, the ground, the waters, all of that's flat. We're not talking about whether cells exist or you can use a microscope to look at something, or you're going to have to go 26,000 miles away from Earth to see it as a globe, or, that kind of thing. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. We're talking about the Earth itself. If you're gonna find out the Earth is a globe, you're gonna fucking measure it on the ground, which no quote unquote scientist that you're talking about has ever done. They've never done what we're trying to do. And when we do it and we show our results, they just make fucking mockumentaries and they get all these dipshits on YouTube, anti-flat earthers, to come in here and just make up bullshit about what we're saying and confuse everyone because they're as dumb as you are. But you're not dumb.
Why you gotta be
You're
aggressive?
impersonally. No, I'm not saying no, because this is bullshit, man. Why are you trying to? You're actually not talking about what I'm talking about. We're talking about the water's flat, and you're just saying, well, you don't believe somebody else? No, we're talking about you can go
Yeah,
do
I'm
this
trying to
yourself.
understand.
The same body of water. You think you're too dumb to understand it.
I'm trying to understand why you.
No, you're just telling me why I believe somebody over
put.
somebody else. I'm talking about you can go fucking do this yourself and know it.
I'm trying to understand why you believe one thing, but you
It's
don't
not a
believe
belief.
other things.
Do you know the difference between belief and knowledge?
Yeah.
Like if you go out and measure the water flat, is it flat or not flat? Just because some dipshit that you think is an intellectual believes it's a globe.
You didn't answer my question.
Ask it again.
So, why do you believe a doctor that tells you you have cancer, for example, but even though you haven't checked, you don't have any evidence, but you don't believe the astrophysicist or astronomers.
Hold on. Are you saying that doesn't matter if I go to a doctor to get diagnosed with something, if I have a pain, this or that somewhere, and they just say, well, here's what it is, I should just go ahead and just take their word for it because I haven't been to doctor school and I'm not going to have somebody else look at it, or I'm not going to be concerned. That first interaction with the smart guy, he knows everything there is to know about it. He's just going to tell me what's wrong with me, and he's going to figure out whatever regimen I got to go through. So all I have to do is just like show up when he tells me to show up. Don't ask any questions. Just do whatever to me, whatever I found this, with your symptoms. This is this, and it's boom, boom, boom. Do you think that
Are you saying
I
that
should
you're
just
going?
never look into, like, if I feel an ailment and I ask a doctor and they look at me and say it's this, I should not do any independent research myself at all?
Are you saying you're going to diagnose and self-treat your cancer?
I asked you, should I just totally defer to the doctor or not look into it at all?
Of course you should do self-research, but you're
Oh,
talking
that's what we're
about.
doing to the fucking flat earth, bro.
No,
There's
no,
no fucking
you
curve.
said no. You said you're doing tests.
We
You
are.
said you're doing tests, and
We
you're
are doing tests.
you're getting to results. Okay, so if you have cancer, can you do your own tests on the cancer?
Yes, it would depend on what type of cancer it is and
Yes.
how much knowledge you know
Okay.
about it. What do you know
Build
about
an
it?
MRI machine and treat your own cancer with
How do
chemo.
you don't have to have an MRI for every instance of everything. You're just like generalizing shit that you don't even really know anything about. So just quit being a retard and you think you're
I
trying to
think you
be,
have
you're
no
like,
way.
no,
I think
you
you have no
really,
way to
you really
defend.
are completely, everything you're about is
Ay,
totally
ay.
deferring to everybody that's smarter than you. And you're just like, hey, what about this? What about this? That's like it's some type of a tactic or something. You're supposed to just like humiliate the flat earthers because they can't really answer the dumb questions I keep asking over and over. Get the fuck out of here, you
Hey,
dumb fuck. Just shut the fuck
if you
up,
can't
you
answer
retard.
these questions,
You're done.
that's on
He
you.
has no necessity to answer the questions, Bubbles, because they're not related to the room topic. If you wish to go to Medico's
Of course
24/7,
it is.
that's downstairs.
Of course it is, because it's about your belief
Dude,
system.
you're lucky I didn't fucking mute your dumb ass earlier. Anyway. Anyway, that was a
I'll help you
little
out.
I played around a little bit. I played around. This is
It was
weird. But
enjoyable.
I really think that's it's like weird. That's most people's mentality. Like kind of in a nutshell. Some of them get a little more fancy with it, but for the most part, they're just like waiting. It's like, well, so you don't believe them? Well, no, well, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about whether or not the ground is flat. It's weird.
Yeah, so my son had a broken leg. Okay, so the doctors put him in a cast, and then it healed, and now his leg's not broken anymore. Therefore, there's diamonds on Centauri Prime, 3 light years away. Wow.
Exactly. Well, it's just like I actually at my doctor
Why did you believe the doctor that your son's leg was broken?
there was
Because it's in
X-ray.
2 freaking pieces, dude. Holy crap.
There's X-rays.
How did you see that it's in two pieces?
Because one time it was like in one piece, and then it was not in one piece. I mean, come on, dude.
Dude, I broke the shit out of my leg.
brother.
I knew
You
right
saw
away
it
my
in
leg
a
was
rent-
fucking broken.
you
I
saw
didn't
it
even
in
have
a
to have an
rent-
X-ray.
You
A
said,
sharp
yeah,
bit of
exactly.
bone sticking
You
out
saw
the
it
one
in
side,
an
Bubbles.
X-ray.
Hey, Bubbles, sometimes you don't really need to see a doctor to work out what's wrong. When you've got a piece of bone protruding from your arm, it's like, gee whiz, I've got a broken arm. I don't really need to see a doctor for him to say it's broken. I'm going there for him to help fix it.
Is that what happened?
Yes.
Jeez, you're a dumbass. You should
It's
quit
like
while you're ahead.
I fell out of a tree, and as soon as I hit the ground, I knew my fucking leg was broken.
Did your
Hey, Bubbles.
Did your son
Bubbles,
have this
Bubbles.
bone?
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Bubbles. Do you believe that poop comes from the food you eat, or is it deposited by magic fairies?
Wait, say that again. Your mic is kind of.
So yeah, I got you. So you poop, right? Every so often. Does that come from the food you eat?
Your fruit?
Yeah, your food. You eat food and then you poop.
Oh, food. Yeah,
right? Does the poop come from the food you ate?
Yo, your mic is pissy as fuck.
Yeah.
I just need to say that.
All right, hold on. Now you know how I feel, but I have to hear your dumb beeps. All right, I'll switch.
I mean, Bubble. Really, dude. Like, there's a big difference between just taking somebody's word for something at face value because whatever they have a certain credential or something like that, and then taking their word, their opinion, be like, okay, that's interesting. I appreciate that. Then you go check, and it actually lines up with what they say, and then you run with that, right?
But my whole point
Big
is
difference.
that you exactly do what I do whenever you can't actually check something, like for cancer.
Sure.
Or
Here's the thing. I would say
for
this.
a broken
say
leg,
this.
or for a broken leg that you 100% of the time you need an X-ray for.
Sure. They'll provide you evidence.
So why
Do you
don't you?
tell you have a broken bone?
Why
Hey, listen,
you
friend,
don't
you
do
can
an
tell you have a
X-ray?
broken bone by feeling your limb, dude. You don't need an X-ray.
How are you? How do you know? How do you know how to treat the broken bone if
Do
you
you
don't
think
do an
no
X-ray?
one set a broken bone before X-rays existed?
It depends on the broken bone.
It doesn't depend.
Some broken bones.
Dude, you're
need
not making any
surgery.
sense whatsoever. We
Some
can
broken-
see
some-
and feel that a bone is broken. We cannot see or test or measure any surface curvature.
Some broken
No,
bones
no,
need
stop.
surgery.
Just stop. It's not relevant, and you know it isn't. It
Hey,
just reeks of
hey,
desperation.
How is it
man.
not relevant? Okay, sure. You know
It
what?
just reeks of
okay, you know what?
desperation.
What about your cancer? What about the cancer?
All right, Bubbles,
Okay,
listen,
we can see
can you know
cancer
you have
cells.
cancer?
We can
Bubbles.
see
You have
cancer.
cancer?
Bubbles, I gotta ask Spencer the question.
Did you go check cancer? You yourself.
All right, Bubbles, you're either hearing me or
Answer
not
the
hearing
question. Answer the question.
No, Bubbles, are you hearing me or not hearing me?
I'm hearing you, but why do you
Okay,
keep,
so stop talking so I can talk.
Why do you keep going
so
away?
I don't have to mute you.
Why do you keep going away though?
All right, Bubbles, I just gotta mute you now because you're dumb as a brick.
Oh my god.
So try to stay. Don't worry, I'll unmute you. Hey, fences. Women have to see the OB/GYN every so often, right? So let's just say you're going in for your checkup and you're like, hey, can you x-ray me? I'm not sure if I have any broken bones.
Yeah, exactly. I might just have one and just be totally unaware. Yeah, I mean, when people defer to medical issues, it's kind of stupid because I mean, we can see cancer, we can see the effects of cancer. Yeah, you can see it. Yes, Yes, you can. What do you think it is? It's an overgrowth
can
of cells, you numpty. Anyway, yes,
Have you
that's why
watched
we can
Breaking Bad?
remove it from a body.
Have you
Anyway,
watched
this is
Breaking
the
Bad?
stupidest line of questioning I've ever heard. Anyway, where can we see or measure or test surface curvature, Bubbles?
How can you see lung cancer? Please tell me.
Try again. We can biopsy it. Now try again.
You can biopsy
How
it?
can we how can we see or how can any oh god, you're such a numpty.
You can
How
see
can we see or
biopsy?
test or measure any surface curvature, Bubbles? Get on
You are
topic.
the one. You are the
Get
one
on
believing in
Bubbles. Come on.
doctors.
You can do this. I know you can do this.
You
Where
don't
can we
believe.
test or see or measure surface curvature, Bubbles? Where? That's
You
some
don't
that's
believe in
some
doctors, therefore the Earth
really
is a globe.
effeminate
Like what?
giggling. Yeah, where can
Thank
we
you.
see or test or measure surface curvature, Bubbles?
You're not answering my question. Why would I answer
I don't need to
yours?
answer your ridiculous line of questioning anymore. The
Because you
room
can.
topic isn't Bubbles'
Because
feelings.
you can.
No,
Because
it's
you
not
can.
Bubbles' feelings
Because you
about
know.
medical profession. It is about surface curvature. So, where can we see or test or measure the surface curving? Where?
You have no way to answer without saying outright that you are biased and you're not believe in astronomers, but you do
I
believe
don't have a
medical
bias
staff.
about measurements. We just take the measurements. The measurements are independent of my feelings about them. So, where can we see or test or measure surface curvature? Where?
I'm talking about the belief system.
No, I know you are, but that's not the topic of the room. I don't care about your beliefs, and I don't care about my
No, I'm
beliefs.
talking about
Measurements
your
don't
belief
care about my
system.
beliefs, Bubbles.
I'm talking
Where
about
can we
your belief
test
system.
surface curvature? Where? Answer me.
I don't
Or
know.
admit that you're just a time-wasting,
I
waffling
don't know.
fool. Okay, so
I admit that
we
I don't
instead,
know
when we
this
test the
stuff.
surface of the Earth, we do not detect any surface curvature ever.
I'll repeat. I admit I don't know any about this stuff. That's why I believe the experts. But
Okay, so which expert has measured the surface of the Earth for curvature?
You are the ones that saying we don't
Who's
believe
the
astronomies, but
expert
we
that
do
you're
believe
deferring to,
medicals.
Bubbles? Bubbles, who's the expert you're
Astronomies,
deferring to?
astrophysicists.
Okay, astrophysicists do not measure surface curvature. Try again. Who is the expert who measured surface curvature? Astronomy is not a measurement of surface curvature. Try again.
Do you know what astronomy is?
Astronomy is not a measurement of surface curvature. So who has taken a measurement
I
of
said
surface curvature,
experts.
Bubbles?
I believe the
Okay,
experts.
name an expert. Who can we defer to?
I believe the experts, not a specific
Who is
one.
the experts, though? You can't even name
I
one.
believe the experts, not
Who
the
are
specific
the experts, Bubbles? Who are the?
I
Are the
believe
experts in the
the
room with you right now, Bubbles?
I believe in doctors, not in a specific
Okay,
doctor.
doctors don't measure the surface of the Earth either. So who is the expert that measures the surface of the Earth? Who?
Oh my God, use your brain. I believe
I'm
in
using my brain. You're
astronomies,
just not answering the question. Okay,
not
so
in a single
is your
one.
claim that astronomers measure the surface of the Earth?
They study outer space.
Okay, outer space is not the surface of the Earth. So who determined surface curvature exists?
He's scared to even get there. He's just like, I need this broad, just get me out of jail free card, and then I'm free. I don't need to learn anything. I just, take the blue
Well,
pill.
he's deferring to experts that don't exist, right? Because he knows he doesn't have any evidence to support his claim. But it makes him feel better to abdicate his thinking to this nebulous people that he can't even name, right? Because he's weak. He's weak-minded. So, Bubbles, if you can tell us which expert measured the surface of the Earth, please share that with the room.
Give me a second.
While he does his research, mid-conversation.
Dear Chat GPT.
Geodesy? Geodesy? Geodesy. Interesting.
Here we go.
Oh, geophysicist.
Don't you think it's weird, Bubbles, that you've never actually looked this up before right now? You've been in here arguing for hours. No, you've been in here arguing for hours, and you've never looked for evidence of your claim.
That's exactly why I was talking about your belief system.
No,
Like
we
I
don't
said.
have a belief system. Measurements don't
Yes,
care
you
about
do.
my beliefs, Bubbles. I already covered that. You're not very quick
But
on the uptake, are you?
But when you feel sick, you go to a doctor. How
We're
come?
not talking about how I feel, and no, I don't always go to a doctor, and that's irrelevant to the topic of the room, and you are just bricked, man.
Okay.
Who
I'll
measured
repeat
the surface
myself.
of the Earth as curving?
I'll
Who
repeat myself
Bubbles?
since you don't want to listen. I'll repeat
No, I
myself.
don't want to listen. You just like to hear yourself talk
So
about
you don't
irrelevant
want to
things.
listen. So why are you
No,
talking
I
to me if you
don't.
don't
I
want to
want to
listen?
discuss the
You don't
room
want to
topic,
listen.
Bubbles. I want
So
to
you don't want
discuss
to
the room
listen.
topic. Can you do that? Are you capable?
I cannot prove to you the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so then why are you here? What are you arguing for then?
To learn about your ideology.
But you've
and
never
to
asked
see.
us.
You haven't
It's
even
not
asked once.
a
Of course I've
measurement
asked you.
is not an ideology. Are you aware of that?
Your idea, whatever you want to call it.
A measurement is not an idea.
Sure.
So you have no proof of surface curvature. You've never even looked it up before just now. And yet you claim we don't have evidence that it's not curving, but you've never been presented with that?
When did I say that?
Okay, why do we say the Earth is flat, Bubbles? It's not because it feels nice to think about. Why do we say it?
Because you did some homemade tests and you think that's enough.
Okay, all right. So tell me about those homemade tests.
All of the water measurement stuff like that. What's his name? Skeptic said.
Can you be more specific? That's kind of vague. What did we test for and how was it done? Well, not we. How was it tested for and what was the methodology?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No.
After all this time, dude.
Yep, this is what we're dealing with. That's what I was trying to get to.
I never said I know. What I'm
But this
trying to say
information has
is
conveyed to you.
what I'm
Bubbles, hang
trying
on,
to
bro.
say is I am not an expert. I have no like even basic understanding
Bro.
of this like subject. That is why I'm relying on the experts. But you don't want to talk about the experts.
Oh, okay,
No,
okay,
I asked
brother.
you multiple times
Hold
for
on,
an expert and you could not provide any.
Hold on.
Yeah, because
Bubbles,
I told you I'm trusting.
Get muted, fool. You just confessed. You don't have the acumen to gauge whether what the experts are telling you is true or not. That means you are just a blind faith, trusting religious zealot. Okay? One more time. You don't know whether what they're telling you is true or not. You're just trusting them by faith. You're literally the most religious person in the room right now, dude. But thanks for telling us about your religion. We don't persecute people for their religions here. You can tell us about your religion. So go ahead. Tell us all about your religion, brother.
I believe them just like I believe a doctor that tells me to take a pill and then I feel better, which you all do.
You know,
This sounds like
the second
wasn't
greatest
it?
cause of death in the United States is medical malpractice, Bubbles.
Yeah, this sounds like Brave New World.
What?
You guys know about
Okay.
that?
What your
Yeah,
source for that?
you
What
know,
is that
we
bullshit?
got it. You're an idiot.
I
Okay,
call
we've
bullshit.
established that, Bubbles. So if you just
I
want to
call
believe, like
bullshit.
AI said, you are more than welcome to believe. But this is not a belief room. This is not a religious server, a religious room on this server. We deal with
You are all
measurements, which
doing
don't
it.
care
You
about
are
our
all
beliefs
doing
or our
it.
feelings, Bubbles.
You are all doing
They
it.
don't. So if you
Yeah,
have
Bubbles.
evidence to
Yeah.
prove that the surface of the Earth is curving, you can present that, or you can take a hike.
Yeah,
I'll
Bubbles, you
repeat.
gotta
I
acknowledge
can't.
one thing. Hang
I
on.
don't
Dude,
understand why you need me to keep repeating
Bubbles.
myself. I told you
Bubbles.
I can't. But what I'm saying
Oh.
is all of us go to the doctors and believe them.
No, we
Oh
don't,
my
Bubbles.
God.
No, we don't.
No.
We're not
we're
like
trying
you,
to tell you
Bubbles.
no. N-O spells no, bro.
Okay, so you don't go to the
Yeah,
doctor?
Bubbles.
No, I
I
Bubbles,
don't
you
go
gotta
to the
acknowledge one thing.
doctor. I don't go to the
Bubbles,
doctor
everyone
to
here
get
not going to the
diagnosed
doctor?
with something. I don't do that.
There's a
Bubbles,
reason why the
check this
term
out.
second opinion
See
exists,
what?
bro.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. For fuck's sakes. Thank you, whoever just said that. Bubbles, you have to acknowledge one thing, okay? This analogy that you're drawing, this comparison, it's not a very good one, okay? When you go to a medical practitioner or whatever and you ask them to help you out or whatever. They're providing you openly their opinion. You ever heard the saying, "Oh, get a second opinion," all this shit? They're providing an opinion on what maybe what you should do about your situation. The assessment may or may not be accurate. You can check that out or whatever, but you do get 2 or 3 opinions, and then you make a decision. It's kind of a subjective thing, right? Because it's not necessarily a one size fits all, ordeal. Okay, but you choose to take their word or not. Okay, in this matter,
Okay, so
there are
if
some things. Hang on. In this matter, in this case, dude. It's a matter of black and white. Either something is or something is not. Point final. Right? Your situation, it might also be black and white, but what to do about it is kind of subjective. So it's not.
Twinny, if a
It's not
doctor
your analogy at all.
tells you, Twinny, if a doctor tells you you have cancer, is that an opinion?
It might be. It might. There could be a misdiagnosis too. Yeah. So I would check. Would somemehow check. I would get a second opinion. Yeah. Well, we could change topic, dude.
I
Okay.
don't have
But
a
yeah,
cancer.
I would second guess it. I would second guess it. I would second guess it. I would ask them for their evidence. They would provide it, and I would look at that.
Would you do a test yourself like you do with the flat Earth?
I don't know how to.
Bro. It's not even the same thing. Look.
I can answer that though. Check this out. Check this out. Right? Check it out. 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 They provide the evidence. I look at the evidence and assess it. Right? In this case, the evidence being provided, we're assessing it, and it's not adding up. Right? So there's no problem with taking the evidence that's being presented to you, right, and then making your decision on it. Usually that's how things go. In this case, they're giving us evidence of something. We're looking at it and saying something smells like shit. There's a problem.
In the case of the cancer diagnosis, though, you're not really able to even examine that scan data or whatever because you don't have the knowledge to interpret it, right? Same with the
possibly,
other side.
yeah, exactly.
Same with the flat Earth shit.
Hold on.
Okay,
that's what you think.
Actually,
but here's the
That's
problem.
why
I would
you go
openly
to
say,
3 or 4 other
hang on,
doctors.
gentlemen. Let me respond to something. Okay, I would openly say that I don't have necessarily the acumen to assess a medical situation, so I'd be more inclined to take their word for it. I would be more inclined to take their word for it, not necessarily 100% of the time, but I will say to you that I would lean in that direction potentially if it's a matter of life and death and stuff like that. I would still do some due diligence, but I would openly say that I am going to take their word for it. I will act on faith if my life depends on it, baby. Right? But openly saying that I'm taking their word for it and acting on faith, not necessarily knowing.
Well, there's a difference. I would say there's a difference.
When people say they know something versus just acting on faith, like you got to make that delineation somewhere.
Well, say you had a really good doctor, gave you a cancer diagnosis, right? Or I think this might be cancer, and he told you why, sat you down for like 15, 20 minutes. Here's what we found in the MRI or whatever CAT scan. And here's what I think's going on. And then here's what it's called. You get the medical terms for it and stuff. And then he's going to say, "Hey, you can go home right now. We'll get back with you. You guys, you're not going to just go home and say, 'Oh, I can't wait for the doctor to call me to tell me what's wrong with me next.'
No,
you're going to go home and start Googling what's wrong with you."
Yeah, that too, due diligence. But a good doctor will also give you recommendations to other specialists that specialize in what he specializes in.
100%.
Just to be sure.
But they don't want you to just totally defer to them for everything. They want your opinion. They want to know. You have to communicate with them. It's something very important.
Right.
You're not just going to just be like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, doctor." Well, a lot of people do because they're not going to do what we do. But yeah, if I was to go to a doctor and they said that, I would do it different than a lot of people would. Go ahead.
Ilya, what if the one doctor is in an adjacent city? And so he tells you, okay, have the patient stand in the window and I'll look at him through a telescope, and then I'll tell you what his disease is.
What?
That was good. That's where
Yeah,
he's going anyway.
yeah, Bubbles, you don't get it. That's the problem. The problem is, Bubbles, that you don't understand what I just said. It's a fundamental problem
Because
with your
what you
world.
said is silly.
Yeah, exactly. Good point, brother.
Yeah.
That was the whole point of the red herring of talking about doctors. It was that comparison he was making.
My point is, very simply, are you guys putting the same skepticism and evidence proof on doctors the same as you do as flat Earth or globe Earth?
Yes, 100%.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, if a doctor tells you you got cancer, do you do the test yourself?
Rinse, wash, and
No,
repeat.
they're gonna work with me because they have the equipment to do the test, and they're gonna explain it to me, and then we're
So
gonna
you're
work
not gonna do
together.
the test yourself.
How can I? I don't have a
Bubbles.
fucking MRI machine. They're
Listen,
freaking
Exactly.
like $250,000.
So you
We'll
do
open
okay.
our
So
new
you
bed.
This is a total
But hold
false
on, friends.
equivalency.
Friends. We're going in circles, so we got to put a stake through the heart of this vampire. Bubble. Some things you can test yourself, and some things you can't. It's not a one fits all. It's not like you either test everything and everything you can test, or you're just a blind faith religitard. Okay, you can actually do things yourself on some things. Like you can test your water, whether it has lead in it. You could test whether or not the table you bought is actually flat or it's round like a ball. And when it came to your house, it was a giant ball. And you're like, holy fuck, I thought I ordered a table.
You can reverse diabetes simply by change
you
of
know what?
diet.
Sure, you can't do the test yourself. If he gives you the evidence yourself, the
Well, he
MRI,
got us
whatever
on
it
that
is,
one, didn't he? Shut the
whatever it
fuck
is,
up, Bubbles.
it
Shut
gives
up.
you an MRI
Shut
file.
up.
Can you diagnose yourself?
Shut up. You're dumb.
Hey, Bubbles, can you check the oil level in your own car, or do you need an expert?
Oil levels? I can.
Yeah, the oil level. You know, there's a dipstick in a car. You put it in, you take it out, you
Yeah, I
wipe it,
can. Yeah,
then
yeah.
you put it back in, and you see how much oil's in the car. Do you need an expert for that?
No.
He does.
There's a knowledge, even for that, there's a knowledge barrier.
Yeah, for most
What's
people, it
what's your
probably
point?
is.
Person how to check the oil in their car. You know that, right?
Do you know how
What's your
important
point?
it
Some
is for
things you
the
can test
oil to
and
be at
some
a
things
certain
you can't.
level?
Okay, what's your point?
Oh yeah, some things you can test and some things you can't. Some things you have the knowledge, capability, and skills and tools available to yourself to test, and some things you don't. And each person is going to play on that the way that they can with what they have available to them. So for example, when I go to a body of water and it's clearly flat, I don't need some retard to tell me it's curved. It's obviously flat.
Look at the first
So
book
so
of
you do
Genesis.
so you do admit that you have a belief system.
What are you talking about, dude? When I see something that's obviously flat and I agree with the obviousness of it being flat, that's not a belief system.
No. In the cases that you can't check, you do believe.
No
It's a
freaking duh,
fact.
dude. Everybody
Yeah, it's a
operates that
fact.
way.
Yeah, it's a fact. If it's a
Okay,
fact, it's a
thank you.
fact.
Okay.
If it's a
Okay.
fact, it's a fact. It's not a
Thank
belief anymore.
Thank you for admitting that. Okay.
Yes, Bubbles, it's not complicated. Everybody operates that way. And like we said, some things apply depending on the category of what you're applying it to. So if I measure something and I find that it's not what somebody else told me, then I don't need to believe them or take them at their word anymore because now I know the fact. Like, well, like what, Bubbles? Did you just become human today? Like you used to be an alien and you're trying to learn how humans operate, or are you like really this incompetent at life?
Why you
Hey,
gotta
I'm
be
pretty
so,
incompetent.
why you gotta be so
It does kind of
aggressive
make
on
me
this
think
shit?
of what's that Will Smith movie with the
Oh my God.
aliens? They just can't comprehend how we work here. You know, it's just totally.
Men in Black.
Oh man.
Yeah, Men in Black. It's like
Okay,
the
so
aliens
what
sometimes are
in
just
the
dumb as shit.
Hold up. I just wanted to say that I looked up the numbers, and medical malpractice accounts for between estimates are between 250 and 400,000 deaths a year in the United States, which would make it the second or third leading cause of death.
And I was going to look up the amount of
Yep.
money too. As a matter of fact, I'm glad you said that because I was going to look that up, but I haven't yet. But how much money for malpractice they paid out to patients?
Well, you know what? You guys bring up a good point. So here's a question. I don't know the actual answer to this, but I'm sure it's written somewhere or somebody studied it, which is this. How many people, if they're given a terminal illness diagnosis, accept at face value the first opinion from the doctor and do not do any further inquiry or ask for a second opinion? How many people
Never.
just say, "Yep, I'm fucked"?
A lot of
Never, and
idiots
that's what I was
do.
trying to tell Bubbles. It's never happens. You don't look at your own. You don't look at yourself. You just say the doctor said it's this, and you just go with that. It's like
A
you
lot of
never.
idiots do
different
that. That's
levels
not
to it.
true. A lot of idiots do. Old people do.
Well, no, I don't necessarily think that's the case. Some people will look into it a little bit, but they, sometimes, as far as their IQ goes, it's not much to understand. They can't
The
really.
whole country just collectively, what's the word for groupthink? Yeah, we just groupthinked ourselves into like triple vaxing ourselves. Like, not me. I'm not. That's not.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
But
That's what I'm saying. That most people that I know of, as far as the cancer thing, they're involved with it. They know something about it. It's not like they just took the doctor's word for it and just said, "Okay, we're going to do this, 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 and this." It's few and far between. There's a lot of decisions that have to be made once the diagnosis comes, and they're going to be.
yeah,
Bro,
cancer might
cancer,
be
beef, and
different.
oil, dude. It's all a lot of money. Cancer, beef, and oil. Come on. It's
I
a
get that.
business.
Well, even if we agree, listen, even if we all agree that most people are dumb sheep and they tend to believe things rather than investigate it, that still means that there are people who investigate it and find out the truth, and especially on subjects that they have tangible access to the sample, like the Earth's surface, where you could go out and just look at the water, and then you can measure the water, and it's clearly flat.
Shit, that's kind of redundant, man. I've been saying that shit.
I
They
don't
don't.
know. I don't know
They
about
don't
that. Let's
believe
ask
me.
you guys
They don't
something.
believe me. AI. I've been telling them that shit for 10 years. They don't believe me.
Okay, are you
Okay,
guys all
so
flat
let's
earthers?
talk about flat Earth. Let's talk about flat
Yeah,
Earth.
let's talk about that because I'm not a flat earther, but I want to be a flat earther, but I'm definitely not.
He wants to.
You want to be a flat Earther?
Yeah, because like all right, so I totally subscribe to the whole space is fake notion. It definitely is. Aleister Crowley's a Jewish mystic. Everything coming out of NASA is bullshit. But regardless, you can buy a telescope right now yourself and just look around and see that every single cosmological body is spherical. So it seems
Wrong.
natural to
I
us.
hate it when people say that. That is so untrue. You can see 5 quote unquote planets from the surface. That's whether you're in North America or Australia. The only one that even appears to be a circle is Jupiter. Other than that, dude, not a single other one presents themselves as a sphere when you look at it with a telescope. So you're full of shit. You've never even used a telescope before.
To me, they all do. None of them look like triangles or squares or anything. They pretty much
Huey,
like
do you
moon
realize?
is a sphere. It seems natural. It's like a bubble. Like it's a natural shape.
Bubble? Bubble?
Bubble.
The bubble.
Yeah.
Huey, if you take any
Okay,
light
So you
source,
think? Wait a second. So Saturn looks like a sphere to you. When you look at Saturn through a telescope, you're looking at a sphere.
Yeah. I mean, it has rings. I see that, but like,
So you think Saturn looks like a sphere? The whole, with its rings included, it looks like a ball to you.
not with the rings included.
What
The rings
about?
seem to exist on a separate plane, like on the same plane, but just seem to be like made composed of different material. I guess.
That's funny because when I look at Saturn, it just looks like it's banana yellow.
Okay.
I've been hearing rumors that the ring's gone. My telescope's been broken for like 2 years, so I haven't been able to see it.
But
If that's true,
look,
I don't know. Okay, so Saturn's not a sphere. Mars is literally just Mars. Always looks. That was the most disappointing one for me. Was Mars, because you see like the YouTube pictures where like you can see like the caps and all that on it, like from quote unquote telescopes that you can buy, but that's not what Mars looks like.
Okay,
At least
but
not for
again,
mine. Everything else looks, you know what
Venus.
Mars looks like? Mars looks exactly like you're looking at a telephone pole, like a street light, but you're looking at it through a water drop on your lens. Like Mars was always washed out. There was never any definition to Mars. There was never any form of anything. It was just a red light. Like it looked no different than a star. It was much brighter than all the other stars, but it was just a red light in the sky. So that doesn't look like a sphere. Mercury,
Yeah.
Mercury's the exact same thing as Mars, except Mercury's way more intense and orange. And Venus is just different phases of the moon. And when Venus is full, you're not looking at a sphere, you're looking at a diamond because it's kind of looks like a cross. You can't focus Venus when it's not in a crescent at full and see a sphere. It's not possible. It's too bright. So if someone says that Venus looks like a sphere when there's no crescents taking place on it, they're lying because that's just not true. They're
Right.
lying
So
because
anytime I've
they're
observed like a
lying
Venus
because you can't
transit or
observe it.
something like that,
Ever.
it looked spherical to me, almost like an eclipse or something. Same thing with the moon. The moon is obviously spherical, and yeah, Jupiter and its moons obviously seem
Yeah.
spherical.
Okay, when you look in an eclipse, you can see like where the moon's lit up and the black circle next to it. When Venus is in that phase, all you see Venus just looks like a glowing fingernail. You don't see anything else around Venus. Venus just literally looks like a glowing fingernail. Like, what are you talking about? It's not
Yeah.
the same thing as looking at the eclipse. It doesn't look like that at all.
Okay. Yeah, it's much smaller. Like I'll definitely give you that. It's definitely not the same thing, but it's
Right.
analogous to it.
So none of these planets that you claim we can look at are spheres. One of them is a circle, which is Jupiter with little red stripes going across it.
No,
Like,
no, no,
where's
no, no,
Waldo?
buddy. Nobody with eyes concedes to anything that you're saying. I'm just giving you my position. I said I want to be a flat earther. This is
I
what
thought you
I
said no.
observed with my eyes. Things look spherical, and so it's natural to assume that the Earth is spherical. Now I'm just wondering, like,
We just walked through how every one of those planets are not spherical. So what are you
yeah, but
talking about?
I have a telescope, and I will not be gaslit into thinking that my eyes are seeing things that they're not seeing. You know what I mean? So let's move past the spherical thing, and if you want
Oh
to
boy.
focus on some
Oh boy.
other, let's move past the other planets and maybe talk about other evidence of flat Earth. Because like to me, that's not up for debate. But
hello, dude, relax for a second. All right. Even if we grant you the stuff in the sky that you see are giant balls, why is it natural for you to automatically assume that you're standing on a giant ball too? Where do you get that idea from?
That's just Occam's razor. You're gonna go with the theory that makes the least amount of assumptions.
You look up, you see balls, therefore what you're standing on that does not look like a ball must be a ball.
Right.
How is that
It's just because you're only making one assumption as opposed to making multiple. Like now you have to assume this and then assume that it's a different shape and then assume some more reasoning, and it's like okay, it's easy assumption. I see ball, I assume ball. One assumption. You know what I mean? Not I see ball, so I assume whatever train of
well, except for one thing though. Right? The countervailing evidence that what you're standing on doesn't actually look like a ball. Right?
with lights from far away look like a circle. What do you mean?
Right?
You're saying
Except for that part.
you're saying the other guy's point now? You're going back to saying that planets don't look like a ball?
You're reverting to, okay, we look up, we see lights in the sky, they look circular, they might be balls. So therefore what I'm standing on must be a ball too, despite the evidence that it doesn't actually present itself like a ball.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So, like, I'm asking what that evidence is, because, like, it's not just, you know, even the sun is another example of a ball, and we see it as a everyone wakes up every day. We see the sun and the moon, even though one's really close and one's really far. They have the same shape from us, from Earth, right? So we're gonna move past that, right? We're not gonna ridicule or gaslight each other on the seeing balls thing. I see balls, you taste balls. But now we're going to say
I think
the
you missed the
evidence.
point.
Yeah.
The point is,
just
what
the
characteristics does the
And
land
why
under your
that.
feet have in common with the lights in the sky for you to relate them together in
it's
the
a
first place?
it's a cosmological body, right? I'm going to separate myself from it, and I'm just going to say it's one cosmological body, just like all the others that I can observe.
This is
Sorry,
the
I don't know
problem,
if
though.
you're lagging. You're lagging. Wait,
Now
don't.
you're. Hello.
You're lagging. Just give it a second.
Am I lagging? Sorry about
No, I think you're
He
good.
hasn't proven
Okay.
that they're spheres anyway. He just, you know, we see circles.
Yeah.
We can't prove they're spheres.
And
And
I'll
and
give
even
you
if they
that
are,
too.
it
They
has
could
no
be. They
bearing
could
on
be
the surface of the earth we stand on.
Yeah, I was just pointing out that even if he was granted, right, that the things in the sky, they might look like balls. There's like, 2, 3, 4 steps of reasoning, right, to project the ground that you stand on having to also be a ball too, because it's not obvious, right? The ground doesn't feel spherical, right? And it's not in the sky, right? You have to imagine it being so. You have to project it out into the sky and equate it to being a cosmological body.
No.
Stop talking to me.
Okay.
20 is a fucking pedophile, bro.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. There's
Yo,
a lot of
20.
background noise.
Did
But
you
if
just
I
hear
can
that?
say, it's
20,
like
did you
Yeah,
just
because we got the
Hey, can
clown,
you
we got the clown bus. All right. So
you know how
what I'm
like
pointing out to you is, like, you have to rationalize your way through it, right? In ways that are not so obvious. Okay, and I ventured to question where that line of reasoning originates from, whereby now, you're probably in your 20s or 30s. It
No,
just
the guy
seems
speaking right
so.
now is a
It seems,
pedophile, and he tried to
no,
meet
no.
me in real life.
It's like for me, it's natural. Like I don't think I've been conditioned to think what I think, and I might have been, but I definitely don't see that. And
you
like
might want to. Yeah,
you think about
I get that.
a cup, a glass, with different types of liquid with different densities, and how they can orient themselves. Like even salt water and fresh
Gotcha.
water can orient themselves, and
Mhm.
and a gas, like a solid will be more dense and sink to the bottom, and a gas will be the least dense and float above. And if you could just imagine that, the earth and the elements that it's composed of are just floating in space, and this gravitational like force is applying equally whatever, it seems also natural that there would be a dense heavy central part, and then the elements would orient themselves outwardly, symmetrically, and in a manner that is less dense as it progresses outward.
I have absolutely zero fucking clue what you're saying and why. We're talking about the shit in the sky, you reasoning how it could be the case that the thing under your feet is also a ball, and now you're talking about liquid stratification and shit like that based on density. I don't understand.
I'm
Are you drunk?
talking about like no, I don't
Okay.
drink. I'm talking about the way elements orient themselves. Like the earth is just a collection of elements and with forces applied to it. And gravity
Then
being
that
one
would
of those forces,
sure.
it seems like the elements would also orient
But hang
themselves
on.
in a
But
sphere.
hang on, dude. Hang on. But now you're invoking all these extra things that are beyond your natural experience, which was the original part of
No,
the
no, no.
original point of
That's
the
why I
conversation.
drew
Hang
in.
on,
That's why I drew in the
wait a
liquid thing,
second,
because that's
dude.
an experience
Yeah,
that we share. Go ahead, though.
hold on, dude. Yeah, here's the thing, right? We're talking about what you experience and what you can gather from that, right? You look up in the sky, you see circles, you automatically assume they're spherical. So if we grant you that leap of logic, right? From there, you then also take that the ground is also a sphere, right? That's what we were talking about initially.
Correct.
I'm asking why you think that. You're saying it's natural to assume that. I call bullshit on that, okay? Because I would have initially thought that too until I realized that this type of stuff has been basically bombarded into my head since I was 2 years old. So no shit, it seems natural. But that's not. But it's not from my everyday experience that I presume that it's natural. It's just that's all I can remember, right? Ever since you're a fucking baby, you got the little what do you call them? Little mobile things floating on your head, over your head, in your crib,
I'm not
right?
sure. Oh, you were
And shit like
talking
that.
about the little floaty things. Yeah,
You know, when
yeah,
you're a
that,
baby, you're in a
yeah. But
crib, and you
you're
have a little
okay.
thing
Okay,
floating on your head,
yeah,
over
yeah.
your
But
head, and you got the
you can
planets
hear
and the stars
yourself.
and shit. They're all like little balls, right?
Okay,
It's
okay,
imagery that's implanted into your head since like before you could even think. So no
okay.
wonder you think like this. Okay,
Yeah. So I
asking
didn't
you
have
beyond
those
apart
things.
from
I didn't
that,
have those
apart
things
from
when I was a baby. You know, but
fine,
maybe,
whatever.
maybe.
Maybe since you were whatever, since you're in kindergarten or whatever, the idea is planted into all of us since we're very young. So I'm asking you to reconsider this and think through how it could be interpreted that we're living on a ball from your everyday experience, discarding the ideas that were given to you since you were a kid. And you're saying it's
Okay,
natural to think
that's
we're
what
on a
I'm
ball
saying.
because you see other
Like
balls.
you're ignoring what I'm saying. Like I never said anything about any ideas anybody gave me. I told you things look like
I know.
the sun and the moon look like a ball to me. Nobody told me that. They look like a ball to me.
Yeah.
And then
No,
I told
I
you
get
about
you.
how
Yeah,
liquids
I heard
and
that.
elements orient themselves, and it would make
Yeah, I've
sense
heard those.
for them to orient us. That's nobody told me that. You know what I mean? That's just like
No. I'm not.
empirical, that
Yeah,
self-evident. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that part. Yeah, I'll grant you all that. I still understand how you're connecting the liquids and whatever to this. Okay, but
Because elements orient themselves in an order of density. It's a natural phenomenon.
yeah. But how you're connecting that to the discussion about the balls in the sky and therefore we're on a ball, unless we're like stratified, like a stratification of balls. But that's not even close to what the lore is.
Like, do you
So like
notice
I don't
how?
understand
Okay,
what you're
on
getting at.
Earth, on Earth, whether it's a ball or a flat plane, there's land, and then there's a less dense liquid layer, and then there's a least dense gaseous layer.
Sure.
Okay, I'm just glad we could establish that because it
No contention there.
illustrates what I'm saying. The elements orient themselves in a matter of
That's
density.
fine. Yeah,
Okay,
but
cool,
that's
cool,
a
cool.
completely different discussion, though. How you're connecting that to I see shiny, bright circles that I'm going to assume are spheres in the sky. Therefore, I'm on a sphere. You're saying it's a very
Right.
natural thing to reason through for whatever reason, despite the evidence, right? Your everyday experience, it doesn't
No,
actually
I'm just
seem that
asking
way.
what the evidence. You're saying my everyday experience. My
We can get
everyday
into
experience is irrelevant. If there's
yeah,
evidence, I'm proud. I'm happy to
no,
go through
yeah.
that.
Okay,
But my everyday experience,
yeah.
I'm very small. You know, my perspective is very limited.
Exactly, yeah.
The Earth is
Yeah,
really
that's what
big. I'm really small.
That's what I was getting at. Okay, so what I meant by evidence in so far as how my last sentence was concerned is your everyday experience. Okay, we can get into the the other stuff like the actual measurements and shit like that. It's not a problem. But I was talking about your everyday experience does not tell you you're on a ball. You look over the horizon, it looks flat, right? You stand still, you don't feel like you're moving, therefore why would you think you're spinning apart from looking up in the sky and seeing the stars maybe rotate or arc around or whatever, right? But why would you assume you're the one on an object that's doing the spinning as opposed to the things in the sky actually just moving, right? These types of considerations, like, you have to reason through it and then basically pick a lane. And we're asking,
Yeah,
why
yeah.
would
But
anyone
what you're
pick one
calling
over the other?
reason is focusing
You
on
have to
something
reason through
and
it.
not something else. Like if for example, in my everyday experience, I chose to be hyper focused on a flagpole and the shadow of that flagpole, that might illustrate to me that as the year progresses, this body that I'm on has a wobble to it.
Yeah, why would you think that as opposed to the thing that's actually emitting the light, right? Casting the shadow? That it itself is just moving in a particular pattern. Right? This is what I mean. You can take it,
Again,
you can look at it
it's
either
Occam's
way,
razor.
and
It's Occam's razor.
one way. No, explain.
Because you're adding assumptions. Like you want to when you have two competing theories, you want to go with the theory that makes the least amount of assumptions.
Explain.
Like just anytime you have like competing
No, like
theories, if
in this particular one, dude. In this particular one, right? In one scenario, I'm going to assume I'm on an object that's moving, and I'm also going to assume that the other thing is also moving. So I have two assumptions. Whereas one assumption, the other thing is moving.
okay, because
Right?
in
Right?
one
If you really like, yeah.
scenario, all you have to assume is spherical objects. In the other scenario, you have to assume whatever shape you assume plus the movement of the light source, right? You're saying, like, I'm saying, hey, a sphere explains this, and you're like, yeah, but wouldn't it also explain it if that other thing was just wobbling itself? And it's like, well, why are we just going to add a whole nother layer of assumptions? Like, this thing's got the Energizer Bunny in it?
What the fuck, dude?
Sorry, I should have
Here's the
left the
thing, right?
Energizer Bunny comment out.
What you're expressing here is very much oversimplified. Okay, because your the worldview actually takes a shit ton of assumptions, but
You're lagging, brother.
For whatever reason, just distilling it down. Damn it. What I'm saying is what you're saying here, okay, it's very much oversimplified. Okay, in that statement that you just provided, it's basically
That's
discounting
the goal.
all the
Yes,
other embedded assumptions
the goal is to
into the
be as
worldview.
simple as
But hold
possible.
on, let me finish, dude. Let
Sorry,
me
go ahead.
finish. Yeah, but here's the thing. Okay, you can express it very simplified to convey the point that your position at the moment is taking on less assumptions for whatever reason, even though and we all know that model has a shit ton of assumptions in it. Okay. But even if you want to take that route, the whole Occam's razor thing, it only serves a particular purpose. Okay, in my view, that
Occam's
purpose
razor
is
doesn't
where
prove
the fuck
around
do
the
we
earth.
start? Let me finish. I know, dude. I know. Let me finish. Right. What I'm getting at is Occam's razor really, all it really does is serve the only purpose it really serves is provide you a potential optimal starting point in your investigation. Right. You got a shit ton of potential reasons as to why something is the case. Okay. Let's start with the easiest thing because it's just the easiest. It could very well be that. So why expend all this energy exploring all sorts of shit when we can just start simple and maybe be over with it sooner than later.
Correct. You're
right?
absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
It doesn't necessarily mean that thing is
Brother, you're right. You're right. I agree
is
with it.
true. Right?
Everything you're saying.
So therefore, if you want to start where you said, right, with the thing that takes the least amount of assumptions, well, that one assumption that you do have is the ground is actually curving. So before you adopt that as being true, have you investigated that one assumption that you do make?
Mildly. But before we get
Thank
there,
Yeah, we can get into it.
let me backpedal and say that I agree with everything you were saying. I'm not using Occam's razor as some law of the universe. I'm using it as a mode of communication. We're just two humans communicating thoughts, and that's all. I'm just trying to communicate to you the way my brain is working, right? And just to, and in an effort to keep things simple and not convolute the subject matter. But again,
Yeah,
it
that's
goes back to for me, the natural assumption would be, I see this, I assume this, and then when it comes to evidence, there goes and again, I'm not gonna die on this hill, but I've known enough pilots to where I have a pretty um a mild level of trust that you can navigate the earth, right? That if you were to just take one line and travel down that line, eventually you would be back where you started. That is a more further evidence of a spherical planet, right? But again, I'm not going to die on that hill because there are powers that be that hide information from the masses. We're not allowed to go to Antarctica. There are restrictions on pilots. So I'm not going to die on that hill. I'm just saying this is where I'm inclined to lean. This is where I'm inclined. And I wonder what evidence inclines you the other direction.
Here it is. You said you won't die on the hill. We're talking about the water hill that's supposed to be there. Now, hills naturally don't. I mean, water doesn't naturally form hills, correct?
No,
So if you're
no. We're
if you're
talking
gonna
about
die on a
the
hill,
airplane
you're gonna
hill.
die on the water hill. This is what we're talking about, the flat
It's the
water. We're not
airplane hill.
either the water has a big hill between one person or the other person observing. It's between point A and point P. There's a big point A and point B. Pardon my French. There's either a water hill in between or not. That's very simple. I don't know why people try to make this complicated. It's because of the
I'm
religion.
very confused by your position. I'm not trying to flex
Really?
or trying to use like any kind of
Well, let me
position
ask
of
you. Let me
authority
ask you
on you.
this. Do you
But
know?
I
Do you know
am a
this?
chemist that specializes in water chemistry, and I have
Okay.
a good understanding of hydrogen bonding. Water certainly bends.
Well,
It
let me ask
naturally
you
wants
this.
to
Let me
bend.
ask you this. Do you know what the radius of said globe that we live on is? The radius or the circumference?
No.
Okay, so what we're talking about is whether or not the water, like the oceans and the lakes, if they're curving at the rate because of the radius of the Earth that they told us, in the solar system, the Earth, third rock from the sun. That's what we're talking about. Whether or not the Earth is curving away when we look across the water.
Okay.
Okay, so then let's
I
talk
don't
about
have. That's what I'm
that.
saying. Like I don't. I have no. I have a lot of firsthand
Wait, you said
experience.
you're a chemist, so you can understand something simple like whether or not the Earth is
That's
dropping away from us when we're looking out across
right. That's
a body of
okay. So
water.
please don't cut me off. That's what I'm trying to articulate. So, as somebody with a lot of firsthand experience working with water and water chemistry, I have absolutely zero um, problem with the thought of there being, as you put it, a water hill. Water wants to curve. It naturally,
Are you
like
talking
hydrogen.
about meniscus? Is that what you're referring to, the meniscus?
Oh, I mean, you could
Yes, just say
refer to the
yes.
meniscus as
Yeah,
one
just say yes.
example.
But
No, no,
that's
no, no,
not what
no.
we're talking about.
Because again, it's like I'm
So the
talking
Earth
to a
is a
third
globe because of
grader
meniscus. That's what you're
who
getting at.
says who says
So the Earth is a
meniscus.
globe because meniscus, right?
How no, like it's again, I'm trying to
Because you
keep
have
it I'm
water
trying to keep it
drops,
at an adult
water
level.
drops,
Let's go with hydrogen bonding. Let's
therefore
not
Earth
say
globe.
meniscus, right?
Water
Let's not
drops,
insult
therefore
the
Earth globe.
intelligence of the audience.
No, this is very simple. We're talking about whether or not the water's curving over body, great distances, like 10, 20
Right, right.
miles.
But okay, so even the existence of a concept of a meniscus disproves your concept of water.
No, because we
You know,
know in physics how the bodies of water act. when they're in a basin on the surface, undisturbed, they're level all the way across from one point to the other if they're in a basin. So it's
Okay.
always flat on top of the water. So we're gonna test the Earth to see if all the water's flat on Earth, and it turns out that it is. So it can't be this stupid
But
globe that everybody's talking about.
the Earth is not a basin,
Well, it's not a
and
fucking drop of water either, is it?
I mean, it kind of looks like it.
Jesus Christ.
It would appear to be. You know, there's like capillary properties of water. There's hydrogen bonding. Like water has no problem bending around a sphere. Like I don't see that as a good argument. Even bending around the sphere, it would appear flat to you because we're very small. The Earth is very big.
So big. How big is it?
It's like at least 10 times bigger than me.
Google it. Google it. How big is it?
Like it's
I
very
want you
big.
to fucking Google it right now.
Why? You
Because
can
I want you to
Google it.
tell me how much it should be dropping away when you're standing on top of the motherfucker on a body of water. We're not talking about water drops. We're talking
It
about the Earth,
it
the
doesn't
surface.
matter.
Oh
It's
my
a moot
god.
point. Like no matter what, we're too small to perceive it. You can't just ever go
Really?
out on a boat
All
and
right.
be like,
All right.
"Look,
So you're
I
saying,
don't."
hold it. All right. Well, here's something that really gets my goat here. You're talking about scale, right? Us being small, the Earth being big, right? So
Mhm.
now I'm giving you scale. We are 6 feet tall, standing on the shore of an ocean. We're trying to see whether or not the ocean in front of us or the lake, whatever body of water, because if the ocean's flat, so are the rest of the lakes and everything. It's all level, the whole Earth. So we're just gonna test whether or not the Earth is falling, curving down and away from us. We can do a very simple test across water to do that. 10, 20 miles. I mean, it should be very simple to understand this. Are you afraid of it? Do you want? You're going to sit here and argue with me, and you don't even know the numbers I'm talking about. So if you're going to
Excuse
come in
me.
here, you're going to have to talk about what the fuck I'm talking about or what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about. Don't come in here and just talk about water drops and shit and like the earth is a big water drop because, that's retarded. Everybody knows that. You sound dumb. And I hope
I'm
you
sorry.
feel
Look,
bad.
look, look. Hey, buddy. I have oftentimes been on like the opposite perspective than the person I'm trying to convince of my perspective. I've
I'm
never
not trying to
felt the
convince
need.
you. I'm just telling you the water's flat. We're gonna, like, even if it's not, we're gonna do real tests across the earth to see if the water's flat. We're not talking about somebody's beliefs or anything. It's been done, and then when we do it and it turns out our tests are pretty good, all the anti-flat earthers come in here and say, "Oh, well, they did this wrong and this
No,
wrong," but they
I
don't
don't
do their
know.
own goddamn
I'm
test.
just
Well, okay, this is
confused.
what's happening. We've been doing this for
I'm
10 years,
confused as
bro.
to what test you're referring to. Like, how are you testing the
Oh,
flatness of the water of the
anybody
earth? Like,
want to share
how
something with them?
how is that even a conversation? Like, it would still appear
Okay.
flat. Like, maybe I'm just struggling
No, it will.
to
It
follow
will
it. Yeah,
it will with the naked eye. It will, because you can only see so far, just a few miles with the naked eye, you
right.
know. And so what we're doing, if the Earth is a sphere the size that they tell us it is, then it should be dropping down and away from us, and then that that horizon that's supposed to be the edge of our vision would be dropping down and away, and then it would start to obscure something like ships go over the horizon or the sunset or something like that, right? That's supposed to be the curvature of the Earth that's blocking those things,
Can
right?
someone please ban me from this room?
So what we do, we set up tests where we know where something is off in the distance that's further than where the curvature of the earth should be, and then we take high zoom cameras, zoom in on something where the curvature should be in the way but it's not, and the horizon continues on behind the object we zoom in on.
Hmm.
So that's why we're saying the earth is flat, or at the very least it can't be this globe with the numbers that you refuse to look up on Google.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't know,
Do
man. I wanna buy it. I want to be on board with it, but I would
No, it's not about
let me
definitely.
want
show you
to.
what it.
It's yeah, please somebody else say something. I got my little spiel
I
out
just
there.
can't-
Go ahead.
I just wanted to point something out for Helium. Okay, if you didn't catch,
I
it
have a
just
question, please. Please, 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 please.
Can someone ban me from this room? I'm doing an experiment. I want to see where I go next after this. Please ban.
Yeah, no, thank you.
He might be trying to set y'all up.
Yeah, I have no idea. All right, Huey, check the chat out. You see the chat? I posted a couple. Okay, I don't know how strong your math is, so let me know if this goes over your head or whatever. This is kind of the stuff we're talking about. If you go to page 1, okay, there's a little diagram kind of illustrating the I think one of the points that Helio was trying to point out to you. Okay, with regards to the horizon. The horizon, if we're on a ball, it should be at a specific location depending on how high we are. Okay, you follow so far?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that math just works out how far it should be based on the alleged radius of the ball that we stand on. So if you're about 6 feet tall, if you go to the third page, you'll see at the bottom, if you're about 6 feet tall, the horizon should be at 3 miles away. Okay.
And I want to tell you, as an addendum,
compare-
with when it comes to angular size of things, it would look about the same distance away on a flat Earth too. So I just wanted to point that out.
Sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is just like one type of test that people have done, where they go out and they say, okay, I'm this tall, the horizon should be yay far. I can see stuff well beyond that without the bottom appearing to disappear like it should, because the object would be going down below the horizon line because the ground is curving away, right? We don't see that. Oh, okay, there's a problem either with the math, which I openly welcome any critique if the math is wrong, or I also openly welcome reconsideration that this type of math even applies to this context. Maybe we don't actually live on a ball of said size. Okay, so there's other things like laser tests, for example. All right, let me post
Right.
something else in the chat.
So I would be more inclined to, like, if, for example, we're going to trust the math and the experiment, I would then be more inclined to assume that the size is wrong than to assume the Earth is flat, or like, yeah. Even though, and it's
Okay. Well, if you're gonna, yeah. I mean, dude, you have every right to assume that. Okay. Like, what we would like to do though is get to the bottom of it. So if you're going to assume something, go get some data and turn it into a non-assumption anymore.
okay. So
Right.
what?
Otherwise, we can
The
sit
data
here
that
kind
I
of just
would go
walking
back
around,
to,
arm philosophizing.
no. But the data that I would go back to while it might still be anecdotal, it would just be that someone on a ship or a boat could navigate one line of latitude and find themselves back in the place where they started.
Here we go. Not talking about what we're talking about.
Again,
I mean, if you want to go down that road, dude, I mean, you have to assume that they're dead reckoning straight, never deviating at all, right? You'd have to take it on faith that they're doing that. But might I propose to you that they could just be going in a larger circle than they can actually perceive, right? If they're following they've got a compass or something like that, and they're heading eastwards from their starting point, they're gonna have to follow that compass throughout the whole way to make sure they're going quote unquote east. But if east and west are just circles around a central point, for example, they're going in a large circle. But you perceive that because of the scale and the preconceived notion that you're on a giant ball, that they're just heading around a circle over a ball, as opposed to just heading around in a circle, going left to right around a flat plane.
And if you understand how the solar
So
system was
you need
built,
to
you
check that.
change the size of the Earth without changing the size of the entire solar system, and the whole thing. You have to change everything.
I would say this though: at least you seem open to the notion that the standard model, cosmological model, may be broken. Right, that's a good step.
I believe there we live in separate classes, and the biggest disparagement between these classes is information. And typically whatever information the masses are allowed to know isn't really always true. It's kind of a joke
The feeling
sometimes.
it's very limited how much we actually get from, what this place actually is. I feel like we're very limited in that way.
And
And so
I'm
we're
a
just kind of
theist.
trying to put the pieces together here.
Also I'm a theist, so I have, like, as someone who believes in a creator and creation, creation could exist in any form the creator chose, right? Even if everything in the world is in the universe is a sphere, the creator could have put us on a flat plane. That's their prerogative,
Dude, you
right?
have no evidence that it's curving anywhere. Why would you even, just because you look at like the planets and the moon and stuff, you think those are spheres and the way it works? It might be something totally different. The Earth doesn't have to be a sphere. Those
Right.
things
That's
are
what I'm
something
saying.
else.
Again,
Especially if
but
you're
I
a
hear you.
theist,
I hear
the
that's
spirituality.
again.
It's Earth,
You're
Earth,
you're
and the
repeating
heavens.
what I said back to me
Okay,
in a
but
douchier voice.
all right. So yes, you understand then. It's like you're fighting the idea that, well, it could be flat. We're just telling you there is
I
no
am. I
curve.
am.
There's no
I'm a
curve.
natural skeptic, right? I am
There's no
fighting it
curve.
again,
There's no
and
curved
I'm
measurement.
stupid, right? So
No,
should be really easy
I
to
don't think you're
convince.
stupid. I think they
So
convinced you you're stupid, just like I was saying to everybody, about
no.
everybody else.
I like
Like
to say that in an argument
the
to just like,
smart
hey, I'm
people,
dumb, so I'm easy to convince.
know. What's like defer to the smart people, but nobody can name who they are. Even the smart people can't name who really knows it's a globe, so it's like, dude, you're just as good and just as smart as anybody else to figure this out.
So, okay, so when I come to you guys and say, hey, my senses tell me this, and what evidence do you have to point you in the other direction? Is it fair to assume now that the best, like, you guys present is that math about the 6 foot tall seashore?
I'll tell you what, at this point, I think we're going to have to get like real academia involved instead of just YouTube people fighting back and forth about whether Earth is flat or not. That's minutia. We're very serious about it here, and we need to get like real academia involved. But they get government funding, so they're not going to actually do it. We want to do real tests the way we've already been doing tests that flat earthers have used their money to go do. Nobody's making money off of flat Earth. We're just telling you the results of our test, coming presenting them. Everybody's fighting us, saying, "Hey, oh, it could be this, could be that." And what are you like asking the wrong questions because we have the test that all the water's flat. So what we need is parts of academia to take us seriously, and that may happen one day, maybe it won't, but people will figure this out eventually. Honest people that are honest with themselves, I think, will figure it out.
Though, Helio, I think by Huey's question, he meant at this point in our conversation, because we've been talking, right? But none of us have presented anything to Huey conveying what we're talking about, right? Is that what you were getting at, Huey?
Yeah,
sure,
Like, you want
100%.
to see some material? You want to see
I mean,
material?
for the purposes of the conversation and in general, I don't mind the broader answer either. Like,
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah,
Let's
so
go. Go through the
yeah.
presentation, guys. 100%.
So
Love
does
it.
anybody have any laser tests on hand, whether they're short or lengthy or whatever, that Huey can take some time, either now or on his free time or whatever, to scrutinize? I don't have any links on hand there, but I can run through the abstract with you if you want.
sure.
Okay. So while anybody might be getting some links ready, this is the gist. Okay, so if you go in the side chat to 41 minutes past the hour, old dude and myself posted some material. Let me know when you get there.
Okay.
You're there?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. I
Okay.
really like
Sorry.
lasers, so
There you
should
go.
find it interesting.
So check this out.
I think
Okay.
I passed.
Do you see my post with the six pages screenshots?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Now It's very verbose. Okay, so forgive me for that. Feel free to scrutinize it on your own time if you want. But might I implore you to go to the last page, because basically the whole 5 pages before that is the build up to the math used on the last page.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you see the little diagram? Not the diagram, the little graph where there's a quarter circle and like a half parabola and the dashed lines and shit like that over the
Yeah.
XY plane. Okay. Basically, when we're talking about lasers, okay, that you see that vertical line D in red.
Yeah.
Okay, that that just denotes the drop over distance, so to speak, right? So as x increases, there's a gap that increases non-linearly between the surface of the quarter circle, which is supposed to represent the sphere, right? The quarter sphere, and the horizontal line. So if you take a laser and you level it at wherever you're at, over distance, that laser should appear to basically be going up in the air, right, relative to anyone else who's along that same surface as you, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we mean. So the math basically just expresses
But
how
this is a
much of a drop.
hypothetical. Sorry, go ahead.
This is just purely abstract, right? Denoting what we would expect if we were on a sphere of the specified size and dimensions that are given to us. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So over, let's say, basically the math works out to approximately, if you're 10 miles out, right? You take a laser, you put it on the ground, you level it, you shoot the laser out straight ahead. If you go out 10 miles, you should be 10 squared times 8. So that laser would be basically, I think, 800 inches above your head, 10 miles out,
Mm-hmm.
so to speak, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that converts to whatever, 8 divided by 12 feet.
Control.
All of this type of shit, right? Hey?
Yeah, in a perfect control. Yeah, I'm following.
Perfect controlled environment, purely idealistically, right?
Yeah.
Et cetera, et cetera. So people have gone out and done certain tests, and the numbers don't even come close to what would be expected. Not by just a little bit, by like orders of magnitude. So someone, they've taken lasers and set them up maybe like 3 to 5 feet above the surface of the water, right? They shoot the laser out, and on the receiving end, they basically pick up the laser at anywhere between 3 and 5 feet above the ground also, where it should be dozens of feet, if not hundreds of feet, up in the air over their head.
Mm-hmm. You're saying it ends
Follow?
up proving.
So it's orders of
Yeah.
magnitude off of what
The problem
would be
with that is again like the laser is only going to be it's kind of how I was saying about this kind of being more conceptual, like a good theory, but like lasers aren't really powerful enough to get that kind of read, like that kind of distance. I mean, like don't get
They
me
are.
wrong, they exist. Yeah,
They are though.
they exist. We have lasers that can
Bro,
create nuclear fusion. I know that, but what I'm saying is
bro.
like the
No,
lasers
you're
that
not
people have
listening,
access to,
dude. You're not
we're not
listening.
allowed access
No,
to that
no,
type of equipment.
no, dude. You're not. We're not. We're not. The lasers that are used, they can reach these distances. And we know how we
I mean,
know because we
I'll
see
take
them.
your word for it. Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, well, I mean, feel free to investigate. I mean, when presumably some links would have been posted by now. Yeah, there's a few. The DJ's got one at 49 minutes past the hour. Okay, there's one conducted by Dr. John D, PhD in optics. Okay, I think it's a 21 mile.
Somebody said
test
there's a
or something.
36-mile laser test. Like, I don't know anything about that, but that seems like, even though that still seems small, it seems like it would be a useful enough distance to get
Yeah, so
something. Come on.
exactly. So let's check it out, right? So at 36 miles, right? Going back to the diagram or the math that I posted that I was referring to before. At 36 miles, knowing the math, okay, we'll just do it right now. Okay, the drop over that distance would be like basically the equation simplifies to 8 inches
I mean,
per mile
I
squared.
can. That's the thing is like
So
even just as I'm thinking about it in my head, at 36 miles, the drop is gonna be
we'll do the
so
math. We'll do the
small,
math.
dude. So small.
No, it might be small with respect to the scale of the Earth overall, but
No,
at
I mean
our particular
small
scale,
with
yeah.
respect to the size of
Okay,
like our ability to measure.
then let's verify that, right? So if the math simplifies to about approximately 8 inches per mile squared, okay, using the parabolic approximation, what I presented to you before. Okay, so if we do the math, 36 times 36 times 8 comes up to 10,368 inches. And when we divide that by 12, we get 864 feet. Okay, so 10 miles out, that laser should zip over your head about 860 feet above your head, if you're 4 feet, tall or whatever.
No. There's no way. Like how many? All right,
You would think so, right? It
what is the
sounds
circumference of
preposterous.
the Earth? What's the
Yeah,
circumference?
check the math.
Let me see.
Check the
Let me
math out,
hang
dude.
on. Let me Google something.
Go for it. Go for it. It's like,
Yeah,
no.
no, there's no way, bro. The circumference of the Earth is almost 25,000 miles. Like you're talking about an 8-foot difference over 36 miles, bro? No way. Like
According to the
30.
math, it should no. You misheard. I think you misheard me, dude. According to the math, okay, drop over distance with respect to a horizontal line at an initial point, right? The drop would be 864 feet. Theoretically.
Wait, not over
Given the
10.
size of the ball.
Not over 10 miles. 20.
36 miles, excuse me.
That to me
36 times
that does
36
not
times 30.
seem right. That hurts my brain. You guys, 20
Yeah,
miles, 30 miles out of
yeah. Okay, let's slow down.
25,000
Let's slow
is
down. Let's slow down,
nothing.
okay? Let's slow down, okay? We've been going back and forth various tests and stuff like that. Some are 10 miles, some are 36 miles, some are 21 miles. Okay, let's stick on one. Okay, going back to that 36 mile long distance that we talked about, 8 inches per mile squared. Okay, 36 times 36, which is the mile squared part, times 8 evaluates to 10,368 in inches. Divide that by 12, and we get 864 feet. 36 miles away. Okay, if it's 10 miles, 10 times 10 is 100 times 8, that's 800, divided by 12, 66.67 feet. So at 10 miles, that laser should zip over your head 67 feet in the air. If you're lying on the ground, for example.
Yeah. Man, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just not able to follow that cuz okay. Cuz again, how many
All
feet
right.
above then would yeah, maybe if you want to share your screen or something or put a video or something cuz it's like
Yeah.
you have
There.
like
Yeah.
it's just
I
like
can
nothing. Like
screen share right now. I'm
nothing.
on my
Like
phone. I encourage you. Yeah, I encourage you to take the time to look at some of the videos in the chat, dude. Okay, there's dozens and dozens of these at various distances, in various conditions, and different setups and everything.
I
Okay, so
just
like there's
in my
no
mind I need to
yeah.
figure out how we can get like how we can assume such a high drop from just such a short distance, like 10 and 20, 30 miles.
You can
Like
verify
how,
these numbers yourself with any AI
Yeah.
search you want to do really quickly.
Yeah.
Okay.
For the math part, check out the math. Make sure we're not making a mistake anywhere. Okay. As for the actual tests themselves, take your time with that. Okay, some of them are a bit lengthy. Okay, no one's expecting you to, digest all this in 30 seconds. Take our word for it or anything. Okay, we're just presenting what we got. You asked for it. This is what we're dealing with. So on your own time or whatever.
What am
Do
I?
what you gotta
Is
do.
it the black swan or the Earth curvature calculator? Or I guess what's this black swan thing, old dude?
Anyone want to present the black swan? I've already been rambling
Can I display it in
quite
here?
a
I'm
bit.
gonna display it right now. I'll mute myself. Oh, this is an hour long.
Well, I can give you the basic fundamentals, I guess, of black swan.
Wait, no. I think it's just a minute long.
Well, I don't know about John D's video. I've seen the original one.
Go ahead.
And the basic understanding is, like we were talking about earlier, on the sphere, the horizon would be a certain distance away. Absent atmosphere or anything on a perfect sphere, certain distance away, depending on your elevation above the sphere, correct? Your eyesight. So at 6 foot on a perfect sphere, the horizon Earth curve would be about 3 miles away, which in reality it actually is. So what we're talking about is the black swan that I'm talking about. It probably has something to do with this, but there's some oil platforms in Santa Monica where there's one oil rig that's 6 point something miles away, and the other one's almost 10 miles away. And the guy that made the video took the camera down to 1 foot off of the seat. You could see him taking the camera down to the shore, putting it on right next to the water and zooming in on those oil platforms. You can see the horizon beyond the second oil platform, which the second oil platform is 10 miles away. So the horizon's beyond that. So the horizon can't be the curvature of the Earth with a 1 foot observer height. Now, the math for that would be 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That gives you the distance to the horizon on the ball. So the black swan is if you're observing from there's several times this has been taken. That one that's in there right now, that's where he put it down on the ground, like right next to the water. You can see he put the feet of the tripod in the water and zoomed across. Now you can see that 9 miles away, the horizon's still past the other one. That's basically the black swan, because the curvature of Earth would be the hill of water, like we were talking about earlier, would be in the way. But when you zoom in, the horizon just keeps going. You just, however big your camera lens is, or however powerful your camera is, you're just going to zoom in. You're seeing less in field of view, but you're seeing more in concentration. And if you had a bigger telescope or a camera, well, a telescope you can't zoom, but a camera or whatever that could zoom even further, it's just going to eventually be opaque because of the atmosphere. So the horizon is not the curvature of the Earth. And the black swan, so-called, is the evidence for that. One of the evidences. Does that make any sense? I know I just went all the way.
I'm trying to, like, I'm letting this video play over and over again.
Well, but we have to start with the math, though. Do you understand the math of it? Because if you're not going to believe us or believe them, you're going to understand the math, and then you say, okay, yeah, I see the horizon beyond the furthest oil platform. Yeah, it does kind of defy the real math of the situation here. So there is something wrong here. So what's the explanation? Our explanation is that water's flat. So if somebody else has another explanation, they're going to have to prove it.
But water, okay, have you ever been to
Don't ask
like
me
a drag
questions.
race?
If there's evidence that it's curvature, like wherever the horizon is that keeps moving every time you zoom in, that's the curve. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for the curvature that goes down and away from us, because it should be in the way of that furthest platform, but it keeps going past it.
No, I hear what you're saying for sure.
Okay. I just want to make sure that you understand it before you just go make excuses and say, okay,
no,
well,
no, no.
what about this and what about that? We're talking about their 3959 radius ball Earth compared to what we observe in reality. If you're not talking about that, you're not talking about the same thing we're talking about.
Hmm.
You want to make up, so, well, it could be a bigger ball. Well, then what
No,
bigger ball are you talking about? Then you're in your own fucking, you're gonna bring your own globe here so we can argue against your globe?
no, it's not that. It's so like even the globe that we see, right? Like the Earth isn't considered to be
We don't
perfect.
see any globes.
No, right. The common globe that's sold in stores, right? Nobody, I don't think, assumes
That's
the
a
Earth.
map. Yeah, that's a
Right.
map. They think that's what the Earth looks like, but that's just a map.
What I'm getting at is the oceans, the water isn't like this perfectly controlled experiment. It's the furthest thing from it. Like not only do we have the tides, but we have like they're just it's constantly in motion. It's
Yeah, and
constantly
flat
in motion.
earthers are too dumb to even consider that when they make these type of observations. This guy made that video with the black swan. He did it like 10 times, and he
No.
made like
It's
5 videos doing the same thing in different conditions, different times of year. He did it a bunch of times. And he got the same results. So what now?
yeah. No, what I'm saying is when
I'm saying
something's
is
in
like, what about
motion,
more
it's not
questions about nothing that has anything to do with what we're talking about?
You're okay, so the math is predicated on like this perfect sphere though.
No,
And I'm not just talking about
that's their astronomy and their astrophysics. All of that's on that math. Now, if you get into field of astrophysics, they're going to argue with each
no,
other.
but
As
that
far
okay,
as
but
you
yeah, but
know,
that math isn't real.
and the general public knows, and that globe Earth map is, that one is 3969 radius, or 3959 radius, and 24,901 miles in circumference.
This is what I'm
And when
saying.
we
Here, let me put this
the art,
in a language
no,
you can understand. The same reason why you wouldn't do this experiment over land, because right, you have mountains and valleys and all that shit. The same you get not the same phenomenon, but you get other phenomenon over water, right? Where it makes the
like what,
experiment kind of
meniscus? Are
hard.
we back to fucking meniscus again?
No, because even the meniscus might. What I'm saying is,
The
when
meniscus
things
of the
are in motion, they can like tighten up or loosen up in different places, and it just makes the experiment weird. Is all I'm
Here he
saying.
goes. He's not talking about what we're talking about. Yeah. Okay. Hey, man, we explained our position quite thoroughly for like 30 minutes. You asked us to present it. There it is. And if you're just going to keep making excuses instead of solid arguments showing us where the goddamn curve is, then you really have nothing to offer.
No, I hear you.
Sorry to say
Hey,
it.
Haley,
I
we
even
were talking
understand that
about
perspective because
yeah,
it is like my position is at the end of the day, my position is based on an assumption, whereas yours is based on like your observable reality, right? And so there, like I even
Like I
understand
said, you're
your
not talking about the same thing we're talking about. So, yeah, sure, we can speculate about whatever might be have to do with, like, maybe the Earth is a big water drop of Earth and all the whatever molecule. That's for the philosophers. We're talking about what they're saying about this ball Earth that doesn't exist, because when we go out, all the water's flat. Now,
right. So we're changing, right? So we're shifting, right? So like if the
we're
conversation
gonna jump
goes
in.
to strictly about what like we're forgetting we're ignoring my predisposition of the assumptions that I make coming into the conversation, and we're just talking about the experiments, right? And at the end of the day, all I'm saying is the same way your experiments might be flawed over land because of mountains and hills and valleys, it could
how many
also be
times this
flawed
motherfucker
over
going to say
water.
the same thing?
I'm just trying to.
Yeah,
I'm just trying
Here,
to.
we got it, dude. And check this out. We can actually entertain it briefly. Okay. So your critique is basically the tides and shit like that. You know, basically the tides alter the perfect smoothness of the water that would be idealized in the math, right? So we need to account for that. Okay, great. So what would you propose as basically the average variability in height, in altitude, because the tides and waves and shit shift around?
The
So
average
how high does the
variability.
water go up and how low? Like how high would we expect the water to be relative to like the ideal, right? Like what, 2, 3, 4, 5 feet higher, or maybe a few feet lower, or something like that on
Yeah.
average.
What I'm
Okay,
saying
great.
is it could be different. Like an average might be different at like different times of the day. Like how you're saying you're the guy that
Yeah.
ran the experiment had to run it at the same time every day, I assume. What then
What's the
that's
minimum
kind
and
of
maximum? What's the
This is
minimum
the
and
point, right?
maximum?
Yeah, if you take the minimum and the maximum, right? Like what is tide? It elevates things a few feet, and
right.
then with the waves and stuff like that, maybe an extra couple feet. So let's say we got an extra 4 feet to contend with, right? If you're able to see something that should be dozens and dozens of feet, if not hundreds of feet below the horizon line, a few
That's
feet
orders of
here and
magnitude.
there is not. Yeah, a few feet is not going to necessarily work in your favor, dude. You still have an order of magnitude to contend.
I think you're
You
lagging.
see what I mean?
I think
This
so.
isn't. It's not slightly inconsistent. In other words, it's not slight for the layman. It's not slightly inconsistent. It's massively inconsistent.
Yeah, I can see. Like here, I can see what you're saying here. If we were doing like a 1 mile long test where we only expect 8 inches of drop, right? If like someone could point out, hey, dude, like, did you think about tides and waves and stuff like that? Those can overpower or outweigh that drop, maybe like 2-3 fold. How do you know that what you're seeing is not just because there's the tide is out or something like that? You see what I mean? Like that, I can understand. But when we're talking tens of feet, if not hundreds of feet over the larger distances, right? We're just like, because what you're talking about is basically like the radius. Think of the radius of the Earth. It kind of like, let's say, it would diminish a little bit by like 2 feet. Okay, right? Because the water is lower, let's say, right? So the overall distance theoretically from the center of the ball to surface, well, it's shorter because the water is lower, let's say. But when you do the math, dude, you're talking about like 0.000000001, of a difference or something like that, proportionally. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I'm trying to. Sorry, I'm trying to just like look up some separate things, like in regards to curvature and stuff, and try to just see if I can make some shit make sense in my head.
Can someone please ban
Yeah,
me
dude.
from this room so I can I'm trying to do an experiment.
No. I would say this though, dude. Take your time. There's no rush with this. It's a lot. Do what you gotta do.
Okay, so just from what I'm reading, it was talking about it was saying that something called atmospheric refraction messes up the experiment of curvature of the Earth when it's over water.
Yeah, we can get into that. Yeah, we can get into
Because
that.
what I was,
And might I just say,
what I was thinking
DJ point. Hey, Holmes, just quickly. Sorry to cut you off. Just quickly. Yeah, DJ pointed something out in the chat. I forgot we were doing something over a lake. There are no tides in lakes. Now there are waves and stuff. If it's windy or whatever, so there's less of a concern there. So
a
maybe a
lake
few
has
feet,
nothing to do with
if
the
anything.
motion. A lake would be much better. Like it doesn't do anything with the motion that that I was referring to. But it would still
Yeah, there's no
potentially
tide, but
it would still potentially be subject to atmospheric refraction, but I don't see how that should affect a
we can get
laser
into that.
test. Like I could see
We
how
we can
atmospheric
get into that.
refraction
So the
could
laser,
influence your eyes, but a laser test over a lake should provide something.
well, the claim is that so a laser, it emits a beam of light, right? So it's light, so it should be subject to the same mechanisms that all other light is. And if light is known to be able to deviate depending on the medium it's going through, all sorts of stuff like that, the claim is that the laser is basically curving ever so slightly to perfectly match the curvature rate of the ball, more or
But
less.
I
So
could
much so
actually
that
see
the
that.
laser
Like that's not that wild of an explanation.
Yeah, at first glance, yeah, it seems reasonable, except when you look into it, because the reality is the necessary rate of curvature that it would have to be subject to, the conditions of the air, that would actually provide that rate of curvature, it doesn't actually exist, right? Because for
And
light
it
to be able
could
to
be
bend basically like a quarter, for the light to bend enough consistently over that distance or over the distances in question, you would have to either assume a uniform state of the air throughout the entire line of sight, okay, so that the light is not dispersing or fumbling the image up, right? So when you look at it and you see something clear, it's because all the the light is coming pretty clearly, right? There's nothing muddying up the view, right? So you would have to assume consistently smooth, humidity, temperature, and air pressure gradients throughout the entire line of sight, and you also would have to assume that they are significant enough for the light to bend at the rate it needs to match the curvature rate of the surface. Now we ask people often, what conditions need, like, what conditions exist to bend light that much? And theoretically, we've seen some models that would suggest that you would need temperature variances of 10 or 15 degrees Celsius over a span of 10 feet. Right? Like imagine you take a thermometer, you put it right next to the floor, it reads, I don't know, 20 degrees Celsius, and then you raise that thermometer above your head, so it's 10 feet off the ground, and all of a sudden it's 10 degrees hotter. Or 20 degrees hotter.
But I feel like this could be worked around, on your end, as the person who wants to prove the Earth is flat. I feel like that. Let me pull it back up. Whatever they called it, that phenomena, the atmospheric refraction. This could be worked around with mirrors and sensors. It'd be a lot more expensive of an experiment, but it doesn't, the concept of atmospheric refraction doesn't throw the whole experiment into the trash can. Like even if
Well, it
even if
doesn't anyway.
yeah, but well,
Already,
okay, but say it does.
yeah.
Say it does. Give. You know, let's just say it does. I think you could engineer an experiment with lasers. It might have to be a relay, but I think it could be done.
Well, I don't know, man. If we got one laser and it's reaching the other side, the claim on the table is like from their side, if they're going to try and rebuttal against it, right? Is that the light is actually not going straight. That's actually arcing. But we ask, what conditions create such an arc necessary for it to travel perfectly around, the surface of a giant ball, so much so that the light basically ends up on the other side at the same elevation as it was emitted at. Like
Every single test in all conditions.
Yeah, every single time.
Yeah. I assume their answer would have to
Come out of
do
their
with like the way a rainbow seems to bend at a specific angle. And I assume they would use that as some type of like some natural constant of bending of light. But I
Well,
don't.
they would
But
have
I'm
to
just talking
demonstrate
out of
that.
my ass right now. Like I'm.
Yeah, we've heard it all, dude. And most of the time, that's what they do too. Right? We just ask, okay, give us the specifics. Right? Provide us like the necessary humidity gradients, temperature gradients, pressure gradients, whatever. Right? Give us an example of someone going out and performing a test, sampling all these variables throughout the entire line of sight, and demonstrating that the light is actually bending.
But they
at a
didn't say
certain
anything
rate.
about that. That's not what I was reading. Wasn't necessarily. I think that was just us going on a tangent. What I was reading.
Yeah. I'm speaking to those who come in and use this as like a sincere argument against it. Like it sounds like you're kind of just throwing it in the air. Oh, well, maybe this is the reason why. But other people would come in here and vehemently argue for that being the reason, but they don't provide anything to back it. That's the
right.
problem.
So is it enough that it could be that? Right, so the Earth could be a globe and light could be doing that. Is that good enough for you, or would you like actual verification of it? You want it as a solid? Yeah, it's definitely that. The Earth is definitely curving, and light is definitely, arcing around its surface to make it appear flat.
If you're asking me, I'm again like just I rely heavily on the assumptions I've made from seeing like cosmological bodies and distribution of elements by density and stuff like that. Like 'cause it's not
Right. So as long as there's a could be, it could be that you're happy because it sort of falls in line with. You don't know that that's the case when you're looking across a large body of water, that you're seeing it because, of this light arcing around the curvature, making everything appear flat, right? You don't know that, but it supports your bias, right? The idea supports your bias. Right.
Yeah, it's reasonable enough. So, yeah, it could be that. Never mind. Don't need it to be tested and shown to me to actually be the case. You seem content with the
No,
maybe.
it's not that. It's the
No?
tests, whatever tests that are conducted would have to be like they couldn't be very abstract. It would have to be really, really, really simple. Like as simple as because again, for somebody on the other side of the equation, all they have to say is someone can travel down one line of latitude and end up back where they are. And they have pilots and boat captains to back them up, right?
No one has ever done that. Ever.
Right.
Dude, like in theory, in theory, they look at the the globe projection, and they see lines. It's like, oh well, I could just walk along this line, and look, I'll get back. Yeah, sure. Like they're, you know what I mean? They've got they've got a certain theoretical framework that they operate in, and they argue from that standpoint.
Yeah, but we're
Right?
talking about like we can't have this conversation completely conceptually, like there are like living pilots and boat captains that would affirm these notions. There's people that have claimed, whether even if it's on maybe a particular set line of latitude or whatever, but people that have claimed to have navigated the world and or circumvented the world, as they like to put it.
Sure. If a pilot comes to you and says, "Hey, look, I followed a certain latitude line and landed back where I took off from," right? Like that doesn't seem unreasonable, except for the fact that no one really flies in straight lines, right?
Right.
Oh, I mean, you would have to ask. You would probably want to ask them, "Hey, okay, do you have like an actual trace of your path, like your path? What path did you take?" And you'll see it'll wobble around. But even then, you would need to project that path onto some sort of 2-dimensional surface, right? And it would look like a circle anyway.
Right,
And so it doesn't
and
really
that's
give you
okay. And then it would go
really give
back
you
to
much
the
to work with.
controls. It would go back to, well, what did you actually do? Did you turn left the
Exactly.
whole time, or did you,
Well, there you
go
go.
wobble back and forth? And that's
Yeah.
what it goes. That's what it goes back to. And you have
Exactly. So,
basically a corroboration of pilots and boat captains from all around the world, all different cultures, all
like that.
different languages, all different theologies that
yeah,
pretty
yeah.
much
Okay, dude. Yeah, check this out. Right? Have you ever been presented with this data of what, like the control data of what a pilot or a boat captain actually did, demonstrating that they went straight, they dead reckoned, never turned left or right, and landed back where they started?
Doesn't happen.
Yeah, no, I haven't like looked too much into it. I just assumed it to be
Okay.
true based on their
It
position.
doesn't exist. Doesn't exist.
Okay.
Nobody does that.
Right.
I don't even think there's a meridian that's like clear of land. I don't think you could do that. You'd hit land and see.
Right. The only
with
time
a
that
single great circle.
yeah, and even in like the globe Earth model, the only latitude line that exists where someone can orient themselves basically east or west and dead reckon that way and never have to deviate to turn left or right or whatever to maintain that that latitude line would be the equator anyway, right?
Correct. Anywhere else, if you're following a latitude, you will have to bank left or right. But it may be such a large circle that it's really imperceivable. Like going around a long wind, like a long bend, right? A slight long bend in the road in your car. You don't feel like you're turning the steering wheel. You're like, did I even turn it? It's like somehow I'm following the road, right? Like you don't
Yeah,
even notice.
I hear what you're saying, and even then, things can be just kind of put into autopilot, but when you put something into autopilot, it's more obvious that you have to enter that data in there. But okay, let's move past that.
Yeah, you're
So
probably plugged. Yeah, and if I just quickly, right, and you would have to basically if you're just going to use autopilot, you're just going to plug in locations, right, and the thing's going to figure out and just go
no,
there
yeah,
for you, right?
I'm talking
And
about
at
our
any rate,
theoretical. Yeah, no, I know, I hear you.
yeah,
I'm talking about in
yeah,
our
and
theoretical.
yeah, and no, quick before you move on, right? And if you want to go with the whole pilot thing, you would still have to then contend with some of the pilots that themselves would would take the position that the Earth is flat. Some of them do say that. Now, whether they're bullshitting or whatever. I don't know.
No, if that's
Right.
the case, I would love to
So
hear their testimony. And I know I hear pilots saying weird shit, and some of them are idiots. But regardless, I haven't come across if I could find somebody who seems intelligent and not crazy. Yeah, I would love a pilot's perspective. But let me ask you
if you
guys.
want, I was just quickly, if you want to take a look at something along those lines, check out the post from DJ at 24 minutes past the hour. F-16 pilot says Earth is flat. That's what the title.
No. Okay, so for me personally, I'm sorry to put these kind of constrictions on, but it would have to be like an active commercial pilot today. Not some retired pilot, not some government pilot. No military. No. Yeah. No. That,
Why?
Well, okay.
Check
There
the
are
side
some.
chat right above that.
I've seen videos. Yeah. Well, I've seen little snippets of people approaching commercial pilots, asking for
it would
their
something
takes.
like that. Something
Same
like
thing.
that. I'd be more inclined to believe somebody with a
There's a lot of
family.
stuff out there, man. I'll tell you, over the years, I've been looking into this, all sorts of shit from left, more thrown at me left, right, and center.
Okay.
We had all
So
that.
let me.
We used to have a lady pilot that used to come in and talk about it and flat smack with us. Probably a couple of pilots. There's probably people amongst us with pilots' licenses that just don't announce it.
I want to get my pilot's license. I might be able to get to the bottom of this myself. But let me ask. Okay, so I'm asking because of the lunar eclipse shadow, right? So do we then are you assuming if the Earth is flat that that it's maybe not a sphere but a circle? Then are you assuming like a perfect circle?
No, you're assuming the darkening comes from the Earth itself, from the shadow being casted. That's the assumption being made.
Okay, what else would it come from?
Don't know.
Who knows if it's even a shadow?
Like the shadow of when the Earth gets between the sun and the moon, the shadow of the Earth onto the moon.
That's the story. That's the story, that it is a shadow. How do you know it's a shadow even?
It looks like a shadow. I have no idea what else to assume, right?
I reckon it just looks like darkening.
Our conversation is based on our everyday experience, right? Even though it doesn't happen every day, to me that looks like the only thing I can associate that with, that darkening, is a shadow being cast.
Right? How many red shadows have you seen? How many red shadows have you seen in nature? It's all good,
I don't
man.
know. You see all kind like light reflect off of, even in my room here, light makes things, gives everything a red hue.
Talking about the absence of light, though, right?
Yeah, I don't even know what you mean by the red shadow. Are you talking about like the ring around the eclipse? I'm not sure like what you're referring to.
No, the moon during a lunar eclipse, it turns red.
Okay. What, the moon turns red? Like a blood moon?
The claimed shadow turns red.
During totality, it's red. It's like, why?
Okay, yeah, no, I don't know. I'm sure there's some reason, whether it has to
That
do
doesn't
with
remind me
flat
of any
Earth or
shadow I've
round
ever
Earth.
seen. I've never stood out
Yeah,
in
but
light,
okay, but I don't know if
no
you
matter
can
how
hear
intense,
yourself.
and looked at my shadow and gone, shit, my shadow's red.
Okay, so are you saying ignore the whole thing because something has a red hue? Ignore
How does
the
that make
whole
any sense?
concept? It doesn't make
Why
any
is it?
sense?
No, why is it red?
So because it's
How does it make a
red,
red shadow?
so because the shadow's red, you're saying the whole thought is a trash, like goes in the
Well,
trash.
the whole thought is trash because it involves Earth being a sphere, and we know it's not one because of the way the surface measures.
So now your position as a flat earther representing flat earthers is to ignore your eyesight and ignore the shadow, focus on the fact that
It
there's
doesn't tell me
color
anything.
there.
It does not tell me anything. I cannot confirm it's a shadow. I cannot confirm that it is the shadow of an object, or like the Earth getting in the way, or the shadow of the moon getting in the way. I mean, during a solar eclipse, I can't be sure that that's even the moon. I mean, you don't see the moon; you just see
Are
the
we?
sun blackening out.
We're talking about a lunar eclipse, so now it
Yeah,
makes me
lunar
wonder. Actually,
or both.
that's.
Like,
But I am glad that you mentioned a solar eclipse.
and either or.
How come you don't question a
Huey,
solar
check this
eclipse
out.
then?
Oh, no.
We do.
What?
We do. Like you
Yeah,
can theorize about what you think is
So
causing
okay,
an
so
eclipse
what's
all you
happening
like, right?
in your mind? What's
I don't know.
happening when?
What I don't need to say what's in my mind. I just look at what's happening. Like you said, I'm not ignoring what I see, but how am I going to interpret it? How could I possibly interpret it beyond
Yeah,
that which I
Huey.
see? Like it just looks like the sun's getting darkened, right? And
Yeah,
during a lunar eclipse, it just looks like
No,
the moon's getting darkened. I
yeah,
mean,
except for it
I could
happens
say maybe
very,
that's a
very
shadow. I could
slowly.
say maybe
It
that's the moon
happens
getting
at
in
a
the way,
specific
right?
angle. I'm sorry, dude, but you're definitely not doing your position a service. Like you sound like a
Huey, you're
moron.
not. No,
Why?
Huey,
How is it obvious what's happening during a lunar eclipse? Because if it was so obvious, humans would have worked out what was happening with the lunar eclipse thousands upon thousands of years ago.
They did.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, Huey, you're not really listening, dude. There's no contention with what we witness, the phenomena that we witness. We look up, we see a moon, and other times we look up and we don't see the whole moon. It looks darker, whatever. And then sometimes we look up and we see it's fucking red. And the claim on the table is the reason why it's dark or red or whatever is because the Earth is getting in the way. That's where the discussion needs to be. The why,
Okay.
not the
Okay.
phenomenon itself, right?
Okay.
The
Okay.
why
Okay.
the phenomena is happening.
Right.
That's all.
But you guys, all right. We see the moon and we see the sun, and when we see a solar eclipse, it seems it's obvious to us that they're about to cross paths, and the moon will block out the light from the
You don't
sun.
see the moon during a solar eclipse. You don't see the moon during a solar eclipse. It happens during a new moon. That means during a new moon, you do not
Yeah, I'm
see the
sorry,
moon.
dude,
It's
but you
gone.
actually have no like you. I don't. You're just maybe it's your accent. You're throwing me, man. Like nothing you're saying makes any sense at all. You said you
Nobody
don't see the moon
sees
during
the
a solar
moon.
eclipse,
Nobody
buddy.
sees
You
the
have
face.
Google just
Listen,
like the
listen,
rest
listen,
of
bro.
us.
I
Let
can
the
make it very
adults
clear
have
for
a
you. I can make
conversation.
it very clear for you. I can make it very clear for you. Nobody sees the moon during a solar eclipse. They assume that that big black thing around the sun during a solar eclipse is the moon. They assume it is, right? But you don't see it approach the sun.
So again, all you're doing is operating on an assumption, dude. We're just pointing out. All we're doing, I think, the theme of the evening has just been pointing out the just taken for granted assumptions laid into this paradigm.
He said,
and
How
just
after
pointing.
all this time has it reverted to a 2-year-old all of a sudden? That's crazy. I don't believe
Yeah,
it.
there's no need to insult Pete up, dude. I know he's upside down and shit, but
Yeah, he is. I mean, yeah, the blood's going to his head.
So it is a fact that you don't see the moon during a solar eclipse until it starts darkening, and then you assume that that's the disk of the moon getting in the way of the sun. But you still can't even see it; just looks black.
And here's something
Like,
else interesting about
right?
that. It always happens during a new moon, which, according to the heliocentric model, during a new moon phase, the side that you can't see is a full moon from the sun side, right? So it's fully lit on the other side, but it's still there, physically there. But why isn't there like a hole in the sky where the physical moon is? Like you shouldn't be able to see the stars through this physical moon, this new moon in the sky.
I would even sort of expect to see a big black silhouette approaching
Oh, I
the
would.
sun.
I definitely would. I wasn't going to mention it, but yeah, you would definitely see a ring of light on a new moon, 100%. If what they're saying about the heliocentric model is true, 100%. None of it would look like that. All the phases of the moon, none of it would look like if what they're saying is true. But definitely on a new moon, you would see a ring, at least a light ring of light in the sky. But you don't see anything during a new moon. It's 2 days of nothing in the sky. They can tell you where they think it is, but if you point up there, well, there's no physical body there blocking stars. Where the fuck is it? Go ahead. Just wanted to point that out. Speaking of eclipses, that they say the moon is blocking the sun. Well, it's always during a new moon, and there's plenty of new moons that aren't blocking the sun. But like 2 days ago, you could see the moon, and now it's in a similar part of the sky, but none of the stars are blocked out. So think about it. Something to think about. It's like some people put these videos out, like during some type of crescent moon, they'll show a star. They can see through the physical part of the moon, something in the background, a star or something. Some of those images are doctored. I've looked into some of it, but I've never seen anyone try to take a picture of where the new moon is, the physical new moon, where it is physically in the sky, blocking out stars. Never seen anybody attempt that. Well, I'll tell you, it's going in front of the sun on a new moon, though. And where the fuck was it last night?
Yeah, I mean, it could be. Like, I don't know. Like, I guess that's a potential possibility that it is like the moon pulsing the sun. But like, how would you know? Like, it's a nice idea, but how are you going to test it? How are you going to know for certain that that's what it is? With either eclipse, lunar or solar. Okay, come up with an idea, and how are you going to test it? If it involves the sphere Earth, you better start, getting to proving that, because the eclipse doesn't prove it. Your idea about what causes an eclipse does not prove the Earth is a sphere. It's just an idea you have in your mind, right? You've got to test it. You've got to prove it. Because I could come up with some other fanciful idea, like the ancients did that, Keku and Rahu, or whatever their fucking names is, two celestial bodies that are invisible, that they do it. Someone came up with the idea that it's getting eaten by an invisible dragon and shit like that. Like, what's the difference?
Yeah,
They've got to prove their shit. You've got to prove your shit.
Yeah, how's it any less legit? Just like they say the planets were gods. Who's to say they aren't? So it's like looking at all of it, they want everyone to think, well, every ancient culture was really dumb, and now we know because of science. Just the broad overarching term, science. Most of them don't know what it means. We demonstrate that every day. So science knows that it's a globe, and all of the ancient cultures that I'm talking about hundreds and thousands of years, they're just totally dismissed because we're bigger, smarter, faster. And I can tell you what, if you watch anything on X or Facebook or whatever, people are dumber than ever, as far as I'm concerned. So as far as this like advanced technology and we're the biggest, fastest, smartest humans that have ever lived, people are stupid. They're not even interested. It's like the Earth is flat. I mean, it's like that's a big whopper. It's just like they don't want to think about it most of the time. It's like, well, it's not flat. I mean, and they'll give you all the top 10 reasons, or they'll give you their own version of the globe or their own version of flat, and But really looking into the topic, if people want to go back and forth and argue the real thing, that's They don't want to do
Well,
it.
that's all right. If he's still here and he doesn't want to talk to me, that's fine. I'll shut up. He can talk to Mike or you. I don't care. It's all good. I
You're
got thick
talking about
skin.
the other guy that I was
tangents.
talking to before, and then
Yeah, is he still here? I don't know. He might have split.
oh well, he reverted. He started over, man. He reverted back to like 2-year-old shit. That's why I jumped in because I was like, man, don't do it again.
That's all right. I don't care. It's all good.
Well, sorry if I interrupted. If you want to
Oh,
go
it's all
goo
good.
goo gaga with that
I was
dumbass.
probably being a bit too forward and direct and abrupt. I don't know. Sorry.
I don't think I heard anything wrong with what you said, Tito. To be honest, I think you just doesn't like your accent. He's a bigot.
I watched some Australian football last night, man. Holy shit! Sydney against Edmonton. Did you catch any of that? Sydney's
No, I
always
don't follow it. Must have been Union.
dude.
Was it rugby union?
It was in Sydney, I'm pretty sure. But I went on to get to watch a lot of Australian football over here, and I was just flipping. I was at a hotel. I was flipping through the things at Australian football, and I heard, I've looked at some YouTube clips and shit, and talked to you guys about it. Dude, I watched from like halfway through the third quarter to through the fourth quarter to the end of the game. Holy shit, bro!
Yeah, they don't pad up or wear helmets or anything like that,
Dude,
right?
and
Like
it's
you
like
guys.
it's like NBA score, like 112 to 85 or some shit. It's like, oh my god! And I was trying to figure out the rules, whether like kicking the ball everywhere and then the whistle blows. It's like, all right, that looks like change of possession, but it's also like that same guy kicked to the guy on the same team and it whistle blew. I was trying to figure out the rules and how they stop the clock when they get a free kick and stuff. I'll still
Yeah, so if you kick the ball and it goes more than 15 meters, if your team catches it, then you get a free kick. So like it's called a mark. So yeah, but it's only for kicks.
Oh, it's AFL, was it?
Yeah, it's AFL here.
Yeah, I was watching a game. I watched about for about an hour last night, but it was like halfway through the third quarter to the end of the game. I watched it. That was pretty cool. I was trying to figure out the rules.
Yeah, it takes a few years to learn all the rules, mate. There's a lot of them.
Same with NFL here. It's just like, oh, anybody watching it would be like, what the hell just happened? But I could watch it and be like, oh yeah, I know exactly what.
By the way, I'm wondering if Huey couldn't hold it teed up. I'm wondering how he would handle Timbo.
Timbo's a little meaner. He's like me.
Hey, I'm not that bad, am I?
Wonder how he handled Matrix.
Oh shit! Yeah, Timbo, you're like you're an angry. Yeah, Timbo, you're like an angry T-Dub or a gentle Matrix.
The in-betweener.
Yeah.
You're like in the middle. Like, I don't know.
Well,
Huey, are you still there, dude?
Yeah, I try to have patience until I don't anymore. You know what I mean? It's like everybody. I want him to explain what they mean. Everybody tried to interrupt him. I want him to sound as dumb as possible. Get the whole fucking thing out before I roast their ass. You know what I mean?
I mean, like it's good. I have nothing against his his retorts, right? He's throwing up hypothetical, maybe this, maybe that, and like I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It's very common. I think the real issue is if he's going to lean on those, never reconcile what we're saying in relation to what he's proposing as being possible, but because what he's proposing kind of helps him stay leaning in the direction that he originated from, it's more comfortable for him. I mean, there's just no resolution. There's no answers being
sensible
whatever.
people though do realize early on in the conversation that what they're saying isn't necessarily working for where if you just play with this guy for an hour, he's going to come back to the same bullshit, and it really doesn't make sense to continue to talk to them. You know what I mean? That's the way I look at it.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean, except for the
it's
fact,
just like
except
a
for the
little
fact that
kitten playing around with a mouse that's half dead.
yeah, yeah. Apart from the fact that it's kind of funny, yeah, there's no productivity there.
But I'll give him credit where credit is due. It was refreshing to hear him say that he is indeed operating off of assumption, while we are basing our claim off of observed, measured reality.
Sure.
Yeah, that honesty was pretty refreshing. Yeah.
Well, and I
You know,
typed in the chat earlier that, once they look at one of our tests and then they start making excuses for why it's successful, why we're saying, here's the water flat because here's the test that proves it. And they're like, well, so we've done everything we need to do the successful test. They're agreeing right off the bat, yeah, they could see the laser from the other side, or whatever the test results were. And then they start making excuses. So that's an automatic concession. They agree with our test. Yes, you can see it. Yes, this, but that.
I mean, honestly, I don't have anything wrong with someone pointing out, hey, maybe, did you consider this? Did you consider that? Because it is possible
Sure, everybody
that we,
has to do that.
yeah. So that's okay. I think it's just when they don't really back it up with anything, that's the real issue. Like,
Sure,
fuck,
because like when
I
it
could
first
provide,
hits
hey,
you,
how do we know? It's like, how do we know fucking invisible fairies and leprechauns aren't, getting in the way and deviating the path of light? It's like, oh shit, maybe. Okay, do you have any evidence of invisible leprechauns and fairies? No. Oh, well, then what makes you think they're there? Oh, the sheer fact that you can see the light indicates to me that there must be something going on, because I do have the predisposition to think that we are on a ball, and I got to do anything that I can to preserve that.
right?
That's
And
all I
Pseudo
hear.
story.
yeah, and it's just like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. They immediately concede that our test was successful, and then start to make excuses.
Well, I mean, successful insofar as demonstrating that we can see the light from a distance where theoretically we
Sure.
shouldn't.
Well, our prediction
Yeah.
was true. We have a laser set up on one side or a camera. We zoom in on the other side. We can see it. We see the laser, everything. We do it during the day,
Yeah.
during the night. You can see it. Boom, that's a successful test. And then we show it to them, and then they start making excuses. That means they agree that our test was successful. It looks flat. Our test
Yeah.
actually worked the way we said it was going to work. And then they're going to make excuses galore of how it could be this and that and this and that. They will never go out and try to do it themselves and predict something that's going to show the curve, because they can only do what we did. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
fucking stuck. They're stuck. They have to agree that our tests are good and then make excuses. Because if they go do what we did, they're going to get the same fucking result. Because our tests are good. They don't have to go
I'd like,
do it.
yeah, I'd like to see someone bring in a laser test where it's like, hey, we're 4 feet off the ground, and mathematically, the laser should be, I don't know, 50 feet above and up in the air at such a distance. And then we go do that, and we do actually measure it 50 feet up in the air. These were the conditions. It was at this place. Yeah, like, you know what I mean?
Here's something I thought about. I don't know if it would work. But if there was like a huge lake, one side had really tall cliffs, like 120 feet or something, and the other side was just flat. You know what I mean? Like it's like cliffs on one side, and then you got the shore on the other side, and you can look across the lake, see the top of the cliffs, but you can take like a zoom camera or a laser, set it on the shore of the lake, and it should shine like on the other side of the cliff, 60 feet above. You know what I mean? like all the way on the other side of the lake, there's just a big cliff. And if you're standing on the shore on one side and there's a big cliff on the other side, you shine it, and it would shine 60 feet. People on the other side of the lake at the bottom of the cliff would have to look up and see it shining on the cliff. You know what I mean? Sure, there's places like that where it's just like cliffs on the one side, they're 100 feet tall, 10 miles wide. Because the water's supposed to be dropping down and away. So the laser would shine on the side of the cliff that's 10 miles away.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I think that may be a bit tougher because of the. I would presume because of the vast distances between where the geometric horizon would be and the cliff, and the variances in the air, like the humidity and whatever. I would think that maybe the light might distort too much to really
it
cast
worked
enough
exactly
of
the
a
same
bright
way as other lake tests. I would think it worked exactly the same way.
Maybe I'm just not
there's
picturing
just
what
a big wall. Yeah, there's just a big wall behind them. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you see the laser, if you're on one side of the lake, the other side of the lake, there's nothing behind you. You're just with the camera looking. But if there was a huge wall behind you and you're on the other side of the lake, then from the source point, the laser should be shining on that wall 60 feet above your head.
Oh, I see what you mean. A laser
Yeah.
specifically, yeah.
Yeah, like a
Okay.
laser, they'd be able to
backstop.
point it. Yeah, it's like a backstop. It's not. You wouldn't have to look up to see. It would be shining on that big wall. That big cliff right behind you.
Fine. Yeah.
If we could find a place like that where there's a body of water and there's a cliff on one side, anyway, something I thought about. That would be like, oh, you go here to find the curvature, and then just like
it would make it really
it'd be
easy
like
to
a
measure, right?
tourist spot.
It'd be
Yeah.
nice.
It's like, dude, just shoot a laser straight across. Boom, there's the curve. We're just straight ahead, 66 feet. Boom. Or however many feet over the drop. Yeah, at first I was like, well, you guys don't know what I'm talking about? Maybe I didn't explain it, but yeah, you get it now.
Took me a second, yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot we were talking about lasers. That's fine.
Yeah, but you could do the same thing with a
'cause it
camera
always-
too. You could do the same thing with a camera too. You wouldn't be able to see the other side of the lake. You just see the wall. And there's the
I'm
curve
just
dropping
thinking,
off.
like a dam wall, right? Like the top end of the dam wall. That'd be good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we got some spots like that.
Especially right now, I think Lake Mead's the lowest it's been in hundreds of years or some shit. Just go to Lake Mead and do some tests.
Yeah, I don't think we'd ever need much of the wall, but it would be nice for it to be there for demonstration purposes.
Yeah. Yeah, why hasn't that been done?
Well, it's
Build
just
that
like,
wall.
dude, I mean, that's our point. I mean, nobody that claims the Earth is a globe has ever done a real test, to see if the surface is actually curving. We know that. And it's like there's so many different ways you could do it, but they never do it. They just look at our tests and say, "You're dumb. Don't you know about refraction?" It's like, what the fuck are you
Look up in
talking
the
about?
sky.
Yeah, look up. Don't you see the other planets around? It's like, dude, we're saying that right here it's flat. Look over here it's flat. Like, fuck you guys.
It looks
Hey
flat
guys,
because it's
I'm
round.
dumb. It looks flat because it's so big.
All
Like,
we
no
get is
shit, I agree with you. It's big.
All we get is 2,000-year-old calculation and Netflix flashlight science.
Dude, they knew 2,000 years ago. Really? Did they? I mean, if they really knew anything about history, it took them a long time. Like I was putting the thing earlier, it's taken hundreds of years for them to build this map that we have now. It's supposed to be the globe, and it's constantly changing, updating every day. And it's been that way through different conquerors and everything. The maps are part of their treasure. The people in power, if they can control where the land is and the maps, people think where they are. That's part of the influence they have. So Now, whether or not I would think that most of the rulers probably don't even know that it's flat either. You know, they're just born into families and shit, and they do the rulership of districts and shit. There's a whole lot of shit that most people don't even know what's going on, including me.
Yeah,
But
well, that's what happens when you believe that rocks are your cousins, right?
there you go. Well, it's like that bullshit story's less than a couple hundred years old, and people are just like, "Wow, we're so smart." We got all the DNA evidence. We don't even need fossils anymore.
Yeah.
They built a map of the genome through DNA to prove that
Yeah, we
fucking
share we share
we share
DNA with fungus, so we must
bananas
have
and
been
shit.
fungus at some stage, you know.
So yeah, it's just like, dude, the people are so lost into that religion. It's crazy, but that's okay because once they realize that the Earth is actually flat, that religion can fall flat. And it doesn't mean we all have all the answers. We're just talking about this is where you start. It never was a globe. It never was a globe. Nobody ever should think it was a globe. This whole paradigm of the globe should be absorbed, use the knowledge you have, but then pretty much throw it out the window because um, eventually people are going to figure this out. And it might be 50 years from now, but prepare yourself now, young people. It's not going to be a globe by let's see, what's the 2022? By 2100, it's not going to be a globe anymore.
Well, there's going to be some people asking questions if they don't have a motel on the moon by then.
Yeah. It'll still be, it's like their sixth Artemis mission. People are going to be like, what the fuck? You know, they'll be making fun
Can
of
you
it.
guys actually
By
do
then, like
something?
all the TikTok videos be making fun of NASA at that point. All the other people. But yeah. It's, you know, people will figure it out eventually because they think it's really deep and there's the scientific mathematics and everything is proven the Earth is a globe and stuff, and it's all just a veneer of reality that isn't reality at all. And so I was like, well, if it's not that, then what is it? Well, I don't know. You're in the same boat with me. I mean, there's a lot of knowledge out there. You've been fed what you're supposed to be fed through the education system, but fortunately, there are other sources that you can go to if you're curious. If you're not curious, you're just gonna do what you're doing, and it doesn't matter if the globe, if it's a globe or it's flat. That really doesn't matter, and that's fine. We're not trying to convince everybody of that, but if you're curious, this is why we think, the way we think. Nobody's forcing you to be a flat earther or anything. I don't know why these guys are so vitriolic. Oh, these flat earthers, look how dumb they are. And they're just like, only thing they have is straw men. And they won't come talk to us. Or when they do, they rage quit because we won't let them straw man. Fucking stupid. God bless us, everyone. Charles Dickens.
Wasn't Charles Dickens known for something specific?
He's known for a lot of things. I'm not sure.
He was a writer.
Yeah, he's a writer. I'm sure he was probably.
And that's it. He's a
he was
writer.
probably a Freemason. Is that what you're getting at?
No, I was just asking 'cause I was like, I know I've heard that name somewhere. But yeah, no, I think he brought it up. He was a writer.
Yeah, he's one of the best authors of all time.
Charles Dickens.
Yeah, he wrote A Christmas Carol. That's where that came from. What I just quoted.
That was
Two cities, was it?
Great Expectations, dude. Charles Dickens.
Yeah, like we're like I would compare like F years to like you ever seen that movie, like the Christmas movie where like they're telling the kid he's gonna shoot his eye out?
Yeah. What the hell was that?
Yeah,
Like?
like we're like the equivalent of the parents, bro. Like, and this kid just like, no, I'm gonna buy this gun, and it's not gonna shoot my eye out.
That movie's great. It's a cult classic. What the hell is it called?
Like a Christmas Story or some shit. I
Yeah,
don't know.
Christmas Story. That's what it is.
That
I had
shit
Christmas
was
Carol in my head, but that was
oh,
Charles
yeah.
Dickens. Yeah. Christmas Story. Yeah, it's great, man. It's just like it was supposed to be like that. You know, it's like every scene was meticulous, man. It's so freaking awesome. It's a good show. Love that movie.
Every video I've seen, like where they try to like explain like the water on the ball thing, bro, and they just they can't do it without like the water flying off the ball, bro. Like,
well, it's that's what I was saying. The problem is they're trying to picture the whole Earth when nobody's ever seen the whole Earth. But that people their whole life have told them what the whole Earth looks like, and they think they know. So they're trying to picture it a flat Earth that's in their mind when nobody's seen the whole Earth. Even the flat earthers, we don't know what the whole Earth looks like. We've seen maps. That's not what the Earth looks like. That's a map.
yeah, makes sense.
So people need that gotta get a. It's like maps are useful for what they're used for, and I'm not saying that the land masses aren't similar to what they look like on that map. I'm just saying that map is not the Earth. You're not going to be able to go away from Earth and see the whole thing. Nobody has. They've tried to convince you that they have, but it's bullshit.
Stupid flat earthers.
What did bro say?
What's that, Kenny?
What's up, hey?
I heard that voice. You know, what's up, man?
No, this guy, bro.
Helio, man, welcome.
How you doing,
Fuck,
brother?
I haven't talked to you in years, bro. Come on.
How bro said stupid flat earthers. And
Kenny 5G in the house.
In the house. Great to hear your voice. Always makes me smile, man. Thank you. Thank
I've
you
been
for
around.
putting. I know you've been around, but I haven't talked to you.
Oh yeah. I haven't been on here much. Yeah.
No, I see you in the chat every once in a while. I knew you were still around, but I know you took a break, and that's good, man. And everybody should take a break once in a while. Dang.
You get your computer fixed.
I did it. I got a new, shiny new computer.
I gotta take a break. I'll be back.
Ooh, all right.
Sweet.
I didn't get a shiny new computer, but you know I got a girlfriend, so I mean I guess that counts.
That's expensive too.
Yeah, more expensive.
More expensive than.
It's like the one meme where they're like, "Would you pick a PS5 or me?" And then there's like, "No, I want the fucking PS5."
Oh, hell.
Shit.
It's fun.
Probably have to remember more passwords for your missus too.
Right.
Good evening, you dude. Long time.
Speculation Sunday, man. At least for a little while.
You gotta speculate.
Anybody want to debate with me? I think the world is round.
I do.
You guys want to go?
Like
Yeah,
a
let's
tire?
go, bro.
Like a wheel?
Well, that's what we're all here for.
Huh?
Round like
Oh,
a penny.
round like
we
a
get
wheel.
moving here.
Round like a wheel.
Yeah, exactly, like a wheel. All right, so you want to debate a little bit, or
There's a song that
Let's
says
hear this,
"Wheel
bro.
in the sky, keep
you
on
want
turning."
to go?
Right,
Well,
so
yeah, doesn't it?
okay, so tell us why you know the Earth is a sphere.
Because every other celestial being, when you look at it from a telescope or anything like that, is all round. Why would we be the only celestial body that's not round?
So I'm going to walk through a forest, right? And I look up, and all as I see is leaves. Am I a leaf?
Yes, I think you became a leaf man. I don't
Yeah, it
know.
sounds silly, doesn't it?
Not when it comes to what I said. It's like how my principal, when I was a little kid, tried to tell me, when I
Right, so
followed
what?
this one kid to roof a ball over my school, the principal's like, yo, if you jumped over a bridge, would you do it? And I was
Hey,
like,
so
no.
what similarities does the Earth have to those things that you see in the sky?
Uh, it's a celestial body, just like
No, the
anything.
Earth is not a celestial body. Celestial bodies are in the sky.
For some reason, I feel like you're just bluffing when you say that.
Okay, what
You don't think that
similarities
Earth
does
is a
the Earth
celestial
have?
body?
Well, it's not. It's not named that. It's terrestrial, right?
You know, celestial body is just a general term.
Yeah, for something in the sky.
And are we not in infinite space?
Are you in the sky?
If we're in, yeah,
No, you're still
technically,
round.
by
So
technicality.
that would make you terrestrial, right?
Huh? I
You got
mean,
to
why
talk
do you
about.
think that the world is flat? Like, come on, like,
No,
why?
I'm asking you a few questions first because I don't know, you wanted to debate about
I mean,
something, but
hey,
it's
I
not even a
answered at least
debate
two.
anymore,
You
right?
gotta answer at least
I can
one, no?
answer that though, Timo. Do you think it might have something to do with how flat it is?
Huh? What?
You asked why would we think the Earth is flat, right? Well, do you think it might
Yeah,
have something to do with the
yeah.
fact
In all
with how flat
fairness,
it is,
at
right?
least I have a reason for the roundness part. But like, what's you guys' reason?
Well, he was telling you, but you interrupted him while he was telling you.
I, I
Yeah,
thought you guys
we think
disagree.
it's flat. We say it's flat because of how flat it is, the surface over water,
You said flat
super
because of
flat.
how flat it is.
Yeah, does that make any sense or what?
No. Like,
What?
that's like me saying I'm saying it's round because of how round it is.
Yeah, but it's
You
not,
know?
though, is it?
Well, no, it's not because like you don't see it as round, right? And it's literally like looking at the sky and saying like it's blue, and someone saying, "How do you know it's blue?" And I can say because of how blue it is, right?
Hey, yo, that's a
Like you look
completely
at the
different
Earth,
question.
and you see flat, right? But you don't think it's flat.
Well, mate, what
Why not?
the You guys are trying to troll me, aren't you? Like, bro, you
No,
can't just
seriously.
say it's
Have you ever
flat
been to a
because
lake?
it's
Have you ever
really
been to the
flat,
beach? Have you ever been to a beach or a lake and looked out over the water and seen how flat it looks?
but it's still not flat.
Oh, it's not flat. So I can say that about the sky then, right? It's not blue.
Okay, no, you can't say that about the sky because clearly we could still look up at the
What?
sky and it'll be blue.
It's blue, right? And you look out at the water when
Yeah,
at a
but
lake and
you
it's
can't just
flat.
say. I mean, it's not
So
like we could like fly
I can't
up
say
in the
that
sky
things that
and look
look
at the
flat are
earth.
flat, but I can say things that I can't look at something that looks flat and say it's flat, but I can look at something that's a color and say it's a color. That doesn't make any sense. Like these are properties that things have, right? So the
Yeah,
surface of
the
something
thing
is going to have
is,
a
you can
property of
actually
being
look at
curved
from a
Listen.
distance and see that it's blue, but you can't look at the Earth from a distance and see the shape. It's too big.
Oh, right. You need to look at it from a distance. Oh, I didn't
Yeah,
realize
and
that
also the color
we had that.
and the
So how
size
do
of
you?
something are two
So how do
different
you
Right,
know?
things.
right.
So how do you
Like
know
what?
it's a sphere? So how do you know it's a sphere then?
Well, like I was saying, it's a presumption because of what I was saying about using a telescope and looking up in the
Ah,
sky. Right? You can't presume this is the only one
so
body.
you're
That's going to be
assuming the Earth's a sphere
different from
because
a billion other bodies
you're
all being
assuming the
round.
Earth's a
Like,
sphere.
it,
Hello. So you're
it's
assuming
a
the
little
Earth's a sphere
ridiculous.
because you think other planets are spheres, right?
Aren't they?
Well, I don't know. Are they?
Well, that is
Well,
how
you know, because you could see them, right? And
You
they're
can see
all
spheres
spheres from a
where?
distance.
Well, you can see circles, right?
Exactly. I know you're trying to troll, but like, yeah, that's the point. It's all circles,
Not
right?
trolling. What I'm doing is I'm pointing out that you're looking in the sky and you're saying because those things up there, therefore down
Circle.
here must be exactly the same.
that is. Yeah.
I mean, it's not simply based off of that. It's also based off of what
Okay,
I
what
learned
else?
from ground class and everything.
All right, what else then?
Oh, like the fact that like masses get like clumped together and they create planets
Okay.
and gaseous places too. Like
How do you,
Saturn is like gas,
how
but
do you
it's
know
like a
that
clump of
happened?
that gas.
How do you know?
I
How do you know
know.
that? That's a good question, Timo. How do you know that? When did you see it?
I learned it from high school when I was in science class. Like, didn't you guys learn that shit in science class? Or
Of course, yeah, but
Saturn's
they
just
didn't give
like
me
a big
any
clump
evidence.
of
They just said,
gas.
yeah, gravity causes planets, and then they just like walked out the door.
I mean,
I thought they were bullshitting me because they didn't give me any evidence.
Anyway, man, you know that shit looks circular. You can't deny that when you
Circular,
look at a
yeah,
telescope,
circular.
that looks circular.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah,
not
but
the
it
ground
doesn't mean
beneath
the
you.
Earth is. Though. Yeah.
Yeah, but I would find it pretty far-fetched to presume that this celestial body, I'm only saying
Where did
celestial
you get
body
that
because
from, bro?
it's
Where
like
did
a
you get that
body.
from? Celestial body? Who says we're standing on a celestial body?
The planet
Last time I
Earth.
checked, it's terrestrial. It's not celestial, it's terrestrial. That's the distinction. So we use the
Okay,
term
sure,
terrestrial for things about
sure,
Earth,
we can
and
call it a
celestial for
terrestrial
things about
body.
things in the sky, right?
But how come you guys? Okay, yo, come on. At least I gave some reasoning as to why I am
What reason?
presuming as to why the world is round. But why do you guys think it's flat?
Measures that way.
You guys still never said anything as to why.
Actually,
I
Measures
think you
that
guys
posted
way.
it in
trolled
the side chat
it.
and tagged you in it.
Water is level.
But just say it. Just say it. Like,
Water.
why not say it?
Water.
Why do you guys think the world is not round?
Water. Water.
Are you listening? You've had about 3 different answers in the last minute.
There's so nonsense.
All right, one said it measures flat. Another said water's level. Water's always level. Another one
Bro,
pointed out something in the side
you're
chat. I don't know what
talking
it is because I'm not
circular
looking.
right now. Who's talking about water's level and this and that? Like, why do you think the world is flat? That's all it is. Just answer
Water.
it straight.
We did. It measures flat.
Bro,
The
you didn't
water's
answer
level.
nothing.
Because the surface is not curving at the rate required to form a sphere. It's not curving at any rate whatsoever, measurably
Why
so.
would it need a rate to form us?
We're told The Earth is a
I
certain
tried
sized
class in high
sphere,
school.
correct?
I'm not an idiot. Oh man.
What size is this
Are you
spherical Earth?
retard?
What size was what?
What size is the Earth? What size do you believe the Earth to be? What size sphere?
It's obviously the same size as the moon, and the moon is obviously made of cheese. So, what's so hard to understand? I'm joking. I'm joking.
Do you know the
Really?
claimed radius
Damn.
of the Earth?
No, but I could just Google that anyway.
Go for it. Let us know.
Like, why do we have Google?
You guys are getting dumber.
Bottom line, we're told the Earth is a certain size sphere. The surface of
Oh,
water must curve at a
wait.
rate to form that size sphere.
I
But
just
the
realized
surface of
that the
water
world
curves
is
at
flat.
none.
How could you guys have like a mass for the Earth?
What?
How could we have what?
How could the Earth weigh anything? Because you guys are saying something about like what's the size of the Earth. But if it's flat, then it's infinitely flat, no?
We're talking about the nature of the surface of water, right?
The nature of the surface of water.
Yes.
That makes literally no sense at all.
Whether there's convexity on the surface or not.
I forgot what convexity means, though.
I don't even know if you're intelligent enough to have a conversation with.
Oh man, I forgot what like vectors and everything meant, man. I used to like study physics and everything, but I'm lacking. I've never studied it for so long.
Hold on. Are you under the impression that you're not smart enough to figure this out, and we're not either? We need to defer to some, like, it's like I'm in a room of flat earthers and they're trying to say, hey man, we go out and test the water and it's flat, and you're just like, oh, I don't understand. I can't understand the difference between flat and curved. We're just saying that we can't find the curved water, and you're giggling like like a weirdo. But if you're really curious about why we're flat earthers, I mean, you've already asked us, and several people have told you. I mean, what's the deal? I mean, besides the giggling thing, I mean, I guess maybe that's
I
some form
can't
of
stop
cognitive
laughing. If you guys
dissonance.
want me to leave, I'll leave. I just can't. I honestly, truly believe that you
What
guys are like
what
controlled
shape?
or something.
Listen, it's really easy. What shape are you told the Earth is?
A sphere?
A sphere. Okay. Do the surface of
Sphere?
spheres have curvature, or are they flat?
They have curvature.
Right. So when we go out into the reality, right, and we look at the surface and we measure it, we should be finding curvature, right?
What?
We're told that we're on that sphere, that we're on the surface of it. So when we go outside and look for the curvature, we should find it, right? We should be able to measure it because we're standing on the surface that they say is the surface of a sphere.
No, because the world is too large.
Oh, it's
You
too
can't possibly
biggie.
measure it like that.
Earth
All
too
you is
biggie.
flat ground.
So that's where you're wrong, right? That's where you need to examine the exact size that they claim it is, because based on the size that they tell us it is, it would have a specific rate of curvature, right? That means over a certain distance, there'll be this much curvature between these 2 points. Should be able to find that, right?
I mean, I still think I agree with what I was thinking.
So you don't agree that there should be a specific amount of curvature between 2 points over the
But
surface
how
of
could
water.
you even possibly measure that?
We're
Well,
trying to
like,
tell you.
right.
We're trying to tell you, bro.
Camera and
Yeah,
measure it,
let these guys tell you. I'll let these guys tell you.
Yeah, sure. If you're standing on top of a sphere, then the sphere is gonna, when you look straight ahead or when you're using it, the
I'm a
surface is gonna
human
drop down
being
and away.
standing in the center of a sphere that's massive as fuck. You can't possibly measure that shit.
Wait. You say it's massive, but we have numbers. They gave us numbers. The science has numbers, right? And we're comparing
Yeah,
their
no, I agree.
numbers.
I agree.
Okay, well then why are you fighting us on this? Why don't you just act like an intellectual, like we all are, and go over these numbers with us? I mean, what are you scared of?
Yeah, well, I mean, if we're going over the numbers, I mean, the kilometers in itself, you can't possibly see the curvature.
How do you know?
Because I could look in a straight line and not see. I'm looking on my balcony
All
right
right.
now and I can't see the curvature.
Let's apply the numbers and see whether, since you, I mean, I don't think you really know whether you should be able to see it or not, because you're just saying, oh yeah, well we can throw the numbers, and you're just kind of giving a
The way
general
that it
idea,
works.
saying, well, well the numbers, well one of it's so big it would look flat, right? You agree with us? I agree with you. If it was a globe of the size they say it is, with our naked eye, it would
Well,
look flat. It would look
let's
flat from everywhere. It doesn't matter if
is
you're
there a way of testing
100
it?
feet up. If you're in a fucking airplane, it looks flat, right? It does. If it was a globe, it would look
I
flat in
mean,
an
I wouldn't
airplane, just like
mind.
it does.
I'll agree with you if you could test it out, but I don't know how to test it out, to be honest.
Well, we're trying to tell you how we tested it. Are you
But how can you
curious, or
guys
do you just want to
possibly
just
test
like
it?
act incredulous, like we don't know what the fuck we're talking about or something?
No, I
We
wouldn't
haven't been
deny
doing
that,
this
but
for
I would
10
be
years
curious
or something.
about what you guys did specifically.
What have we done? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah,
Okay. Before we
that's fair
waste our
enough.
time with you, and if you're curious, we'll show you. But if you're just going to waste our time and just be like, and we're going to do a 15-20 minute presentation, and you're
No,
just
you
going to,
can tell I'm actually trying to make good
you're going
points.
all
Like,
right.
I'm not trying to waste you guys' time.
All right, cool. So we're going to be talking about whether or not, from a person that's standing on the sphere, whether or not the ground, specifically the surface of the water, a calm body of water, is dropping down and away from us when we're observing it. Like a lake or an ocean. Do you understand that? Because if you're living on a sphere with a certain
Well,
radius,
I
whatever.
understand how the water, it
Do you
drops
know?
and then it rises.
All right, so you know what the radius of the Earth is? What they say it is?
I don't think most people know that, man. But
Well,
I could also,
see, I mean,
what is
there's
the
no
radius?
reason to continue unless we're learning. I'm teaching you our argument. If you just want to blow it off and be like, "Oh, flat earthers are dumb," this is what we're talking. You have to talk about the same thing we're talking about instead of just blowing us off without actually addressing what we're saying.
Can't lie, I'm very tipsy right now, so I don't think it's fair to you guys.
You're
I'm
what?
just gonna keep going. I'm
Yeah, we're
really
just talking
tipsy.
about simple numbers. Look, man, 3959 radius, 24,901 miles circumference. But when you're standing on top of the ball, tangent line to the globe, it's going to drop down and away from you at a 10-mile observation. If you're looking across a flat
Yeah,
body
like,
of
I don't
water,
understand
10
any of
miles.
that.
Say that again.
I don't understand any of that. All I understand is that the water lowers and it raises over like the days.
You're talking about tides? Well, that's based on sea
Yeah,
level,
like
which
the
is
tide comes
level.
in
That's
and goes
level.
up.
That's level.
Yeah,
What's it based on? What's it? If you know how high or low the tide is, it's based on sea level. That means it's higher than sea level or lower than sea level. That's horizontal. We're not talking
yeah.
about globes. We're not talking
Like I
about
don't
globes when it
exactly
comes to
know
sea
how it
level.
works, but I know apparently something that has to do with the moon has to do with the fact that the tides have tides.
That's not
Apparently,
proven. That's not proven. The
I don't know.
tides were there
That's
before
just
they
what I heard.
before their gravity concept about the moon causing tides. The tides were there centuries and millennia before all that bullshit. Matter of fact, I mean, most of the oceans were a lot lower in the not so recent past if you look into the real shit. But anyway, yeah, it's like modern quote unquote science is completely wrong. They they've hoodwinked your ass.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. What do you guys do for fun? Like, have you guys ever gone sailing or snowboarding
All of it.
or sailing? Because you were talking about the water.
What do you think? What do you think of that? All the flat earthers are just like basement dwellers or some shit.
I mean, I would get that perception right off the bat. Yeah.
I think that's most of you Globers that are just on here just nitpicking what about our arguments, which we're pretty straightforward about our arguments. We're just saying, flat versus we're just talking about a curved line
Yeah,
versus,
maybe.
opposed to a straight line. And you guys just go off into this weird shit, like you're emotional about your attachment to the globe theory. It's weird.
I have to
You
apologize
think we're
again.
weird. You think we're weird. We used to be
Yeah,
Globers. All of us
I'm
used to be
sorry.
Globers, man.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of too quick to judge people sometimes now.
Yeah, I mean, dude, we've been doing this for a long time. All of us used to be Globers. We were space fanatics, a lot of us, and yeah, I mean, it really wasn't something we thought about until somebody said, "Hey, think about this," and here's a demonstration, and here's why, you know, here's how the whole globe came about, and there's something wrong with with what they're telling us about this place.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's just like there was another guy in here earlier who was saying, "Hey, why don't you guys just defer to all the experts?" And it's like, well, who are those? Who are they? Well,
Yeah, like
anyone
you
that's
can't be
smarter, anyone that's
everything
smarter than
one.
you, anyone that's smarter than you, give me a break.
Oh man, I get that. That makes sense actually.
Yeah, I've been looking at this shit for years. I mean, flat Earth 10 years, but
Fair.
like all
Yeah.
what people would call conspiracy theory, which is not. That's just like the real shit going on. I mean, obviously they put fake shit on the news, put real shit in the movies, and
I
and
mean,
they use
sometimes they secretly put shit in the movies, but like you would never know.
yeah, they really
You
like
know
if
what I mean?
when you see like
Yeah.
when they want to promulgate an idea that they kind of fucked up in the news, like, oh, here's something, or just like varying news reports about something, and it's like
Yeah.
little information. Then they make a movie about it, right? That's
You know what
that's
I heard they
that's
do?
supposedly that's what you're supposed to think really happened because you saw it in the movie and you saw
Yeah.
snippets on the news, but what really happened is something totally
You never
different.
know. Or yeah.
Like like JFK assassination, that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? They only show you just what enough to pique your interest on it, that kind of stuff. It's not.
Yeah. No, I hear you guys. Man, I get that.
And that now,
I'm
just
sorry
because I'm
for
talking about no, that's just because I'm talking about conspiracy theories. Like when it comes to flat Earth, that's actually not a conspiracy theory. You can go out there and you do it every day. You go out and do the flat Earth.
I mean,
The
hey,
map.
they got me believing the Earth is round, so
No,
I
it's
don't know.
up. Up is up. Can you go anywhere on Earth where up is not up and down is not down? Do you feel like when you move, when you drive, halfway across the country, that up is in a different direction than it was where you started? Come on, man. Up is toward the sky, down is toward the ground.
Man, I can't lie. I use the ideology for whenever I'm swimming so I don't drown. But yeah, sorry.
Hey, I'm gonna blow your mind. Check this out. The map, and there's one in the chat there. The map of the globe. The map is spherical, but the Earth is flat. You can use that globe map to travel around the Earth just fine.
Yo, do
Because
any of you guys play Fortnite?
well, when you're looking
You
at
know,
the
you
map,
guys don't have to. I'm just trying
it's observer centric. So you're not like when you're on the ground actually traversing the Earth, you can pull up the whole globe map, but you're not gonna go somewhere on the Earth without zooming in or using a different map, that's closer. It's like if you want to go from LA to New York, you're not just gonna pull out the whole globe map and kind of, look at whatever freeways outside of that. You like when you get to different cities, you're going to pull out a more local map, that kind of thing. And that's a different map. When you look at the whole thing, that's one map. When you look at one city, that's a different map. That's a city map. So all of them are different maps. Now they're connected in the latitude longitude thing, but the more you zoom in, the more local it becomes. It's let's say it's kind of more flat, but it's because it actually is flat. The coordinate system is it's the virtual
Why does
part of it.
everybody keep sending pictures of a round Earth?
No, nobody's ever seen the Earth, the whole Earth. Nobody's ever seen it.
Well, like, why does everybody keep sending pictures of round Earth?
Oh, in the side chat?
In the side chat, yeah. I'm like,
No,
if you
that
guys
one,
think the world
that
is
particular one there, it's just showing you the drop value. Like, see that line at the very top of the globe, and then
but
the
doesn't it
other lines going down. That's the
really?
drop value we're talking about. 8 inches per mile squared. That's the drop value. If you're standing on top of that globe,
Yeah,
every
the curvature.
that's
Hey,
yeah, it's the curvature
Helio,
nobody can find. Yeah, it's the
Helio
curvature.
Skeptic.
Yeah, what's up?
What do you think about the guys going to the was it North Pole or South Pole to witness the
You're
24-hour day?
Hold on. Say that again. The guy's going through the what? Hey, stop. Hey, mute yourself if you're gonna laugh and giggle. While
They
we're talking
went
about
to North Pole, I guess, or South Pole. I think South Pole. And yeah,
Give me
South
some more
Pole.
specifics. Who did what? You're gonna have to be a little more specific.
I don't know the names, but they went to the South Pole and they recorded the 24-hour day. How do you explain that?
You talking about the what they call the final experiment? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh yeah, the final experiment. Yeah.
So they went to Antarctica, filmed the 24-hour sun.
Yeah.
What I think about it, for the most part, I expected that's what they would find if if they went where they said they were. I expected that because the map depicts that. If you read the map correctly, the circle AE map that they were trying to debunk, that's a globe. So it tells you where the sun's going to be. So yeah, I mean that map perfectly depicts 24-hour sun in the south. So I wasn't surprised. I knew that since 2016. Even though we had some shoddy stuff before, like 24-hour sun in Antarctica. There was some chopped up videos and stuff. But yeah, I accept that they went down to Antarctica and took an image of the 24-hour sun. I don't subscribe to that AE map as the flat Earth because, like I was telling Homeboy a minute ago, nobody's seen the whole Earth. Nobody knows what it looks like.
Yeah, I think any
If you-
flat earthers that deny the 24-hour sun in Antarctica are deluded.
Oh, I'm sure they're. Well, I don't know. I just don't. I really don't think they understand that the map that they were trying to disprove is a globe. They think that's the flat Earth map. So they're just ignorant. That map predicts the 24-hour sun if you read it right. So
It's only disproven without wraparound.
wraparound. What are you talking about? That's just a map. That's not the Earth. That map predicts the 24-hour sun. The ice wall, the ice ring on that map, that's 1 point. The outer edges of that map is 1 point on the map. Just like the center point in the middle of it, North Pole, that outer ring is 1 point mathematically.
Yep.
So that map is the globe. It's just spread out. The southern point spread out. That big circle around the side, that's 1 point is the south. It's the same map as the globe. The exact same thing. So if you're gonna the globe map debunk the globe map, go ahead with your nonsense. Yeah, that's the 24-hour sun. Yes, it's predicted in that map. Yeah. So I wasn't surprised at all. That was the answer to your question. Now, as far as all the controversy about whether they were there and who went and all that kind of stuff, I'm not really fooled with that nonsense because we talk about the flat water here, and the water's flat everywhere. All of the oceans, all the lakes, they're flat.
Yeah, none of us ever said that if they go to Antarctica and they see 24-hour sun, the Earth can't be flat.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
like that doesn't
why would
follow,
you
does
say
it?
that?
Logically, yeah.
No.
Sound like a crazy person talking about that shit. How does that even follow? The sun does this when you go over there and look at it. That means the Earth is a globe. Yeah. Sure, it confirms what people have been observing for centuries on these maps, which there are parts of that map, especially in like the South Pacific between South Africa and like parts of Indonesia and up to Hawaii and shit. It's like nobody really goes that way very much, and I really think that they've extrapolated a lot. Well, sorry, I missed Australia there. My bad. But yeah, they've extrapolated, I think, in the South Pacific a lot about what they might or might not be able to see at certain points in the South. And so that globe map is just, it's not confirmed like the whole way. Sure, we have confirmed observations from Australia, Tasmania, South Africa, Venezuela. You can see the Southern Star, right? Or Southern Cross, Southern Star. Sigma Octantis. Of course, you won't all see it at the same time, which I don't know if that means anything or not. But there's vast portions of the South. There's just not much traffic. People don't go over there and map out that part of the ocean because you're probably going to die if you spend too much time there. Went on Google Earth and was looking for like small islands out South Pacific. There's a few of them. There's like one that had some airport on it. And we're talking about over thousands of miles, just a couple of pieces of parcels of land. It's crazy. It's like you'd be out of your mind if you took a boat down there. Down there. I mean, over there. Yeah, Earth is a mysterious place. Don't get it fucked up, man. Don't let them tell you what Earth is. Well, yeah, it looks flat because it's so big. Okay. That's why we're here. We're trying to point out that, hey, yeah, it's going to look flat if it was that big, but it would also look curved if you zoom in past the horizon and see the horizon keep on extending. That means it's not the curvature of the Earth. So,
Yep. And I mean, like when we say flat Earth, we're just talking about the surface underneath us, regardless of its size, regardless of its shape, right? Regardless of anything that happens in the sky. I mean, if we, investigate the geometry of the surface that's underneath our feet, and we find out that it doesn't have the curvature rate that it's claimed to have, if I'm sorry if that throws a spanner in the works for everything else that you thought relied upon that understanding, it's too bad,
well,
too
like I
bad,
was
so
saying
sad.
earlier, if they start to make excuses for why we discovered that, that means they concede that our test worked. then they have to come up with excuses for why our test was successful. Saying, oh, refraction, or you don't understand this and that. And it's like, dude, we shot a laser across this lake. We looked across this lake 20 miles. You can see the shore on the other side, with a camera 6 foot above the water. I mean, it's like, dude, 20 miles, that's a lot of drop. You wouldn't be able to see that if the Earth was a globe. And so what they'll say is like, well, they're going to immediately start to make excuses. And if their first reaction should be like, well, that's a fake video because I know for a fact the Earth is a globe and you wouldn't be able to see that. Instead, what they do is say, yeah, I acknowledge that you did your test and you saw that, but so they're conceding our flat Earth test was successful. And now they're going to make excuses for why we saw that instead of saying our video was fake. You know what I mean? Because they can't prove our video is fake because they can go fucking do it themselves, which they never do. Poor little globers wallowing in their own ignorance and self-pity. I think they got one over on the flat earthers, but half the time we don't even know what the fuck they're talking about because they bring their own globe and flat earth in here every day. Like I said, they never talk about what we're talking about. They want to talk about everything but what we're talking about. They're going to say we're dumb because we don't want to talk about what they're talking about when they don't even know anything about the globe or flat. They're just super emotional that people are not believing the general narrative about the globe when they don't even know what it is. Say, haven't you seen the moon? Oh yeah, I've seen the moon a lot. Almost every night.
Yeah, that other guy said, well, I just find it hard to conceive that if every other celestial body is X-shaped, right? Whoa. That's why I said, whoa. Where did you get that from? Like, what makes you think Earth is a celestial body? When did you ever experience it being anything but terrestrial beneath you? Never above you, never in the sky. Unless you're looking up at a mountain, I guess, like cliff
It's
face.
like
I see the Earth. It's up there.
I was messaging earlier in the chat. It's like they want to see the whole thing, right? Because they're used to that, right? It's like, well, if it's not this, then what's the whole thing look like? It's like, I'm sorry to tell you, man, nobody's ever seen it, and nobody probably ever will. Now I freaking lost what I was going to say. I was going to say something related to that. Something I was talking with DJ about in the chat. Seen the whole Earth. I don't know, man. Yeah, it's weird. It's a compulsion. Of course, you're going to want to know what the whole thing looks like. But if you can't, then you just fucking can't. You're going to have to get over it. If you're going to defer to the quote unquote pseudoscientists or scientists or science or whoever that is that told you they know what the whole thing looks like, the whole solar system, the cosmos, and all that stuff.
Oh, the pretty cartoons.
Yeah, you can defer to that. I mean, nobody's trying to force you into talking to any flat earthers. You can say we're dumb for all of time and memoriam. Just don't come in here and not talk about what the fuck we're talking about. Don't come in here and talk about outer space when we're talking about how flat the goddamn Earth is. We don't believe in outer space. We're not going to talk about it. We'll
not just not even a
sometimes.
little.
No, I mean sometimes we'll actually have to teach them about their solar system theory so that they can see how ridiculous it is. But we're always going to have to get back to the flat water. So yeah, sure, yeah, it's fun to play with the food because they just refuse to actually get down to brass tacks.
If you don't believe in space, then what is the space between us and the sun, for example?
I said outer space. Outer
Right.
space.
Yeah. So there's clearly not air because remember you'll say that air is the reason you can't see super far on land.
I'll tell you what I mean by.
What is it between us and that?
I'll tell you what I mean by outer
Well,
space.
I mean, you could just answer the question.
Hold on. I'm going to tell you what I mean by outer space so you're not confused. Outer space is the fiction that Gene Roddenberry came up with, like Star Trek and that kind of outer space outside of Earth, solar system that like people can go into and travel through and all that kind of stuff. That whole fiction narrative of outer space, that kind of outer space doesn't exist. It's completely fictional.
Okay, you still didn't answer the question. And it was not
Yes, I
created by
did.
Gene Roddenberry. No. So the space between us and the sun. Okay, let me put it this way. How much of the space between us and the sun has air in it?
I wouldn't be able to
goes
tell
up
you
to the exosphere.
All of it,
allegedly.
right? All of it must, right?
It goes up to the exosphere, allegedly.
No, right. All of it must, right?
I don't know where the sun is, so I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
Well, I mean, the fact that we can see the sun. Okay, why can't we see super far? 300 miles across on Earth.
Why can't we see something that isn't visible to us?
Yeah, why is it not visible if things above us
Because
are
it's not visible to you.
All right, well, let
Because
me
it's not
ask you
visible
this.
to you.
Here's something
not
I've
very
been
bright.
wanting to ask somebody that asked this dumb question.
Why can't
What
you
would
just
the
answer the
Eiffel
question?
Tower? Hold on. Would the Eiffel Tower look like it was in your backyard if the Earth was flat?
Can you just answer the question?
Hold on, asshole. Would the Eiffel Tower look like it was in your backyard if the Earth was flat?
See, it's funny. You were saying the
No,
globe.
nothing through a long lens look like it's in your backyard. If I look at something, across the water, that doesn't look like it's in my backyard. So let me ask you again: what is the reason we can't see the Eiffel Tower or Mount Everest from wherever we are?
It's too fucking far away, dumbass.
No.
Okay, so it must be farther away than the sun, right?
No.
Well, you just said it was too far away.
Now who's getting emotional?
No, I'm talking about.
You just said it was too fucking far away.
No, I said across.
Okay, so if distance is not what determines what if we can see something, why can't we not see Mount Everest, but we can see the sun?
First thing I told you was I wouldn't be able to determine how far away the sun is. I told you that.
Right, but why can we see Mount Everest but not the sun? The other way around. Why can we see the sun but not Mount Everest?
Can we bring it back for a second? Can we bring it back for a second? They're on. Yes, hold on a sec. The Globers, when they go on default settings like this, I'm pretty sure when I came in, Helioskeptic was already explaining to you that we don't need to be talking about what's in the sky and why we can't see things. We're talking about the ground, okay?
Right, I'm talking about Mount Everest is on the ground. So I'm going to ask one more time. Why can we see Mount Everest, or why can we see the sun, but not Mount Everest, like from London, for example?
You sound like a retard.
It's a basic question.
It's because you're
here's a basic question.
The people on Mount Everest and the people on Mount Everest and the people in London can both see the sun. Why can't they see each other?
You think it's a smart question, don't you? It's weird. It's like
if you can both see something at the same time, why can you not see each other?
There's no reason to answer this because you think it's a smart question and you're so dumb you don't even realize it's ridiculous.
Yeah, don't even
answer the question.
Just ignore it.
Your voice got younger. If you don't know, that's an answer. If you don't care, that's an answer, I guess.
There is no answer. It's a dumb question.
There's no answer to why you can see things and why you can't see other things?
No, you asked me why you can see the sun, but you can't see Mount Everest.
Great stuff. How bright is Mount Everest compared to the sun?
Great stuff.
How bright is Mount Everest compared to the sun?
How big is it in your field of view if you're in whatever part of the Earth you're on? How big is the Mount Everest in your field of view?
I don't even think you guys know what refraction is.
Refraction.
Refraction. The fuck?
Yes.
What is refraction?
It's not just one reason why you can't see certain things. Okay, there's it's your elevation plus the distance of that object plus the atmospheric conditions on the day. It's multiple
you can't even
reasons.
see the fucking car 2 blocks down the road hardly, and you're gonna ask me why I can't see fucking Mount Everest 5,000 miles away or 10,000 miles away. Get the fuck out of here.
And does he think he's the first person to ask these questions? If he has a positive claim attached to this speculation, then just say it. All these leading questions, and they frame them a certain way. Like, why can't we see Mount Everest? Why can't we see the sun? Why can't we see the Eiffel Tower? Like, come on, man. Just
Well, it's like I've always said, you know, if why is the evidence for a globe a question? Why don't you just give us the evidence for the globe?
because they don't have any. So it's
They don't.
the entire argument is based on interrogating you of why you don't believe in the globe.
Yeah, and they don't even know why they believe in it. They just, you know, because when you ask them about the globe, they don't know anything about it. It's just like fucking weird.
It's hilarious, honestly.
It's not funny, man. Actually, it makes me sad, but
Yeah, it's kind of sickening. It's borderline sickening. It's like, ugh.
yeah, it's but you know we do it. We push through. Come on, guys. Right? At least if you're curious about why we think the Earth is flat, don't come in here and try to. It's okay to challenge our ideas, but you're gonna have to kind of know what we're saying before you trash them or whatever, because we already know the globe ideas, and you don't. So if and I think they get pissed off when we start teaching about the globe and they don't know, and they think we're like, well, you obviously you flat earthers don't know shit. And it's like, okay, it's weird, man. It's like start talking
Well,
about what we're talking about. What's the real argument here? You know, not whether or not you can see Mount Everest. That's not an argument.
Well, it's group herd mentality because we have these examples in classrooms. So if the teacher's telling the class something and the rest of the students don't want to speak up, but one student speaks up and starts questioning them, most times they're going to make fun of that kid for questioning it. And that's what it is.
True, and you can't help it if the teachers are just as indoctrinated as the students, and they don't have any more answers than
that's right.
This guy has. You know, it's like we could ask all the teachers in the nation right now about the globe. They don't know anything more than the young people coming here talking to us. Their teachers don't know either.
And the thing with them is, so I don't know how many years I've actually been on Discord. It's been a little while now, but I've only ever spoken to Globers in flat Earth servers. I've never once seeked out a Glober only server to go in there and talk to them. So these guys keep coming to us.
I wouldn't recommend it. Yeah, no. But you can. I can tell you where to go.
Yeah, no thanks.
Okay, I don't blame you.
Yeah, I mean the point I'm trying to make is like they don't know anything that we don't know because we all went through the same curriculum. No matter where we lived, it's similar. They might alter it slightly based on where you live, but it's the same curriculum.
Well, sure. It's like I didn't know most of the stuff I know now. I actually knew a lot more than most people about the solar system and the distance to the sun, and the planets and stuff. I knew a lot more than because I was a fucking space geek kind of like science fiction, like with the Star Wars films and stuff like that. And I was kind of a space geek, and I still like that shit. So I knew a little bit more than most people do about their claims about the solar system, the size of the Earth, and all that. So I was already familiar with the numbers. And once that was somebody said to challenge that, and I started looking at the information, I was like, "Wait a minute! Nobody's ever done this before." I thought they knew it was a globe because they measured the globe. And when you go out to find the globe, there's no fucking globe. It just when it hit me, I was like, "Holy shit! There's no globe." Like all of the science fiction was just that.
Look, it's that simple. It doesn't exist. So even if you have a glober and versus a flat earther, and say if the flat earther isn't that knowledgeable, and in that situation, the glober has all these questions that the flat earth can't answer. Okay, he's winning linguistically or whatever, but it's irrelevant because it doesn't exist in the first place. He's just trying to confuse and manipulate the person who hasn't actually had time to study the topic properly.
Yeah, and I don't blame them for getting emotional or whatever. I mean, a lot of people, we do meet a lot of younger people in here, and sure, it's Discord and people like to have a lot of fun. But believe it or not, we reach a lot of people. It might not seem like it sometimes, but we do.
Well, the globers that spiral, they actually can't help it. It's cognitive dissonance. It's a reaction. They're not in full control of their own behavior at that time.
Yeah, but you know what's really cool is a lot of them that have never been here before, they'll kind of get really defensive at first, and if they don't get themselves kicked out or muted or whatever, they get frustrated and leave. Then they get to think about what we talked about, and then come back, and they understand the room a little bit more next time. And they'll start asking better questions. So it's cool when people actually come back a few times and start to kind of get what we're saying, you know. So that's who we're here for. We're seeking the seekers. You know, we're not seeking necessarily debate, even though we can do it. We're seeking the seekers, people that are hungry for this knowledge, and we're going to learn from each other, and we're going to continue to do this on a constant basis.
Bro, it's almost 1 in the morning. Go to bed.
I know I got to go working, but yeah, it doesn't matter if 5 people are watching on YouTube. There's 5,000 people that will eventually hear this conversation. People will they'll start to make sense of it. So.
Hey, the upside down Australian. Are you a vegan?
I am, yeah, I'm vegan.
Nice. Wait, you're a flat earther, or?
Yeah, if you want to call it that, yeah.
It's weird.
Bro, Luke,
Fair
whenever you talk, there's like this weird
yeah,
noise
static
in the background. Yeah, it's like kind of like static. It's like a buzz, like a glitch buzz sound.
Yeah, is it to my headset?
How long have you been vegan? Doing that?
How long have I been vegan? Since 2021. 2021. Yeah. Are you vegan as well? Or
what are y'all doing? Y'all need to go to bed.
Yeah.
I am, but it's kind of weird for me to see somebody. Anyways, I don't want to talk about flat earth. You wanna? There's the English Hub.
Yeah, that's what we do here. We're going to talk about flat Earth. That's what we do here.
Yeah, I'm allowed to ask the guy a question, man. Relax.
Yeah, I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind it. Yeah.
There's a vegan channel on the English Hub.
Yes, they go to it and talk about it.
Well,
you don't want to talk about flat Earth? Well, we do.
Yeah, but hold on a sec. I'm not going to take the channel over. I definitely won't do that. But I will say, Luke, if you want to just send me the link to that, that'd be great. Because I don't actually have many vegan servers, and then we can carry on with the flat Earth thing.
Nice. I'll send you. Yeah, okay.
I appreciate that, bro. Thank you.
So you find it difficult to believe that there's a vegan that's also a flat earther? I mean, why? Surely someone that's smart enough to be vegan should know that the Earth is a globe. Is that
I'm not gonna judge. I'm not judging nobody who's a flat earther, but it's just weird to me because most of us just look at the scientific evidence.
Well, can I give you my reasoning?
Right.
I'll tell you why it's actually the opposite of interesting. Yeah, the science. So I actually became a vegan because I realized that evolution is a false pretense. It doesn't exist. So the whole idea that we're supposed to eat meat in the first place, that's what I questioned. So flat Earth and vegan actually go hand in hand, if you ask me. But yeah, obviously you being a glober, maybe you see it as a bit weird. But I would say that it's more weird for you to be a glober and vegan because glober, you would subscribe to the Big Bang Theory and evolution and all that sort of stuff. So you would never question the notion
that's science, right? Yeah.
Wait. What does our biology have to do with, or evolution have to do with?
Well, because humans. Well, humans were hunter-gatherers in your paradigm. They were hunter-gatherers, and it's survival of the fittest, and that's how we became the dominant species. Through that, the process has always been the same. You hunt, you kill, and you eat it.
But yeah, but that doesn't mean it's necessary or healthy in today's age.
Yes, but you're going to get, well, I mean, there's many different levels of this. I mean, some quote carnivores, because there's no such thing as a carnivore. All humans are omnivorous. Carnivore diet never lasts long term. But some of those think that anybody going vegan is, a conspiracy theorist, and they've been tricked into thinking that seed oils are healthy and all this sort of stuff. But yeah, for you to believe in the globe, you also believe in the theory of evolution. You can't separate these two. And you also believe in the Big Bang Theory, because that's how Earth was created. So when you go against that, you have a problem. Like, you're living in a direct contradiction. Not necessarily, but you're going the opposite direction. So like, on one hand, you believe in all of the other science, except for the one that says that you were designed to be omnivorous, meaning you also consume flesh.
No, we are opportunistic. We are not. We are our organisms. Yeah, we are omnivorous, but that doesn't mean we have to eat meat.
Well, I'll try to sort of. I guess I don't know how to say that, but I mean, why do you have canine teeth then?
Why does a gorilla have a canine teeth? Or any other apes?
So okay, I mean, I guess the easiest way would be like, why did you go vegan? Why are you vegan, Ben?
Well, I saw the evidence, the medical science, and I stumbled upon the ethics of veganism, and it all just made sense. I was already 100% plant-based at the time, and it was a really easy step for me to just be vegan then.
Well, honestly, I respect that. Yeah, I just wanted to know. So it's more the ethics and the health benefits. Obviously, they go hand in hand once you really look into it. But I think eventually you will, maybe denounce the globe then, because if you're already halfway there to understanding that the science behind eating meat, which is pushed, is actually false, and it's not the healthiest diet. It's actually the least healthiest diet. For core mobility and all that sort of stuff, long term, much higher risk of cardiovascular diseases, all these sort of things. Like, I mean, even down to the milk, right? Milk actually causes brittle bones. It doesn't.
Why would you look? Why would you consider like why would you think that evolution has to do something with the food affecting our health?
Evolution with the food affecting our health? I'm not sure what you're asking me. I mean, if you're saying where I was,
you're making the assumption that just because let's say the evolution was true and we are like opportunistic omnivores or whatever, you're making the assumption that automatically, just because we evolved like that, lived life like that, we are omnivorous, and it's the
he believes in evolution.
Yeah,
like I'm not understanding why would you make that assumption when you have
the lie that we the lie that we did evolve in that manner, that's the lie to begin with. So we never evolved in that manner. There was a time where food was scarce and people started eating flesh. Depends which way you look at it. Religiously, it's after the fall. It's like a concession given to humans. It's satanic. It's actually satanic. It's part of blood ritual and blood sacrifice and all this sort of stuff. And it comes from that originally. It doesn't actually come from humans needing to survive and being hunter-gatherers and all that sort of stuff. And potentially back in a certain time, obviously the meat wasn't pumped with steroids and hormones. The living conditions of these animals, etc., wasn't as disgusting as it is now, which is leading to all these other diseases that are linked to the consuming of these meats. But yeah, I'm not sure what you're actually confused about with the health related to it.
Yeah, I mean,
I want to bring it back to flat Earth.
Yeah, go for it. They're the same thing, but go. It's fine.
So, Luke, like, you say that you've studied like the medical science, right?
I don't want to talk
so,
about
Luke,
flat Earth.
okay, yeah. So, just go on mute, Danny. So, just go on mute. Yeah. Bye.
What's the question anyway, Peter? Yeah, what's the question?
I was just going to query him because he said that he's examined the medical science, and it's led him to, a decision to change his diet, right? Based on medical science, right? Science. So there's scientific. He feels that there's scientific.
Did he
support,
say
right?
medical science or did he say science?
Yeah, he said medical science. He said medical science.
Yeah.
You can go back and listen to the live stream because it's recorded. Click on one of the
Well,
bots up the
there
top.
are some people who would benefit
Okay,
from
so
that.
shut up, bro.
Not all.
So shut up. Yeah. So I was wondering because then he did express that he's because of his community leaning heavily on science to support their choices, dietary choices, that they understand that the globe is somehow supported by science, right? That the idea that the Earth is a globe is somehow like has some scientific backing, right? And I wanted to ask him, is he aware of, like, has he examined the so-called scientific evidence of the Earth being a globe the same way he has done with his veganism, right? Or is he just under the impression that there is because that just seems to be the way it is, right? And if something says it's science and it's got literature and a lot of people believe it and there's scientists saying X, Y, Z, then it must be true, right? Like they wouldn't be lying about that, right? They wouldn't be saying, well, we have scientific evidence to the Earth of the globe when they really don't, right? I was wondering if he's under the impression that there is scientific evidence, but hasn't actually looked into it to see if there is or not, and if it even classifies as being scientific evidence.
Yeah, well, I think it would have.
It's all good.
I think it would have. Yeah, I think it would have led there eventually because I was gonna follow him on that, where I was saying like, for you to be a clover and vegan, but your reasoning behind that is the science, then yeah, because there is no science that supports the globe. So naturally, if you were actually understanding of science, then it would actually debunk the globe. Physics and chemistry would actually debunk the globe.
Yeah, physicists and chemists disagree.
Yeah, but that's a false the way you're looking at this, because the chemist and the physicist that has to study, they have to subscribe to the narrative to begin with. You can't question the narrative. So that's why you don't have college professors in these universities and colleges that are teaching flat Earth cosmology, because they wouldn't be allowed to practice this. So like when you go to get your PhD in chemistry, you can't be questioning the narrative. You have to accept things for what they are to begin with. But just because you say like a chemist who has a PhD believes in Allah, right, doesn't mean that Allah then exists because they're a chemist.
Yeah, but Allah is not the domain of chemistry.
Yeah, but you're
nothing to do with practicing chemistry. Like if someone was a chemist or a physicist or whatever, if like in order for you to be like successful academic or like renowned, you actually do need to overturn previously held views. You need to prove other people wrong. So if you could find stuff, actually it is, because no one's interested in a study that says the same thing as another study. Yes, if you want to have research, well, I'm telling you, if you want to have research, people are not winning Nobel Prizes for finding out things that were already proven.
Not every chemist is winning a Nobel Prize.
No.
You're misrepresenting what's being said here.
Right, but any chemist who is actually like publishing stuff, doing research, whatever, they're not going to get, you know, acclaim or relevance if they just do something that everyone else has already proved. So
like, now you're doing
your
two things. You're saying that
of
on
science.
you're saying that on one hand, chemists, not every chemist disagrees with that. Now you're shifting it to whether they have a publishing or not.
I'm
What's
saying that
required for a chemist to
I'm
have
saying
a
that
publish?
if you are a physicist or a chemist, your idea of, oh, if they don't follow the script that their teacher taught them or something, you know, they won't be allowed to do chemistry. When in fact, the biggest way to become relevant, to get success, is to prove other people wrong, is to find out things that other people, people thought was false before, or change how we view things. Like, your understanding of
Yeah, but this
science
is a separate topic. This
backwards.
is a separate topic.
No, it's not.
It is because
if you weren't,
goodness.
it's not,
You're
because
talking
again,
about
if your teacher tells you something in school
let me get
and
a word
you
in.
think you can prove it wrong, that would be
Can
a
you let me get a word
monumental
in?
thing.
Can you let me get a word in? You're talking about what's required for a chemist or physicist to become recognized. Like, they've published a groundbreaking study which actually questions something before. It's actually shown new information that we could have been wrong. That's a separate topic. We all understand that, yes, if you go ahead and do that, you will be recognized in the community. But simply just questioning the narrative, that doesn't get you recognized. And you have to subscribe to the narrative. You have to subscribe
if
to
you
the
can
original.
if you can prove something or test something or publish something that disproves a part of a popular belief narrative, that gives your study relevance. That is interesting. That is what makes yours talked about. So again, if you look at people who are the most famous scientists, almost all of them have disproven previously held views about they've updated what was previously
the problem is
narrative.
You can't, Donald. Listen carefully.
This is how science works.
Shut up. If you go to university and say, hey, the earth is flat, I've measured it, the following words will ensue. Fuck off, you're a weirdo.
Again,
exactly.
If you
won't get tenure. You won't get anything. You will get marched out, regardless of how brilliant you are in your field, whether it's chemistry, physics, or whatever. It does not matter. If you go in there against the narrative, you will not succeed. You will fail. You have already started off on a back foot. You're gone, mate.
This is nonsense. If you go to university,
you can say it's nonsense, but that's how it works. Go and do a bit of history research and have a look. Go and do some history research and have a look at all the people that have lost their positions because they went against the narrative within their own respective fields.
Okay, well, give me some of the most, established,
Donald, 2
respected
seconds.
scientists who prove something like this, and then we're not.
That's two different things, Donald. 2 seconds.
No,
2 seconds before you misrepresent what I said even more. Okay, when I said it originally, I said that if you actually take the time to study physics and chemistry and understand how the world works, you would come to the conclusion that the Earth can't be a globe. You countered
everyone
that.
Who does comes to the opposite conclusion.
Finished. I'm not. See, okay. If you let me finish, that'd be great. I said that if you understand physics and chemistry without just blindly following the narrative, you will come to the conclusion that the Earth cannot be a globe. You countered that with an appeal to authority, saying that a chemist who has a PhD believes different, so therefore that's false.
No, you just said people who actually study and understand these things, and I'm saying everyone who has actually studied these things for years and has done research and has any degree of respect or acclaim.
That's an appeal to authority. That's separate from being able to study chemistry.
It's noting that
being able to study chemistry and physics.
The more time someone spends studying chemistry or physics, the less likely they are to be a flat earther. And this is why if you survey people,
what a load of horseshit.
This is just a fact.
What do you think? What do you think in chemistry? What do you think all these chemists? What is it specifically about chemistry that pertains specifically to the globe that gives undeniable evidence that the Earth is a globe? What is it in chemistry? Crickets. Because all you want to do is argue with an appeal to authority that the chemists believe it. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's all they want
that's
to do.
typical. He'll come in here. I don't know if you've crossed him before. He goes by
No,
the
I
name of
haven't.
Ice JJ Fish. He'll come
Okay.
in, he'll preach, and as soon as he starts running
Leave.
his mouth, one of the mods will mute him so you or someone else can talk. And as soon as he gets muted, chucks a wobbly and bails out because I'm here to preach. You shut up and listen, and I don't have to listen to any of your shit, so I'm out.
Yeah. Nah, typical.
How you been anyways, mate?
Yeah, pretty good. Just chilling. About to go to work, so thought I'd jump on for a little
Oh, you
bit.
on night shift?
Nah, it's 3:00 in the afternoon for me. I don't do till night, but I'll finish around 7:00. Yeah.
3 in the Arvo. Where are you? South Australia?
Nah, WA. It's only 2:17 now, but I'll be at work at 3.
Oh, right.
Just
There you go.
yeah, just landscaping. So I just got a contract where I go do a bit of gardening till 7 today.
cool.
So yeah, yeah, man. But yeah, just because he left, I mean, we shouldn't just throw the convo in the bin. But basically, yes, if you understand how gas pressure works, then you understand we require a container. The container doesn't specifically pertain to a roof, so they're going to immediately argue that whether it's a dome, what's the shape of the roof, and all this sort of stuff. You can have a container without a lid, you'll still have gas pressure in there because it's bouncing off the walls of its container. It doesn't specifically pertain to a roof as the container. Now, if you understand this basic principle, which I'm pretty sure gases will fall under the field of chemistry. Yes, then you understand that we are in a container, therefore we're not in an open system globe, where the only thing holding these gases down is a magical, mystical, bendy, warpy space-time that's pushing it all down at all equal times on the globe. Now, that's fine if he disagrees with that, but his whole counter-argument for that is just an appeal to authority, that a chemist with a PhD disagrees.
Well, it wasn't even an appeal to authority. His claim that if you are a chemist and you've practiced chemistry for a long period of time, there's a low probability of being a flat earther. Well, actually, it's not anything to do with it. All it takes is something to trigger their brain into working correctly, and it doesn't matter if they've got 5 minutes as a chemist or 5 years or 50 years. Once they realise what's going on, snap, oh shit, it is flat. Their chemistry skill set means absolutely nothing.
Exactly. And I do know why he ran with the chemist one most, because obviously if we went physics, there's obviously a lot more in physics that would identify the Earth's not a globe. And that's why I wanted to ask him, what is it in chemistry that he believes is so evident of the Earth being a globe?
Actually, what I'm going to do for you, I've got a video for you, and I'm going to DM it to you.
Yeah, cheers.
Have a listen to it and the questioning structures throughout it, and that might help you with clowns like Ice JJ Clownfish.
Yeah.
I've just got to find where it landed. It should be in my downloads, maybe. That one. Where are you at? Upside down. There we are. Yeah, you may have seen it before, but yeah, it goes. I think it goes for about half an hour. Just have a listen to that and the way the questioning structures are in it, and that might help you rip apart some of these more difficult personnel we get through here.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to head off now and start heading to work, so I'm going to listen to that on the way. So yeah, it's good talking to you, and I'll check back in later if you're still in. Yep. You take it easy.
Cool.
Yeah.
Catch you, man.
Catch up. See ya.
Now, what was the person that was in earlier that Helio was trying to talk to that was just a numpty? How did he end up going? Bubbles. That was him.
Same as usual.
Same as usual. Resets after 30 seconds. The other day when he was in, everything was just getting referred back to medical crap. Oh, but you're not a doctor. You believe in your doctor. Why don't you believe in scientists? And everything just kept reverted back to the same dumb shit. And he was doing it today.
Maybe that's because, like doctors are actual scientists and, these fucking so-called astronauts aren't.
Well, what do I find interesting?
They're not doing any.
Why don't I believe these guys, but yet I believe someone else? Well, with the doctor, it's not his ability to diagnose because 99% of the time, people self-diagnose. You go to the doctor and you point to what you think the problem is. Oh, look, doc, my arm is in 2 pieces. I don't think that's good. And the doctor will go, holy shit, you've broken it. Well, I knew that bit already, but how do I fix it? That's what you're for.
Yeah, but the doctor always asks you first. It's like,
correct.
All right, so what we got going on here?
If he was so good, he wouldn't have to ask me. I could just walk in there and he'd go, check it out, bruv. You've got a busted eye. Or like you've got a big scar up the back of you.
First thing you do is just walk in. First thing you do is walk into the doctor's office and go through the MRI, right? And then the doctor will tell you what's wrong. And this kind of reminds me of Idiocracy. Remember when he got in there and he's like, put this in your ass, put this in your mouth, put this in your armpit, or whatever. You remember the probes that he had to put on?
Yes.
And then the guy that told him how to do it and shit. After he was done, he's like, "Oh shit, I think I got that wrong. This one goes in your mouth. This one goes in your ass. Oh wait, they didn't clean them between the other guy and it's like, dude.
Yeah, I was just wondering how he went. Our little bubbles. If he just did the same thing as before and just reset.
No. Yeah, well, it's just like I think people of course they're gonna feign ignorance because they think this is kind of a game, they're playing a character. And I'll tell you what, I mean, I am a little more bombastic than I am in real life, of course, on here because I love to be me on here the way that I am. But but at the same time, I'm me. Like, if you're gonna come in here and just what character are you playing? If you're just gonna play dumb and just challenge us on ideas and then pretend you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, then that's just not fun for anybody. Because I mean, obviously, you know the difference between flat and curved, and you're just gonna act ignorant or whatever, and it's just like, oh, what about? No, but that guy was like completely. His defense or his debate tactic was say, well, you just don't, just like you
don't believe.
Yeah, just like you don't believe in the authority.
He was trying to justify us having a belief.
And we went through step by step with him. It was like, all right, so and AI even came in here. It was like, so I'm going to get a diagnosis. I got a cancer diagnosis from somebody, boom, boom, boom. And so at that point I shut up and the doctor just figures it all out. Not going to tell me what it is, and I'm not going to go Google it when I get home or anything like that. I'm just going to go to the doctor. He's going to tell me what I have, and he's going to do everything. Come here for this, and come here for that. Come here for this, and hopefully your cancer is going to be okay. Don't ever look it up. I got this. I'm the professional. You don't need to do any research on your own. It's only your fucking body.
So you don't believe in doctors. So if you've ever had a second, what you should have just asked him, have you ever had a second opinion?
We did ask him that.
Dude, well, if you've had a second opinion, you don't believe your doctor.
Yeah, he was so stuck on, just saying, well.
Because he doesn't know. He doesn't understand. In his mindset, he has got no known way to just sit back and go, you know what, you got me. I don't actually have any measurements. I can't help you. So he is trying to justify his belief system.
Concession.
Yeah,
that's a concession.
That's his concession.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But you don't go to doctors with trust. You go to doctors with hope, right? You might form some trust after they've,
if they get it right.
When you got the proof in the pudding, yeah, exactly, right. But I mean, like, there's a risk and benefit assessment with those kind of things. And doctors are actual scientists. They know about the scientific method.
Yeah,
right?
and a lot of the
They're going
doctors
to
will be
apply the
honest with
scientific
you.
method to even try and cure you, right, or treat you, because like Matrix said, you go in, you say, my leg's sore, or whatever ailment you got, you describe it to them. They form a hypothesis based on that.
100%.
And then guess who's the test subject is? You are. They perform a fucking experiment on you
They're like,
to
hey,
see if
let's get an
their
X-ray
hypothesis
or
was
an
correct or
MRI.
not.
Yeah. It's like, I think this is what's going on here. And they're going to tell you, here's what I think's going on, as if you understand it. You might not understand all of it, but it's like, thanks, Doc, for being honest with me. Let's take a look at this together. I know you have more knowledge about about human physiology, but I have a general knowledge as well, because I'm a smart guy. So me and the doctor are going to figure this out, and we're going to figure out my treatment plan. If there's something wrong, when they find it, if we're going to work on this together. It's not like I'm going to defer everything to the doctor. He's going to tell me what's wrong with me. He's going to prescribe whatever, this and that. Dude, I'm going to question every fucking thing the doctor tells me.
Unless
unless
he
there's
turns around
obviously a broken bone.
If he turns around though and tells you that it says here that you're retarded and your shit's all fucked up, then you got a problem.
Your shit's fucked up and you're all retarded, like that doctor on Idiocracy, right?
Right.
He's like, man, your shit's fucked up and your shit.
Bro, y'all gotta go to bed, bro. It's like 1:30 a.m. Y'all gotta go to bed,
No, it's
bro.
not. You got to learn to tell the time. It's only 29 minutes past 4.
Well,
what do you mean? Where are you?
Well, I'm sitting in front of my computer.
No, like in the world.
He's in the future.
Yeah, I'm a time traveler. It's all good.
He's in tomorrow. He's from Tomorrowland. Yeah, he's in
Correct.
tomorrow. He's always in tomorrow.
If you're confused with the whole time travel thing, next time AI Overlord's in here, just ask him. It's really simple. I'm only a couple of hours ahead. He's actually done a bit longer than that, but yeah, it's like 4:29 p.m. tomorrow.
It's like I
So
know.
it's like daytime for you right now.
I know where I am. People in England are 6 hours ahead. I know that part. Depending on when daylight savings time falls, it could be a little bit different. It could, for like a month. But yeah, 6 hours from where I am is England
I'm
time.
tired,
That's
so you're tired.
GMT.
So go to bed.
Why?
Yeah, Matrix.
Who invited fucking Grandpa in here, telling everybody to go to bed?
Yeah, Matrix. The Bubbles character there. He actually is starting to remind me literally of the actual Bubbles character.
Well, at first I thought. I mean, I really was. I was like, he's got to be trolling, but then he just like, is that really what he thinks? I mean, I'm concerned now. It's like, does somebody do? I mean, if he really thinks that, is there a lot of people like that?
I think so, man. Matrix, you're familiar with Trailer Park Boys, right?
Nighty night.
Gotcha.
Have a good one, dude.
Later, man.
You've seen the Trailer Park? That's where the Bubbles character actually comes from.
Oh, right.
It's check it. It's so stupid, dude. It's these 3 kind of like hillbilly-like characters in Eastern Canada, kind of like living in a trailer park, and they're just doing their shenanigans, and they're high on weed all the time, or they're drunk, and they just do the stupidest shit, dude.
Yeah, and Bubbles lives under the front porch.
Yeah, and Bubbles is like one of the characters. He's kind of like the sidekick kind of thing, and he's actually like the smart one-ish out of the whole bunch.
I like that. He's kind of like the smart one-ish.
I mean, they're all fucking stupid, right? But he's the one who might come in, out of left field, kind of like, "Hey guys, are you sure about that? Have you considered this? And it's really fun. It's a trip, man. If you ever have a chance to watch an episode, like it's hilarious.
It's pretty funny, man. It is a good show.
Yeah, like they're the type of guys that are like, I think there's a famous quote. One of them, he's like, the saying, he's like, "I'm not a pessimist. I'm an optimist." Oh, he fucks it up and says, "I'm not a pessimist. I'm an optometrist." Little quirky things like that. That in context, like they're funny as shit.
I'm trying to find this meme. I got it's Bubbles in space. It's Bubbles with a fucking astronaut suit on. I'm trying to find it. It's in my fucking memes folder somewhere. I got hundreds of them, but
oh my god,
I gotta find it.
Yeah, it was funny at lunchtime.
Hold on, let me.
I grabbed my phone and I've looked at it and there was like knowledge was muted, someone else was muted, and I seen Bubbles there and I've just gone, oh man, this is going to be a slow lunch. And I was like, oh mad, Helio's in. This might be funny. And I was going to drop in and you're all talking. And I was going to drop in and go, oh look, knowledge doesn't have any. Bubbles has been popped and there was something smart for another one. There was 3 smart-ass comments. I was going to drop on these 3 clowns.
You use Discord at your lunchtime?
Yes, I use Discord in my lunchtime. Next concern.
That's a weird question. Sure, some people come in here. They'll be on here all day while they're working.
I wish.
I can't do it. I mean, I work with power tools all day, so it would be. I would sound like AI when he's at work if I did that shit.
Yeah, but it's harder because he's here a lot.
Oh, I know who you're talking about now, 20. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know exactly who you're talking about now, yeah.
Hold on.
That idiot. Yeah,
you've seen
that's
them?
the one.
Seen a few
Yeah, I know. I've seen a few skits and things, yeah. He's got one where they're talking about the Earth being flat. And he's having a meltdown.
Can I ask, do I get banned or muted for insulting you?
You'll get muted just for not asking sensible questions. So what's today's sensible question?
Yeah, we never have fun here. We just
yeah, I don't think that was an answer, buddy.
Okay.
Bad guy. Every single day you've come in here, you've asked about, do I get banned or muted? Oh no, I'm going to get banned or muted. Listen, how about you pick up the whole stupid meta thing? Just pick it up, like as if it's a basket full of bullshit, and you're going to throw it out the front door. You're going to close the door, you're going to come back in and have a decent conversation. If you talk to us about the subject matter, which is the room title, just to give you a hint, there's not going to be any problems.
Okay, well.
Excellent. I'm glad we all agree.
I think you're wrong about the Earth being flat.
Excellent. That's a beautiful statement. Why do you think you're wrong about the Earth being flat?
That wasn't a question. That was a statement.
I know.
Oh, sure.
You put forward the statement, and I made a question out of it. Why do you think you're wrong about the Earth being flat?
We're wrong.
Why do you think you're wrong?
Same difference. Why do you think we're wrong? Yeah. Helio, stop it. I was having fun.
So why do you think you're wrong?
I don't.
You don't? Why not?
You're the one that thinks we're wrong. I'm trying to establish why that is.
I'm the one who joined a server when there's like 20 people on your side, and you can't answer.
I don't care how many people. How many people in here has no relevance to why you believe we are wrong. We think the Earth is flat. Yeah, hold up. We think the Earth is flat. You think we're wrong. Why do you think we're wrong?
I don't think it's on me to explain it. I think it's on you.
Well, you're the one that said it. You put forward the statement. I'd like you to clarify why that statement rings true for your person. Why do you think we are wrong?
Well, I think you put the statement forward by making this channel.
Yes,
and you said it's wrong. We agree with that. So the question now, why do you think we're wrong?
But didn't you say who said it first? And you
So
said
Helio,
it first,
I
but
bet you can't.
animals.
Helio, I'll give you 2 guesses why this numpty gets muted on a regular basis.
Oh.
I bet I can only need one.
Because I prove you wrong.
Okay, bad guy. Let's try again. You said you think we are wrong about the Earth being flat. We get it? That's a statement. Very good. Now I would like for you to clarify your statement with a little bit more information. Why do you think we are wrong about the Earth being flat?
Do I not deserve to ask you for your information?
I'm asking you a question. You put forward a statement. I've understood your statement, and I am now clarifying your statement. Why do you think we are wrong?
Well, no, you're wrong. You made the server.
Yeah, you've said we're wrong. You've already said that. We understand that bit. We're now doing the second step. The second step is clarification. You've already said we're wrong. Everybody heard you. We've got that bit. So let's go to the next step now. This is where Matrix asks you why.
Okay, why? Many reasons.
Pick your favorite one.
People have went to space, to the moon.
So, right, let's get this straight. You think we're wrong about the Earth being flat because people went to space and the moon?
Yeah.
So, what has someone's ability to fly up in the sky got to do with the shape of the ground?
Well, when you use your neck, you can look back and you can see it.
What are
and
we
you can
saying?
also take pictures.
We're gonna do like broke neck mountain.
Go for it, Helio. Go for it. Go for it.
Well, I'm just wondering. You use your neck and do what?
You can look back and look at the Earth.
Back, like where am I gonna see the Earth? I can only see the Earth from Earth.
Yeah, but we're talking about people who went to space.
Who went to space?
I'm sorry, are you slow or are you not following?
Yeah, well, I'm curious if you know who claims to have went to space. Do you know any of the people who claim to went to space?
The first person,
I've seen.
the second person, the
Okay,
first
what did
woman.
they do? What did they do exactly?
They went to space. They landed on the moon.
What did they do? Take some 4K cameras up there and just like snapshots, like
first,
selfies.
Would you like the first animal, first creature?
No, you said people went to space. You said people went to space.
Yeah, a lot.
And then they looked at Earth. They took. Did you say they took a picture of Earth from space as a sphere?
Can you say again?
Did they turn around and look at the Earth and take a picture of it as a sphere?
I mean, yeah, I'll assume you would.
No, I'm asking you if they did. Do you have like one of those, something we can say, hey, so and so took this picture?
Was I there?
I don't know. You said somebody did it. They went away from Earth and they took a picture of Earth. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, that's like saying like, oh, this guy killed someone. Oh, were you there?
No, it's actually not, because I'll tell you what, here's the reason why. I know that you're saying that we have pictures of the ball Earth from space.
And proof and science
whatever.
and stuff.
No, there's no science involved in this. We're talking about images you've seen on a screen. Images you've seen on a screen. Now, here's the difference. We're all standing on the Earth. You've never been to space or whatever that is.
Did you say there's no science behind it? Is that what
well, here's the claim. There's no science. All you do, what you're saying is there's someone that's been far enough away from this ball to have taken a picture of it, the entire thing, right? There's no science. Right? We're just talking about the distance. You said that somebody took a picture of Earth from space and it looks like a ball.
You said from a ball?
No, you said they took a picture of Earth from space.
I'm pretty sure you fucked up and you said ball.
He ain't too quick on the uptake, bro. I'm telling you.
Holy shit, bro.
But you did say
No.
ball.
Yeah.
Okay, ball. Okay, yes, we know that they claim Earth is a ball, and they've gone far enough away from it to take the picture of, the portion of Earth that you can see
saying you
from
messed up a
space,
little
right?
bit. I'm just saying
This
you
is
messed up.
hold on. If I make a misstep or say something a little bit wrong, you're not gonna don't focus on that. We're talking about the standard.
You never
One
messed
thing
up,
is,
Helio. Someone's just not really fast on the
I know.
uptake. He's like 3 conversations behind you.
I mean,
That's okay.
I think it's a pretty big mistake if I was saying like, "Oh, we took a picture from the disc," and you were
Wait,
like,
what are you
"Oh,
saying? We? I'm sure I'm still stuck on this we thing. Are you we, or did somebody?
you
like,
said
who's we?
you said we took a picture."
No, I'm pretty sure you started with the we bullshit.
Do I need to like record?
He was
a
asking
replay?
you about the claim of we took pictures. Did you take the picture of Earth from space? Yes or no?
Obviously not.
Excellent.
Okay.
Who did?
Yeah, even if you didn't, and you have an image you want to present and say this is the picture of Earth, and so we can go over the image and we can look at the source data and figure out whether or not it's a real picture of Earth from space. Do you
What are
want to do
trying
that?
to say?
I'm trying to say that all of the images of Earth, quote unquote, from space, can be analyzed and proven to be not pictures of Earth from space. I
But how do
100%
you
guarantee
prove
that's
them?
true. Prove what?
Yeah,
How do you prove your pictures? That's a you problem. You're the one that's trying to prove them. We're not.
That's not how it
there
works.
are no photographs of
That
Earth from
is,
space.
Helio, hold on a second. You just asked us, how do we prove pictures? You're the one that's providing the pictures,
Yeah,
so
you're the
you
one-
have to prove them. I
You're
don't
the
have
one
to.
who's
I
doubting
don't
the
have to prove your pictures. You have to
Okay,
prove your pictures, not me.
Relax,
If
man,
I
okay?
provide pictures, I'll tell you how it works. If I provide pictures and someone asks me to validate them, I will say, this is where you go to so you can take the pictures.
Yeah, but that's like saying
So,
you took
that's
the,
what you've
you
got to
took-
do. If you're going to provide pictures,
Buddy,
you've
just
got to
yelling.
back them up.
Okay. Buddy,
So,
you're just
when you provide pictures, you back them up. When I provide pictures, I back them up. When Helio provides pictures, he backs them up. That's how it works.
okay. That's like saying I take a picture, I show it to you, and you go, prove to me how it's real.
That's not what
And
we're
that's a
talking
you
about.
problem.
Yeah, it's
How
like
are
what
you-
picture? I mean, like we can speculate about what we might or might not do. If you're talking about specific images
Exactly.
of Earth from
Isn't
space,
it?
then just
Isn't
tell
it
us about
on
it.
you? Isn't it on you? to
No,
prove
it's
that the
on
picture
you
is fake?
if you're providing something to back up where it came
But
from.
you're the one who's saying it's fake. So
Hold
it's
hold on.
to you.
What's fake? What's fake?
You're
They're
yet to
saying that the
provide
picture
anything.
is fake.
You haven't provided anything. See, this is your problem. You're trying to pee before your water comes. You're telling us we have to adjudicate your image that you haven't provided yet. So how about we do this one step at a time? You provide the image, we'll have a look at it. If it's fake as shit, then we'll tell you a new one. So, provide the image.
What's your favorite Earth from
they did-
space picture? Just give us your favorite one.
Mine?
Yeah, Google it.
And
right
this
now.
is where
Give us
you,
your
hey
favorite
Helio,
picture of Earth.
this is where you're about to go around in circles for the next 45 minutes because the last 3 times he's been in here, he has not provided any hard evidence. No pictures, no nothing.
Any picture. Show me where
Not
it's fake.
any picture. You're
All of them.
providing us your favorite picture that proves Earth is a ball tard.
Okay,
All
so
them
you're
space
asking for
pictures.
one picture, and I'm saying all of them are real. Show me how they're fake.
You haven't provided any.
I
What have you
said
provided?
all of them.
You haven't provided any. When you
But you're
say
saying-
all, bad guy, shut up, or I'm gonna fucking ban you. Seriously. If you're saying all of them are real, please post all of them in the fucking side chat. Give me at least 3, and then you can say all of them are real. At the moment, you have provided nada. If you post one in the side chat, say, I believe this one is real. But at the moment, you've given us nothing.
You know what's funny, Matrix? I believe in my heart of hearts that if you grabbed any random professor from any university in the United States or in different parts of the world and asked them the same damn question, they'd be as stuck as this motherfucker right here.
I'm not stuck. I'm just.
I'd back that bet.
I'm not stuck. I'm just. He just friend to mute me.
Excellent. If you're not stuck, then go to Google, click on images of Earth, pick the one that you think is the most real, and post it in the side chat for us.
Why? Which one's the most
Go and
real?
grab one.
All of them are real.
You go on mute until you do
Pick
it.
any
Go grab one.
and say
Go
which
grab
one
one.
is
You go
fake.
grab one. You go grab one. You go grab one that you think you have confidence in. All right? Go grab one.
See, this is what he did the other day. It was just round and round in circles. It's not my job to disprove. It's not my job to prove it's real. So basically, his mindset is every single image is real until you can prove it's not real. That's how he works. They are all real until you can prove the negative.
Yeah, no, we're not going there, bad guy. That's not our burden. You're relying on these so-called photos of Earth from space. So you're going to provide the example that you think is, is somehow deemed authentic, right? You just don't want to put your foot in it. You don't feel confident enough to be able to. You don't feel confident enough to be able to pick one, right? That you think is legitimate because you're not sure.
But they're all
deep
real.
down, you're not sure.
That's what amazes me, T-Dub. They're all real, so it doesn't matter a shit which one you'd grab. You just grab the first one off Google and just splash it in here. There you go. That one's real. Choke on it. That's it.
Yep. That's right.
Choke on it, man. Choke on it. Because
dude's in. Look out.
you gotta choke on it because it's real. Yeah. Come on. Everybody knows.
I wonder if he went to like Google, whether he'd type in real image of Earth from space or just image of Earth from space.
Come up blank.
No, I'm just wondering about the psychology of it, like whether, like he'd actually just type in Earth from space, right? Just confident enough that any image that puts up, that's good enough, right? Or whether he'd put real in there. Exposing his admission to not being adept enough to like analyze any picture of Earth and determine whether it's real or not. He'd have to rely on Google to tell him, this one's real. Here, show him this one.
Yeah, Google Earth from space. Go. What do you got?
There you go. That's the first one I found.
Okay. I like it.
And I typed in real Earth pictures from space. And that was the very first one that came up. Yep.
Wait, the moon there?
I know.
Just happened to be in the top corner there. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, that doesn't look like a painting at all.
Yeah, not CGI edited at all. So what we do now is we take that image and we go Fake image detector. Yeah, that might do. Drop image here. Okay.
Shout out to Math Powerland. What happened to that guy, anyways?
Don't know. Oh, he thinks he's won. You haven't provided anything yet, kid. Until you provide something, you are going to stay on mute. So it's going to be a long time. We're not messing around with you. You pulled this shit the other day and decided not to post anything. I'm waiting for one of these NASA engineers to be colorblind one day and do his rendition of Earth, and it comes out all weird and stuff. Alright, this image is likely human created. Oh dear. If you spend more time Googling shit and less time changing your name, you'd probably find you're more efficient at bringing photographs and posting them in the side chat. So I'll give you a quick demonstration on how it works. All right, so I went out and took some photos. Now, where's my photo folder? Over there. And D drive. All right, so I went out and took some photos. So, whoop-de-doo, any numpty can take photos. So I'm going to post them up. There's zoomed out version. Oh, my hard drive kicks in. Come on.
You think they feel like if they just act incredulous? This is the way I kind of feel. It's like instead of addressing the real argument, they're just going to act incredulous and say, well, flat earthers are dumb because they don't understand. When obviously they don't understand either, you know, which we actually do. They don't even understand that they don't understand, but we do understand, which is weird. So they just act incredulous and think that's going to protect them from any argument that they throw forward. It's like, well, you guys don't believe in science, or whatever the fuck that is. No, we're just asking for specific information, just like homeboy. We're asking you for which photo of Earth do you think is real? I mean, it's very simple. And I did that a few weeks ago with somebody on here, and he said, "This one. How about this one? Do you think this one's real?" And he sent me an image of Earth taken from a weather satellite. Which, when I researched the satellite, it's not. I mean, it's the same with all of them. It's a Photoshop image of data collected from that satellite, so it's not a picture of Earth. You know. So, it's just like, dude, your incredulousness is not going to protect you in this argument. You can fucking sit there and just bloviate all day about how you think we're stupid because we don't believe in science and all that kind of shit. Get out of here with that nonsense. We're talking about a very specific thing And if you're not talking about that, you're not talking about the same goddamn thing we're talking about.
Yeah, you're not even in the game. But just to show you how it works, bad child, I want to post up some photographs that I've taken. So there's the first one. That's two separate photographs. I've joined them together for your convenience. And what they are is a hill in the distance. So this hill in the distance is 30.29 miles away. In the second ones, you can see it. So there's a black and white version and the color version. Black and white's done with an infrared camera to show you, to compare the difference, so you see how well it clears things, how it affects the blue light. Now, where can you go to do this? So how am I going to back up that I actually took this photo? Well, I could give you maps and show you where I took it from. You know, if you really got stuck, you could come over to my house and I could drive you half an hour up to where I took it from. Turn around, clickety-clackety. This is the issue you've got. You make claims, you don't back them. At the moment, we've just got hollow words from you. All of our stuff we do, we can reference. We can go back there, redo it. I can give Helio a map and say, bro, this is where it's done. Go there, grab your camera, repeat. You'll get the same result.
Yeah, and if you don't get the same result, then you don't. Then we can compare and contrast the ideas, you know, the images or whatever. Do the same thing, same kind of test. That's what I was saying earlier. You know, when they critique our test, as soon as they acknowledge that our test was successful, we saw the laser or we saw the shore of we saw the beach or the shore of the other side of the lake 20 miles away. Well, that's a successful test in our mind because that means the water's flat. And it's like, well, yeah, I agree. You can see it, but here's why. It was like where there's, all right. So you're saying that yes, our test was successful, and if the Earth was flat, yeah, it would look like that, but it would also look like that if blah blah blah. But they can't confirm anything. They haven't done their own test. They just critique our successful tests, which is it's crazy. It's like, dude, go to the same place, do the same test, tell us how you did it, and you say, here's the Earth curve. Show it to us.
If you don't get the same results, that's what we want you to do. Go and test it and see what happens. Maybe we did it wrong.
Yeah, it's like the flat earthers are open to this. It's like, do the same thing. Here's how we're trying to test the Earth to see if it's flat or not. None of you guys are doing it because they know that if they go do the same thing that we did, they're going to get there. And I say we, and I'll say we. I've never done it myself, but I don't have to do it. I know water's flat. I've seen enough of this to know that the only people that are doing it are flat earthers. And the results are quite clear. So I want to see the Globers go do the same thing and show us the curve.
So, bad guy, your side chat privileges were unlocked for the specific function of you posting up your favorite Earth image. If you choose to waste that, don't cry to me.
I'm putting a note on your name.
It's probably one of those situations. I would post it, but you wouldn't believe me. And they'd be like, you wouldn't believe me.
Yeah, probably. I'm putting a note on his name. Not to be unmuted
until posts any evidence of a boltard. There we go. Profile.
Somebody delete something he posted.
Everything will get deleted until he posts up a picture of Earth that he considers real.
Yep, post the picture of Earth, bad guy, and it's that easy. You'll be unmuted. That's the cost, right? That's the cost for your privilege to speak in the VC. post a picture of Earth like you said exist.
I could Google pictures of Earth right now, and I could post 12 of them.
Yeah, he said you pick one, right? Like no,
It's not our
this
job.
isn't. Yeah, it's not our. It's not us that says that they have confidence in them, that they're real. So you just post one. If it's that easy, just pick anyone.
He said any of them.
It's not unreasonable. It's not an unreasonable request to want you to support your claim.
What I'm hearing him saying is it's all of them. All of them are pictures of Earth from space. All of them. He's not going to pick one. He's just going to say all of them are pictures of Earth.
No, bad guy. No, we didn't actually. You said they're real, right? You said that there is actually photos of Earth from space. So we don't even need to say that they're fake. We don't need to agree they're real. We just need to say you don't get to speak in here until you post an example of what you're talking about. That's all you need to be concerned with, not whether we think that they're fake or real, right?
Well, and like I was saying, I was talking to a reasonable person a few weeks ago, and I asked him what he thought his best picture, what the best image was, and he actually sent me a link to it was a news article. Then I did some research on the news article, found the NASA page, the weather satellite and stuff. So yeah, just give us the information, then we can do the research. We can look at it together. He's not interested in that, Where did the image come from?
No, he's trying to reverse the burden on us. He's taking our challenging him to actually show an example.
I don't think he's got the comprehension skills to understand what a burden reversal is.
Yeah, probably not. But he thinks that us just simply asking for an example is us challenging the authenticity.
Look at this in the side chat. You claim something, then say, "Prove me wrong." That's how stupid he is. He doesn't understand. He made the claim initially.
Yeah, you made the claim, bad guy. Your claim, not ours.
We have pictures of Earth from space. Okay, show us one.
So post them.
Jesus Christ. So, like I said, I could probably put 50 of them in the chat right now.
And this here, Helio, in the side chat now was why he was blocked in the first place. Because he just carries on with shit. It's all feelings. I win because you's muted me, but yet he never provides anything. It's just a waste of time.
Boring.
I mean, if not just for a sign of good faith, bad guy, like just post one.
I can't believe he can't just Google the very first one like I did.
Just
slap it in the
one.
side chat.
Let's talk about it. It's not even, dude. We all thought that the Earth was a globe, man. We thought those space pictures were real. We thought it was a real thing. Don't be sad. It's all good. Show us one you think is real, and then we'll talk about it. Like, how about that? How about the Discover satellite one? Remember that one? That's supposed to be from 1 million miles away. The moon going across the Earth from the Discover satellite.
Hey, bad boy. I know your brain capacity is probably full of stupid cartoons and whatnot else, but the time you've wasted typing shit in the side chat, you could have typed some of that, maybe 4 words, into Google and grabbed the image and posted that in the side chat. I know you don't understand what I'm saying because you're a dubbo, but there's nothing I can do about that. Seriously. You make claims of images of space, provide one. You claim they're all real. That makes it easier for you because it doesn't matter a shit which one you provide. Just get one, stick it in the side chat. Obviously, your ears are painted on because you were clearly told you will be unmuted as soon as you post up evidence of your claim.
He's getting a little spicy now. He's calling people a fucking asshole and shit. Come on, man.
It's your choice. Why don't you test it? Prove me wrong. Post your shit in the side chat and see if you don't get unlocked. If you don't get unlocked, then feel free to call us liars. Till then, you stay on park.
Come on, at least you can put you can put the one photo, the one image that's claimed to be a photo of the Earth from space, from 1976, right? Or was it 76 or one of those? Anyway, the one that's claimed to be a photo when they're halfway to the moon. He can't even post that one. Does he know about it?
See, and this is the other thing he does. Spends the whole time just poisoning the well. Oh, but you'll ban me. Oh, but you'll mute me. Oh, but whinge. Listen, kid, if you spend less time with the meta and more time getting on with the conversation, like I told you right from the get-go, you probably wouldn't have any problems.
That's all right. I have a feeling this is, well, I mean, you already called it out from the very beginning, Matrix, that this is what he's going to do. He's not going to.
Yeah.
So we're actually feeding into the monster, It doesn't work. I mean, how do you
how do you fix it?
Well, no,
2-day vacation.
Trying to think of my old phrase, torture a narcissist, ignore them.
Yeah, it's just easier normally just to block the side chat. But the thing is, I want the information in the side chat because this is the issue I've got. We block him in the side chat. Then in 45 minutes' time, oh, I'm blocked. I can't post your evidence up there. It's just, it's a sea lion that's too stupid to realize it's a fucking sea lion.
Yeah, well, and this is what I'm saying. People are like, oh, I actually do kind of feel bad, It's like, yeah, this actually is too much information for you. I think you're having a visceral reaction, but this is like cog dis on a different level. It's just like kind of like how you have a bad rash reaction to like poison ivy or something. It's like you don't know why it's happening. It's just like I can't. It's like their cog dis is at a level where they just can't just rationalize one side or the other. It's just a visceral reaction. It's like, look at you, flat earther, and then they get into this little weird phase, just kind of like over phasing, and then their brain waves just kind of clump together, and they're just like, you muted me, ning. Fuck out of here, bad guy. Show us a fucking picture of the Earth. Yeah, it's a short circuit. It's their cog dis. It's like I've seen cog dis. There's different levels of it. It's kind of like you maybe about 25% sometimes, 50%. Some people are reasonable, whatever. But sometimes that shit's pegged out, like in the red. I think this motherfucker's in the red on cog dis right now.
I'm gonna go full Ghostbusters. Bury the needle.
I got a meme for that shit. I was when I was looking for that other meme, I saw it earlier. Hold on, I got it somewhere. The cog dis meter is in my folders somewhere. Yeah, man, he's got the cog dis meter pegged out, bro. It's like, dude, all we're asking is like, what's your favorite image or picture of Earth from space? Fucking. You can be incredulous, but still show us the real picture of Earth. But in his mind, it's all of them, all of the pictures of Earth, even the ones.
That's great.
Even the ones on Star Trek, the ones that they show on Star Trek.
That's what gets me. If they're all real, doesn't that just make it easier for him just to pick any random picture and slap it in the side chat?
100%.
Like if there was only, say, two that were real, and he had to spend the next 6 months scouring the internet to sort out the real ones from the fake ones. And it's like, oh, dude, that's a shit call because it's going to take me forever to get the right one. Hey, I get that. But when they're all real, it should be just eeny, meeny, miny, fucking that one. It's not even. There's no selection criteria. It's just grab one, and that's where he's failing himself. All he's doing is it's just highlighting for everyone how bad faith he truly is. That's all it's doing.
Well, like I was saying earlier, even this guy in the cogdis mode, the intellectuals, the high intellectuals at universities or whatever, they're not familiar with this topic either. So if they came to talk to us and we hit them with some of this stuff, because they would probably think, doesn't matter if they have master's degrees, PhDs and shit, they think the space pictures are real too, right? So they're going to be as stuck as this motherfucker, stuck like Chuck, because they don't have any real space pictures. And that, they might attempt it instead of being like a dipshit like this guy. They'll be like, oh, they'll Google it, and they're like, well, this one right here, and then it's like, oh, yeah, I've seen that one before. Here's how they took that, and here's the CGI team that actually created that image. And then a sensible person will be like, oh, I didn't know that was a created image from other data. And, that's what a real intellectual person would do. I didn't know that. But all these idiots are just like, you flat earthers, fuck you. It's like, dude, they tell you how they created the image. And it's not our fault that we looked into it and you haven't, idiot. There are no space pictures, no pictures of Earth from space.
Maybe that's why this kid's having trouble, because he knows that. They're all fake. They've got me over a barrel.
Well, pictures of Earth from as high as you can go, we have a lot of those, and for the most part, you're going to use a wide angle lens so you can see as much as you can, as you can from there. So, like, just be honest with yourself and the rest of humanity. If you're going to use a certain type of lens, of course, it's going to look like it's curved because you use a wide angle lens. Even if you don't use a special wide angle lens, it's still going to look curved a little bit when you go up high, but
Barrel
that's not the
distortion.
curve.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not the curve. So it's like, dude, this is where you just have to be honest with yourself. It's like, they always like, well, look at these high schoolers prove the flat earthers wrong by sending a fucking sandwich to space. Look at them, and it's like, dude, the same curve that was on the camera lens when it was on the ground is the same curve that they had when they went up, 100,000 feet. It's the same fucking curve. So is that the curve? Yeah, the high schoolers debunked flat Earth when on the ground it was the same curve. You guys don't understand lenses, dumbass. But then the teachers would be like, "Yeah, man, we're going to show the flat earthers." It's like, well, you teachers are just as dumb as you are. How the fuck are we supposed to deal with this? Like, they can look at the camera footage. They turn the camera on, launch the balloon. The same curve is on the ground. And when it gets to 100,000 feet, it's the same fucking curve. And they're saying, look, flat earthers. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking burrito in space. That's what I'm saying. You can ask any random professor that you guys think are intellectuals and higher minded people. You think all the flat earthers haven't been through college or they misunderstand, and that's why we think the earth is flat. No, the earth is flat because it's flat, because all the water's flat. It has nothing to do with anybody's postulations about the universe and all that kind of shit. That's philosophy. Which shit, that's all we have really as humans. Philosophy, yeah, very important. I think as far as discussion goes. But I don't know if you're gonna call the Earth a globe, is it actually a globe? It's fucking not a globe. We've proven it. So that vein of philosophy is completely debunked. We've already disproven it. It's going to take the world a little while to catch up. But check this out. We know, and they don't know, that there are hundreds of millions of flat earthers. So that's what I'm saying. In about 50 years, everybody's going to be making fun of people that used to think the Earth was a globe. I'll be dead, but I'll be laughing from the grave. And it's still going to be the same situation. Most people are just waiting for the intellectuals to tell them what the Earth is. And they're not really interested, which is fine, because people are concentrating on their jobs and family and shit. It's okay, because that's why we're here. We're supposed to know our Creator, live and utilize the Earth in the fashion that we do. Have relationships and with our Creator and with our people around us and everything. Sure, that's part of life. But this whole philosophy of the globe, it's really twisted people up in the past couple 100 years, and there's no foundation for it, so it's going to fall. I'm going to live long enough probably to see many corners of that foundation fall, hopefully. Just like I said, there are hundreds of millions of flat earthers, and you globers hate to hear that, but there are. What's really sad, most of the
that does
globers...
offend them when they find out there's heaps of flat earthers. Some of them
Yeah.
trigger about that. I don't know why.
Oh, and it's funny. It's like when they look at who's on their team, like this idiot bad guy. It's like, well, there's your glober. You gonna defend this bullshit?
Here's your sign.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
it's like,
yes.
it's like all we
Who
have
was
to do is
Carrington?
No, it was that's
Was it Rodney Carrington?
Jeff,
What's the other one?
No, Jeff Foxworthy.
Foxworthy, yep.
Yep. There's your sign. There's your sign. Yeah. We need to come up with a little gimmick.
There's
for
your
that.
sign.
There's your sign.
Globetard.
You might be a globetard. I won't steal it from fucking Foxworthy. You might be a glober.
Well, here's your sign.
No, here's your sign. No, that was Foxworthy did the you might be a redneck. Here's your sign is
Rodney Carrington. It's either Carrington or Foxworthy.
It is. Yeah. They were on the tour together. Yeah.
Yes.
With fucking what's his name? Larry the Cable Guy. Yeah, Rodney Carrington, Larry the Cable Guy.
And next time someone says refraction, here's your sign.
Here's your sign. Oh, we need to make a meme for it. It was like refraction.
Yeah.
And it'd be a sign showing actual refraction. Like, are you talking about this? Here's your sign. It's like, dude. Right.
Can't believe this kid's too stupid to realise that if he just posts a picture of a ball tart, we'd unmute him so we could find out information on it. But all he wants to do is just post dumb shit. I think he needs a 2-day break.
Yeah, he doesn't want to know. He's under the impression that I don't know. I mean, I think maybe he's watched too much Simon and Dan. That's probably it. that will poison your brain if you watch too much Simon Dan. That dude just, I think have you ever seen, well, I'm sure you've seen his video, but like his face, like, doesn't it look like his eyes are crossed? He's got this weird haircut, like his hair sticking up, and it looks like his eyes are crossed a little bit. And he's like, "I'm Simon Dan." He looks like a fucking idiot. Simon Dan. He's just so. It's like the first thing I'm gonna do is strawman everything that the flat earthers say, but I won't even address what they're saying. I'm gonna make up my own flat earth so I can strawman it and show you that my flat earth doesn't line up with my globe either. And I bet you any money, all of us know more about the globe than Scam Man Dan does.
Actually,
I was talking about it the other day, and Brenda posted a video. Yeah, Brenda. I'm sorry, bro. You think you were here the other night when like Brenda was like, "Hey, why don't you guys review this one?" And he was talking. And it was like the top 4 flat Earth things that
I was here for that.
Like, holy
that's what I was going to say.
shit, bro.
I think we should do that. Go through it and rip that to shreds.
Well, that and some of the some other
when we're in another channel,
shit,
yesterday,
whatever. You know, it doesn't matter.
That's what I said to the boys. Do it, but pick short ones. Don't pick like 3-hour-long episode ones where they just ramble on with shit. Pick short ones where we can just get straight to the point, break them down, and then just kick them out the door. Next,
right?
So we
can we won't do like
so
like some people do and just play like 10 seconds of something and critique it before the whole point is made. I was like, well, right. I'm not
at least get a
the
full
unmentionable. Yeah, like, well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, all right, we're gonna play the video and let him make a full first point. Then we'll pause it and critique it. Don't freaking say,
actually, if we're gonna do Professor Dave, we're gonna play it until a fallacy gets spoken, and then just call it out.
You can't do that. Bruce already did that shit.
You can nearly do arena challenges with it. Just play Professor Dave. Everyone's got there's 3 or 4 people on the panel. They've all got access to the pause button. Whoever pauses has got to call out the fallacy. So you hit pause. What is it? If you get it wrong, minus a point. Do like Sailor of the Century or some shit like that. 24/7 versus Professor Dave and his dumbassery.
Yeah, you know, Bruce McGuire did that one video with Professor Dave and Flat Earth Dave, and it was like, I don't know how many fallacies that Professor Dave had, like,
one of them there was like 200 and something. Like 240
and then
270. It was off the top.
He did another one with. Did you see the one with Jeranism and Witsit? Well, I think it was that. Yeah, Bruce broke that shit down. It was crazy, bro. It's like Jeranism was even worse, of course, because that dude, I gotta find it. Let me see if I can find it. I remember I didn't listen to the whole thing, of course, because why? But yeah, I don't know. It's like Bruce McGuire. What was it? The name of his channel? Because he got it taken down and then he came back doing Bruce McGuire. What was the name of that channel where he did the video, the critique of Flat Earth Dave and Professor Dave?
Sizin amanıza koyayım lan. Orospu çocuklar ya.
English, bro.
Si, senor.
Hang on a minute. Was he ordering a kebab? Get me one,
dude. It
mixed with chili sauce and the full lot, just everything, chili sauce.
Hey, Matrix, I got a correction.
Oh, here we go.
It wasn't Rodney Carrington. Bill Engvall. That's who
I
it
thought
was.
It was Carrington. It was either Carrington or
No. Here's your sign. That's Bill Engvall. That's true.
Oh, there you go. That's awesome. Thank you.
Bill Engvall. Yeah.
Here's your sign.
Rodney Carrington, he has the more like controversial, kind of like weird country songs that are kind of, some of them are racist kind of stuff. if I'm thinking of the right person, Rodney Carrington. But anyway, but yeah, it was Bill Engvall and Jeff Foxworthy. They had what was that tour they went on with Ron White? What was that tour called? I can't remember. But yeah, it was Bill Engvall. Here's your sign. Anyway, getting back to what we were talking about. No, it wasn't Kings of Comedy. That was
I was going to say it was years ago.
Like,
it was back in like the early 2000s, like 2003 or 2004 or some shit like that.
It wasn't like Redneck Comedy Tour. It was something like that, but it Blue Collar.
Yeah,
comedy.
something redneck.
No, it was
redneck
Blue Collar Comedy Tour. That's what it was. Blue Collar Comedy. Ron White, Bill Engvall, Larry Cable Guy, and Jeff Foxworthy. Blue Collar Comedy. They have some specials on Netflix and stuff too. But yeah, Ron White.
So there's the Here's Your Sign Christmas video. That was in 2009. I knew it was before then.
It's like it's so funny though, that Blue Collar Comedy Tour. It's like Bill Engvall, Larry, and Jeff Foxworthy. They're kind of like PG, maybe PG-13, especially with Larry Cable Guy. But Ron White, he's the rated R guy. Little tour. This is so funny, man. If you know anything about Ron White, he's fucking crazy though. But anyway, yeah, Blue Collar Comedy Tour. That's what that was. Here's your sign. Kings of Comedy was the black dudes. Who was it? Who was in the hey, did you see that Cat Williams thing I posted in the mod chat yesterday? He roasted NASA for a little bit. It just came up in my feed, and I was like, oh shit, there's Cat Williams roasting NASA. Yeah, it's in the general chat on the.
Oh, yep.
It's funny, man. I was cracking up. Good stuff in there. Cat Williams is crazy. But hey, man, I gotta jump off. Seriously, it's 2:30.
That's what you say when you go to the dentist. 2:30.
That's right. It's 2:30. I got a dentist appointment.
All right, mate. Not a problem. As
Yeah,
always.
Matrix, everybody, man, I love you guys. I want to actually make this. I mean, it's good, and people are like, oh, nobody's watching. They're watching. They know we're here, especially like all the Globers and the Flat Earthers hate us, and that's okay.
That's free rent. That's good.
Yeah,
I can live with that.
We're here. We're always going to be here. I won't say we'll always. I mean, but we have a really solid crew, and we know what we're all about. we call each other out on nonsense and shit. So it's a beautiful thing. And I don't know how popular that it's going to make anything, but I think it's like you were saying, we start making a few like videos or whatever with just, or we're not just talking to noobs or whatever. We can like do a reaction video to some of these anti-FE shit. You know, that'd be fun. Just have a few of us in there and make a 30-minute video. Maybe we can get some traction. Who knows?
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be that long. I think shorter videos that have got real clear, concise points are better because the younger generation just can't handle long form information.
All right, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever. If you guys get some ideas,
like 30 minutes is good. Like nothing longer than that.
Yeah,
though.
yeah, like a Simon Dan video. Want to do a quick review? All right, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord mods review. Simon Dan. So, and what's cool is like we can put that title in the video, Simon Dan or whatever. That might not like we're exploiting it because they do that shit to us anyway. So it's like we're gonna use their name in the title of the video. We'll get some views, and see where it goes from there.
Yeah, I think this would be fun actually.
Yeah,
at least down.
Let's fucking do it. And I also think that moderators here, we should do at least a 2-hour show once a week, breaking down, a week in review or something. Just shit you need to get off your chest. Talk about developments. No, man, we get most of the shit off our chest here. I know. We get a lot of the shit off your chest in here, but I'm just talking about like just mod only kind of thing. It's like, here's what's going on. Here's what I think is important for us to focus on, whatever. And I think a lot of people that listen to the stream a lot would rather hear us talk to each other sometimes, and kind of throw some ideas back and forth than just the same old that we always do with whether it's new people or classic anti-flat earthers or whatever that come in here. Doesn't hurt to switch it up.
I'm just waiting for my turn to get it off your chest. Right. Take a deep breath and go for it. Actually, no, I pretty much get it off my chest straight away. That's
I get.
It's so much.
I get you. It's just like there's a lot of things. Like there's a lot of times when other people are in here and I'm not in here, and they're not in here when you're in here, and all that kind of stuff. Where there could be like a certain couple times a week or whatever where we're together. Just like either do it in a room on the main server or wherever.
I think a room in the main server.
Yeah, just moderators, whatever, or staged event.
Well, I think staged because then you could have your main people up talking. Others could sit in and listen. That's not a problem. You'd have the bot in there anyways, so it's not like it's a big deal. But it would stop people accidentally dropping in and wrecking what's going on. Like if we did it here, you could guarantee there'd be 3 N-bombs. JJ Ice Clown would have to stop in and say something that's totally incorrect and just make more of a dropkick of himself.
Well, and I'll tell you what. I mean, what I'm talking about is like it would be a time when I'm sitting in front of my computer and I can actually host it, and I'll control OBS and I can screen share, and like the whole thing would look different on the screen than our normal format. So we could actually share videos, play them, watch them.
That's something you might be able to help me. In OBS, do you know how you can select either the full screen or just the software that's running? So it creates those squares around those particular things. Can you select just a small square where you can put it over something in particular? So like, for example, I can select Discord and put it on OBS, but I can't just select one small component of Discord, which is all I want.
Yeah, you have to create different scenes and then add components. Say when you create a scene on the left hand.
Yeah, I know how to do that, but what I want to do, I don't want the entirety of Discord. I only want The
Well, that's
chats section.
well, when you see my screen, on the live stream, that I had to actually, or I'll tell you how to do it. I think I know what you're asking. The shift key for the window size, like when you select the window capture screen,
Yeah.
if you want to shrink it down to only capture a certain portion of that window, the shift key will shrink the window but keep all of the stuff in the window. But if you press the alt key while you're click and drag, that cuts the screen off. Use the
Did I
alt
get
key.
him? Hold on, I've got to find out. I might be in the wrong person here, but we'll find out anyway. We can unlock them later on. Control V, and did I get him? Yes! Fuck, I'm good at this.
All right. So when you click
Sorry.
when you click on that window or whatever, and when you're creating your layout on the screen, you click that window, you see the little red square, little red things on the corners, and then the middle and top and bottom, left and right.
Yes.
If you hold the alt key and you use your mouse, that will cut off that portion of the window. The shift key will stretch it, but the alt key is like a cut. It's like a clip. It clips the screen down, so that portion of the screen will be out of view. So then what you do is use the alt key, kind of clip it down.
Oh no, that's not what I want. That's not what I want. Not when. Okay, you know how you've got your red box that shows you what you've highlighted with the little dots and things around it. Over on Discord, I've got a yellow box which highlights the entirety of Discord. It's the yellow box I want to modify. I want to make that small so it only highlights a very small portion. I don't want all of it.
Yellow
if you know
box.
what I mean.
No, I
Okay,
don't.
I've got dual screen. So I've got on my right-hand screen, I've got OBS taking up the full thing. So the top half shows the image that I'm showing. You can have a split one where it's left and right. I've just got it as single. On the left-hand side is where...
When you say single, you mean studio mode versus...
Yeah.
Okay. When you click studio mode, when you click studio mode, that means you can work on the one on the left. You can change it and everything, and it won't affect what's actually going out
Correct.
live.
Well, that doesn't worry me because I just want it preset, press record, that's it. So what I'm after is when I select that box, so at the moment I've got it set up as window capture, I don't want to capture the full window. I only want to capture one small component of it. But the thing is, I can't just slide it around so it's in the scene and make it disappear because it's still got the other half of it to the right-hand side that I don't want.
That's why I'm saying, did you use the alt key? You said you know what I'm talking about, but if you haven't used the alt key to cut that part of the window out, then you don't know what I'm talking about. So like what you do is you hold the alt key down, grab one of those little red squares and drag the window.
Yep, now I've got you. Right. So now I can just butcher
And
that. Excellent.
then hit the shift key and it'll stretch it. It'll keep the parts you cut off with the alt key and it'll stretch it with the shift key.
Excellent. Right, there's that gone. That gone. Doing this in real time. Winner, chicken dinner. And so if I press shift key.
Yeah, that's how I created the entire scene you see on the YouTube. It's like there's probably there's probably like 13 different things in my on each scene.
That's what I wanted to know. So it's just multiple scenes. Yeah. I knew there was a way to do it, but it was just doing me head in.
Alt key. Yeah, alt key. You just cut out a portion of the video or portion of the window.
Then create another scene, create another portion, and glue them together however you want. Epic.
Yeah, you can put 5 window captures in there, name them different things, and you just capture different portions of the window.
Yep.
Boom, 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 put them in there. Yep.
Because what I've got at the moment in one scene, I've just got it as Discord standard, so I can record. I just click on that and press record, and it will just select the whole lot and play it. And it's also got a slideshow running beside it.
Well, that's cool. That's what I really like about OBS is that, like, if you want to set it up and record something, it'll record exactly what you see right there, so you can have the whole thing set up. and you got it ready to go, hit record, it'll record everything exactly like you see it.
Yeah, it's just very handy to have. Like sometimes the bots aren't in here, and I can just go click record, and yeah, sometimes you get good conversations. Yoda got told where he could, what he could go and do with himself the other day, which was awesome to have it recorded. So that gives us ammunition to make people stay away for a long period of time, as in perma-banned. So yeah. Anyways,
But
yeah,
you
it's just handy
understand.
to have it ready. Yeah.
Did that?
So I'm happy with that now. That's cool.
That solved your problem.
That has fixed all of my problems.
Yeah, it did when I figured it out too. I was like, "What the fuck is this?" And I was like,
Now,
"Oh."
the other one I want to know is, can you set OBS on a timer so you can set it to run for start at a certain time, say at midnight, and then run till 6 in the morning?
That's a negative. No.
That would be very handy if it could do that.
Yeah, I wish, dude. I had that question as soon as because I've been running the live stream for 8 years. Yeah, I wish I could do that.
And the reason I say that, you'd run 4 instances of it, and you'd run, or probably 8 instances of it, and have them run 3-hour lots. So it'd run for, say, 3 hours and 10 minutes, and then the next one would be 3 hours and 10 minutes, but would overlap 5 minutes each side. So instant 1 would be midnight till 3, 2 would be 3 till 6, 6 till 9, and have them just broken down like that.
Can't do
that would save a lot of horsepower.
Can't do it.
I know. Instead of, and the advantage of that, and as you'd know, for people looking for specific clips, they've only got to handle a 3-hour tape as opposed to wait for the 12 to finish before they can even go and get it.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why I was just curious. If you could set it as a timer to do that, that would be spectacular. Like, hey, the show comes on at midnight, already recording.
Well, it's just like I restart it every 12 hours because I have to actually do that physically. Yeah, I can't put it on a timer to restart it. Yeah. I already tried to figure that shit out. It's just not, there's no option. As far as I know, I mean, maybe somebody could.
Be some way of running a script or something.
Yeah. But even then, to automate it to fit, the format, change the title for the next, script. It's just, it does, we're doing the best we can with what we got, and I think we're doing all right. But yeah, I'd really like to do some focused shows with like some reaction videos to some anti-FE content, and just have like a couple times a month with just a show with the moderators, just talking about what's going on in the Discord. That'd be cool.
Yep. All right, mate. I've got to go myself now. Apparently, I go and referee squash games when I'm not playing. So,
whoa, squash.
Yeah, he still plays. It's funny when I bump into mates from school. It's like, holy shit, you still play that? Yep.
What is squash? Is that like hitting a ball against the wall, like
racquetball
paddle? It's like racquetball.
Yep, except the ball is a little bit smaller and doesn't bounce as much.
Are they the paddles? Are they netted or are they like wood?
Netted, a bit smaller than a tennis racket.
Okay, interesting. Squash.
Yeah, Google time. Anyways, you were supposed to be going to sleep, weren't
you? Yeah, I gotta be at work in
2 hours.
No.
Get up in 2 hours.
No, I gotta be there at 8, so I can get 4 hours of sleep. I'll be good.
Not a problem, mate. I'll let you get some rest, and I gotta get going because I'm already running.
All right, brother. Yeah, but seriously, yeah, let's work on figuring out how we're gonna
let's get this happening.
Get some more exciting FE content. Okay.
All right, cool. Hey. Peace, mate. See ya.
Peace, man.
Hey, Dada.
Hello there.
Hello.
Where's all the globers at?
Sorry?
Where's all the globers at?
The globers? I don't know, probably like working, like, or like sleeping, you know. Where are...
Grinding.
Why will they cry? Why would anybody cry about... Where the flat earthers are? What they doing?
They're making globers cry.
Why will they make globers cry?
A
Can you explain that?
paradigm explosion.
Paradigm explosion. Huh? But like I still don't understand why will that make like people cry, you know? Like for example, like if you want to make like, you know, like somebody from your family like cry just because like they believe in like low birth. I don't think that's like best, you know, thing to do.
Maybe it's a humor thing that you don't get.
Can you explain it then, please?
When someone has their favorite toy taken away and they're a child, they usually cry.
Okay. So you
So
think that like
the joke lies in most globers cry when their paradigm has exploded.
oh, okay. Did you cry when that happened to you first time?
When I eventually come to the knowledge that the Earth was measured flat, absolutely, because I'd been fed a whole lot of nonsense. So of course I was upset. That's one of the 8 stages of this transition.
Okay, understandable. O kurac. What's up, Xira?
What's going on?
Nothing much, man.
I've been outcasted by all the Islamic VCs. They all have muted me and banned me from their chats.
Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah.
Yeah. Dude, I was just talking
Yeah.
about like in and out Wallahi dinosaurs. Like I asked them a question about that and they just instantly fucking muted me and banned me.
I
And then I
man, like,
tried to talk about the strategic position we have in Estonia and the extreme climate change we're seeing in Guam and how detrimental that is to us.
wait, I'm sorry. Like, what about Estonia?
Oh, dude, Estonia is it's insane. You know what I mean? To be honest, I don't think we give them enough money. Like for example, I mean, we've only sent them 10 million for foreign military financing. So, you know, I think, you know, we need to definitely up that number quite substantially. Um, in my book, you know what I mean?
But why Estonia of all the countries? Okay, he left. Tired as fuck, man. Is anybody here like willing to speak? To say like few words?
Who fucking wants it? Who wants it? So nobody wants it. Not one person. Fucking hell. Is my vocal tones coming across as flat to you guys, so you can't really comprehend them?
bust. I mean, you know, bro.
I think you know what you mean, bro.
I mean, well, I mean, and get married, good or still
Oh.
single?
It's. I think it's part of the meaning of life. So I wouldn't
Yeah.
recommend anyone to
Mm,
go that
because
way.
some boy, yeah, some single, a lot of girlfriend, a lot of you know, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have you ever heard about flat Earth?
What do you mean?
You know, there's people saying that that the Earth is flat. Have you ever heard this before?
Sorry, bro, I didn't understand.
All right.
Do you mean exactly? What exactly?
The Earth. You know the Earth?
Earth.
Yeah. They say it's a globe, right?
Earth.
It's
Yeah.
spinning around in space. Yeah. You ever heard that there is people that don't believe this, that they believe that the Earth is flat, not a globe?
No, bro.
You never heard this before?
Yeah.
All right.
Bro, what time it is now, bro?
2 o'clock.
What?
2 p.m. approximately. 2
2
p.m.
p.m. Yeah. 2 p.m. And now my country is 3 p.m.
Yeah, 1 hour ahead.
Big different. You know.
Yeah, I think it should be more because of the distance, but yeah, again, I don't know. Time zones are also political.
Bro, actually, your accent clear, bro. Some people switch. Oh, your accent not clear. Your accent, mashallah, clear.
Yeah, I practice a lot.
How did you learn English exactly?
Oh, I've learned English before I even started school, so I've always spoken English. Oh, didn't really speak English when I was a child, so that came later in the adult age.
Yeah. Do you mean in practice with people, with foreign, with everyday?
Yeah, exactly. You know, and I did a lot of online gaming, so I talked to a lot of people overseas. They're kind of all around.
Good man, bro. Good man.
Nice.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Bro, do you have WhatsApp or Instagram?
Yeah, you have an Instagram.
Could you give me your account?
Sure, bro. I can send you a
I
link.
mean, I need a relationship with you.
Yeah. I'll send you
No
my
problem.
Instagram. Thank
Do you have any WhatsApp? Do you have WhatsApp?
you. No, I don't use WhatsApp.
And Instagram.
Just Instagram.
I mean, give me give me message in Discord now. Your account Instagram.
Sure, bro. I'll do that.
Yeah, no.
Mofos, the political server, and the English hub. Mofowski. What's up, dude? Are
What's
you
up, bro?
flatty?
Where message, bro?
I'm gonna send you just a second.
No problem. Take your time.
There we go. Can you?
Yeah, bro. Where's your count? Yeah, bro. Bro.
Yes. Sorry.
I mean, yeah, that's your count, huh?
Yeah, my latest one.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes sometimes I love speak with people foreign in inside Instagram and open the camera. I need confidence in speak, improve, bro.
Yeah, I hear you, bro. I hear you.
Yeah, no problem, bro. Thank you, bro. Nice to meet you. What's your name, bro? Sorry, what's your name?
Johannes is my name.
Johannes.
Yeah.
Nice name, bro. Nice name.
Thank you.
Johannes. I mean, my name is Yunus. My name is Yunus.
Yeah. All right, nice, Jonas.
Yeah. And after tonight, and give you a message and call you.
All right, you do that, bro.
Yeah. Okay, bro. Huh? See you, bro.
Take care.
I mean, inside Instagram, my picture. My picture in the icona.
Yeah.
Yeah. See you, bro. Huh?
See you. Take care, dude.
See you. Do you need any help, bro?
Hello, Archie. Welcome to the room. So, you believe that you live on a globe?
Can you repeat? It's here.
I was just asking if you think you live on a globe. If you think that the Earth is a globe.
So it's interesting question.
Couldn't quite catch that. What did you say? Where are you from, dude?
1 second, sorry. Yeah, I'm here. What did you say?
No, I was just asking if you.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Okay, I'm from Ukraine.
Oh, Ukraine. Okay, nice.
Yeah, and you? How about you?
I'm from Sweden.
Oh.
Sweden. Up
Okay,
in the north.
I got it. Okay, and what did you do? What do you do?
No,
Like, yeah.
Partially I sit in this room and talk to other people, trying to have a conversation about our Earth, where we live.
Earth? Or
Yeah, Earth.
okay.
The ground.
Okay.
The ground that we're all standing on.
I see it. Okay, and what kind of question about Earth you're wondering?
No, I was just curious if you were believing that the Earth is a globe, like they say in school, you know, spinning around in space with all these planets. Just asking if this is what you believe.
Yeah, I believe like that finds us. But at the beginning, I must tell you that my English is so bad, and unfortunately, I not understand everything. No, maybe a couple of questions you could you write me in the chat, and I just translate it and answer you. I hope you
Yeah,
understand what I mean. Okay.
yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
could
I think
you
your English is
write?
fine, though. I understand you.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not fully understand. I'm not sure that I fully understand your question because just send me a message in the chat like about Earth. Just write me your message, your question.
Do
Okay.
you see the Do you see the title of the room?
Yeah, I see it.
Can you say it?
But Earth discover. Oh, sorry, sorry. Yeah. I'm just okay.
That's what we're talking about
Yeah,
in
yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah. I believe that Earth is not flat.
Yeah.
It's like I'm scientist. Like it's. I believe that Earth is fair in the space
Yeah.
like this. Not flat, not flat. Because it's strange for me. It's I don't know. I don't have any reasons why it could be.
I hear you.
And you do you believe that Earth is flat?
I know that the Earth is flat because I've measured the surface, and that was my conclusion. So it's not really a belief. I know it, and
You know it. Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
I know that the surface is flat. It
And
also
why?
goes along with what I experience from my own perspective, you know, and I think that's the default for everyone. So we all see the Earth as
Oh, sorry,
uh,
I'm lost
planar.
connection. I don't know.
Oh no, I just said everyone experiences the Earth as flat and motionless, like a plane. You don't see it as a ball. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got it. But
With your own eyes, it looks flat, right?
it's about horizon. Question about
Yeah.
horizon, about far. And, I don't know how it's explained, but maybe. So, to be honest, it makes sense, but I don't know. It's okay. Okay.
It's a big question, for sure.
Yeah, but okay. Let's imagine that Earth is flat. Okay, but why like whole world just hint it? Just you know, not tell us about the flat world. All internet, all world told us that Earth is like sphere, not flat, and so many reasons why it is so many like people, the space, and how the Earth, or it's fake. Do you mean the fake?
I mean,
Yeah, about
we were
sphere.
we
It's
were
fake.
we were all taught the same thing, you know, in school. So
Yeah.
it's not really so much people lying about it as it is believing the lie. I was taught that the Earth was a globe and spinning around, and that we have all these planets and possibly life, even though it's physically impossible. I was taught the same thing as everyone else, I think. But I mean, it's a claim that it's contradictory to our experience. So what we see and feel is not what what the Earth is, according to what we were taught, and we were taught to ignore our senses instead and appeal to authority to get our information about the world. So it's, for me, it's not so strange, because that's not the only lie that has been perpetrated by the same people. So I don't think there's not many people lying or hiding anything. It's just a product of the conditioning, you know.
Okay. But what kind of evidence you have for the, you know, for your meaning? What kind of evidence? Maybe some document, I don't know, maybe what. So as you told, you know it, but maybe you can show me some evidence.
I
Not
think,
talk, just show.
yeah. I think that let's see, if I don't know if anybody's in here. I'm not so good with my phone, but maybe somebody could post a couple of laser tests or observation in the chat for
Yep.
Archie. Thank you, Sirifillam. You know the side chat, right?
Truly, to be
The
honest.
text chat. Sirifillam is going to post a couple of videos
Okay.
showing, among other things, laser tests being done over large bodies of water, demonstrating the lack of curve. If the Earth is a sphere with the claim it has a radius of 3950, it has to bulge. For example, if you're standing by the shore and you're looking out at the horizon, there should be a hill of water between you and whatever object you're viewing, and the horizon should be very close to you, but it's not. You can see the horizon way beyond what should be possible on the supposed globe, according to their size claim.
Okay, I got it. I think I remember I heard something about it, but yeah. But to be honest, I don't prepare for this conversation. I just hope that Earth is sphere and it's like, you know, it's fucked for me. But
Yeah.
your mean, it's like makes sense. Maybe I will discover something for me. Could send me some maybe links about it, about flat Earth. Some links on the internet sites. I don't know, some document.
Cedar Filla just posted a video from Taboo Conspiracy. They're doing a laser test over the Salt Lakes.
Okay.
And yeah, he's gonna post a
Yeah.
couple of them for you. So you can just take your time, bro, and analyze the claims here being made and what's going on. You sound like you're open-minded already, so
Okay. So
please
okay.
demonstrate.
Okay.
Your-
Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Just right now, I'm at work. But maybe
Yeah,
after the work, I watch this video. It's interesting. Okay,
yeah,
I
yeah. Save them for later.
appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Do I have
Yeah, I
any?
see another one. Yeah. Okay.
Do you have any? Yeah. Do you have any questions?
To be honest, no. Right now, no. Thank you for your opinion, for your information. Okay, I discovered. I watch it. I will watch it. It may be maybe just later.
Yeah.
I visit it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. See you.
All right. See you.
Thank you, man. Okay.
Take care. Thank you for the convo.
Take care. Have a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, Nova. How are you? Nova Elric. Are you new here? All right. Hello, Pick. What's up? Hello, Nada. Welcome to the server. What brings you by? All right, adios. There's a shot, Picks. Are you gonna speak? Remain silent. All right. Lothrecht. Are you a flat earth? Are you a globie? Lothrecht, I've seen you around. Haven't heard you talk before. Tsunada is back. Right. Silence for the globe. Hello, Lala General. Lala General. Did I pronounce that correct?
And you're doing a great job being kind and to people in the mornings. I really appreciate you, bro.
Thank you, bro. Just trying to get the conversations going.
Yeah, it's very challenging to start a conversation.
Yeah, sometimes it's really hard. Guess it's not really a natural environment. Makes it a little bit difficult, I guess.
Do you know what it is? It's hard to understand flat Earth because we've been taught that the Earth is a globe since we've been young, and we hold on to that stronghold when we become adults. So it's hard to figure out how to talk about flat Earth or try to argument or rebuttal the claims, the argument.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, it's for me, it's simple. It's not difficult. Like, you just got to know if the surface is curving or not. That's it. That's the number one focus, because that's the number one biggest deal. That's what wraps itself around the globe, the curvature. So the curvature should be, people just should be trying to find out if the curvature exists or not. I mean, nothing else matters. Nothing else matters for this moment in time. But firstly, I say to people, find out if the curvature exists or not. That's it. Firstly, before you ask any more questions about anything else.
It's the most logical first step anyone would do. I mean, so obvious. Yeah, the brainwashing has made it hard for people letting go of the belief.
Yeah, I remember when I first heard the word flat Earth. Yeah, I knew where to find the curvature. I knew where it matters the most. Nobody convinced me. Nobody need to convince me, because it was common sense for me to go outside. In reality, the surface should be curving if the Earth was a globe. I knew that was the number one question I need to know and ask myself. Because you don't think about it, yeah? You just need to go outside and observe the surface to curve or not, to actually know if Earth is a globe or not. It's not difficult at all. How can it be difficult when you've got to know when something curves or not? Well, obviously, you know what a straight line is. A straight line has no curvature, no deviation. A curved line has curvature, has deviation. That's it. It bends. A curved line bends. A straight line doesn't bend at all. How difficult does oneself need to know? It's not difficult. So I went outside and I just kept on observing the surface long enough to actually know, not believe, to know, to have that knowledge. And I just kept on doing it for as long as possible. I was willing to do it, observe the surface of the Earth long enough to know. And it didn't even take me that long. It took me 7 months. And when that moment came, I knew the Earth wasn't a globe, because I couldn't find no curvature at all. I can see the water is not curving. The top of the water is flat at still. Yeah. Well, obviously you can't have flat level water, 70% flat level water on the globe, can you? It cannot work, obviously. And if the surface of water is flat, then everything else is flat. What's so difficult? It's not difficult.
Yeah, it's the most logical step again. And see, Lotrecht is claiming that you should only observe 1 degree of curvature over 66 miles. Well, that's not true. You should probably